clicked smartly closed. Everything was clean and bright, lit by a high window. The hall was spacious, and clearly the woman was wealthy. The fact that her husband had just died of a heart attack was nowhere on her face or house. Nothing. Heels clacking, the woman started down the hall. "In the basement," she said over her shoulder. "This way. I have to say, I'm surprised you're working on Halloween." Her tone was slightly sour, and I imagined Betty only offered to be available today as she thought we wouldn't work on Halloween. No one else did. David cleared his throat. "We like to settle claims fast. Get your life back to normal." "Catch you in a lie," I added, looking at the decor. It was all angles and stark colors that made me uncomfortable. It smelled like hard-boiled eggs. On a long table was a big flower arrangement of lilies and black roses. Okay, so someone had cared. The rapid patter of the dog's nails at my ankle pulled my gaze down, and the little dog panted happily up at me as if I were his best friend. "Go away," I muttered, motioning with my foot, and he yapped playfully, dancing around my toes. Betty halted at an unadorned door painted white, and she turned, frowning at him. "Beat it, Samson," she said roughly, and the cheerful little dog sat at my feet, his banner tail sweeping the tiled floor like mad. With a last scowl, she opened the door, flicked on the light, and headed down. I looked at David, and he gestured for me to go first. I shook my head, not liking the bare boards and ugly walls after the open whiteness of the rooms upstairs, and, sighing, he went first. Betty was yammering about something, and I took a breath to steady myself. I didn't want to go down there, but that's what I was here for. Frowning, I looked at Samson. "Everything okay down there, sport?" I asked him, and he stood, his entire backside waving as he ate up the attention. "Stupid dog," I muttered as I started down, but maybe not so stupid since he stayed at the top of the stairs in the sun, while I followed Widow Betty into the electric-lit blackness underground. 2 steps in, I opened my purse and checked the lethal spell amulet. Nothing. But the heavy magic charm was glowing brightly enough to read by. "I don't know how long the wall has been leaking." Betty's voice came echoing up as she reached the bottom and opened up a second door. It was unusual, but they might have had the vamp door for resale value. "I only come down here when I have to store something," she said as she flicked on the lights, and the scent of carpet cleaner came drifting up. "I noticed it was wet a few weeks ago, and I ran the extractor over the carpet and forgot about it, but earlier this week the crack just sort of opened up, and it got a lot worse." David stepped into the basement, and after a quick amulet check, I halted at the base of the stair. I wasn't ready yet to let that woman get between me and the door. It was really thick, and it had a conventional lock on the outside and a deadbolt on the inside. Nice. Bet it was soundproof. No one likes screams disturbing their Sunday dinner. Seeing me there, David nodded, almost imperceptibly, and went to drop his briefcase on the long conference table set up in the middle of the large room. It smelled too clean for Betty to be coming down here only once in a while. Bleach, and maybe that spray that Ivy used on the blood circles this spring. The cinder-block wall under the front door had a crack I could put my pinky in, running from floor to ceiling, thinner rays following the mortar lines. Betty clustered close to David, as the clicks of the locks on his briefcase made a tiny echo. He brought out some paperwork, and, feeling safer, I meandered to the cracks. My skin crawled when the woman's gaze sharpened on me, even as she started signing papers. If this was water damage, then I was an elf. There was a back room behind some fake pine paneling. The drop ceiling was low, and the brown indoor-outdoor carpet looked like dirt. No wonder Al liked my kitchen. This would be an ugly place to be summoned into. Past David and Betty at the far end, under the high basement windows, an 8-inch high platform took up the entire end of the room. I looked at the crack in the wall and smirked. Yeah, this had demon summoning all over it. I'd seen the damage they could do. The water on the floor had probably come from trying to get the blood out of the carpet. "Ma'am," David said to get Betty's attention, "just a couple more places to sign and I'll take a few pictures. Then we'll get out of here and you can return to your day." Betty signed where David was pointing, hardly taking her eyes off of me, as I flicked a bit of mortar out of the crack to find it dry underneath. "What's she doing?" Betty asked, stiffening. David took a breath to answer, but I interrupted with a pleasant, "I'm Mr. Hughes' demon specialist." This woman wasn't the top person, and that was who I wanted to talk to. David's lips twitched, and I beamed. Yes, he was irritated, but we had two agendas here, and mine wasn't being met. "Demon?" Betty said faintly. "It's state law," I lied. "When the structural integrity of a dwelling has been compromised, it must be inspected for demon damage." Well, it wasn't a law, but it should be. "I didn't know that," Betty said, turning a new shade of pale. David frowned, and I surged ahead. "I'd say that by the looks of this that you have a demon problem, Betty, and a really bad one. This wall is bowing out, not in, as is typical in water damage. And as you can see by the flakes," I said, picking another one out, "the concrete is dry under it. We'll have to run some tests, but I would guess that either someone ran a hose down here to wash out the blood, or a demon urinated all over the carpet. Either one is bad news. Demon urine is really hard to get out." Betty was backing to the door, and my confidence grew. She wasn't going to do anything. She was scared. "Rachel," David warned, telling me to back off. But I couldn't resist. "David, be sure to get a picture of that window. Look, you can see the hose right outside." "Excuse me," Betty said nervously. "I think I hear my phone ringing." "And it smells down here, too," I added, wanting to make sure she called her friend the demon summoner and not the IS. Pretending surprise, I brought out the high magic charm. It was a bright red, and my fingers glowed from it. "Oh, yes, yes," I exclaimed, looking at the crack and bobbing my head. "I will definitely have to report this to the Demon Manifestation Department. Big magic within the last few days." David had his head down and was rubbing his forehead as Betty stared at me with wide, frightened eyes, tense and ready to run. Almost enough, just one more nail. "Next time you're going to try to pass off demon damage as something else, Betty, you should wait until after the new moon for the accumulated smut they leave behind to be wiped off. Now you go toddle off and call your grand poobah." Hand to her mouth, Betty fled. I tensed, not surprised when she slammed the door shut. The sound of the lock was ominous, and the patter of her heels on the stairs entirely expected. "Rachel," David complained. "Hey," I shouted when the lights went out. "Oh, nice," I said, fists on my hips and frowning at the ceiling. "This wasn't the plan," David said, and I heard his briefcase snap shut. Being aware, his eyes had probably already adjusted to the thin glow coming in the sparse windows, but his approaching shadow was ominous-looking and creepy. "Yes, it was," I said. "You wanted to know if the damage was demonic in origin, and I gave you my opinion." "I didn't expect you to give it to me in front of her," he exclaimed, then sighed, sitting back on the table with his case in front of him like a fig leaf. "Sorry," I said, and I jumped when his hand hit my shoulder. "I know these kind of people, and the head guy won't show unless I call him out. She's phoning him right now. We'll have our chat, and we can all go home and enjoy trick-or-treats tonight. Or they'll keep us here until they summon your demon again." I laughed. "They wouldn't dare. Jenks is outside, and I'm under Rin Cormel's protection. He'd wipe them out." I hesitated. "Would you be more comfortable waiting above ground?" David moved to the window, a dark shadow that ghosted like a wisp of fog. "Yes? How do you plan on getting out of here? Blow the door off the hinges?" "My company won't pay for that." "I've got Jenks," I said, surprised he hadn't shown up yet. If all else failed, David could boost me out a window. Betty was a boob if she thought we were going to stay here until they chose to deal with us. I opened my purse to get my phone and call Ivy to tell her I might be a little late this afternoon, and the red light of the high magic detection amulet blazed forth to make everything a nasty haze. 4 bars on my phone, I said, squinting. "Someone's here already," David said, coming from the window and joining me at the table. "That dog is having a fit." Even I could hear Samson, and I winced at his sudden yelp of pain. The sound of heavy footsteps in the stairwell was clear, and Betty's voice was an irritating, panicked chatter. "David, if I ever get like that, just slap me," I said, leaning against the table and crossing my arms with my eyes on the door. I didn't know who was going to come through, but I wanted to look confident when they did. The were chuckled and joined me, then blinked and winced when the lights went on and the lock turned with an oiled slickness. The heavy door opened, and Jenks came in an instant before, a slight man in a comfortable pair of slacks and a casual sweater. Behind him was Betty in full hysterics. "Sorry, Rach," Jenks said as he lit on my earring. "I would have been here sooner, but when I saw Tom thumb up his ass in the backyard, I stuck with him." "Tom? As in I'm going to arrest you for summoning demons in a charm shop, Tom?" Arms going to my sides, I looked closer. Relaxing, I started to laugh. "Oh, my God! You?" I said, too relieved to be angry. "This I could handle. If I could jail city powers, evade master vampires, and outsmart demons, then getting an idiot of an IS agent to stop freeing demons to kill me was going to be easy." Finally, something was going my way for a change. Tom stopped at the base of the stairs, ignoring Betty as he glanced from me to David to assess how big a threat the were was. David calmly clasped his hands before him and waited. Me, I stepped forward as belligerently and obnoxiously as I could. "Wow," I said sarcastically. "I'm impressed. Congratulations. You had me fooled. You didn't even make my Who Wants to Off Rachel list. Are you going to kill us now or sick Al on us when the sun goes down?" Tom pried Betty's grip off his arm. The woman wouldn't shut up, and it was getting on my nerves. "You don't know when to stop, do you?" he said, clueless as ever. The guy was too young to pull off the amount of domination he was trying for. Trent could do it, but he had the right clothes, not to mention the right demeanor. Slacks and a cardigan sort of ruined it. "Not when you make a habit of dismissing demons so they can walk Cincy freely," I said. "And don't think you're going to saddle me with the bill for that charm shop. You summoned him. You're paying for it." Tom laughed and came farther in, glancing at the wall before taking an aggressive stance between us and the stairs. I felt him tap a line, and I swung my purse around and brought out my splat gun to casually check the hopper. David shifted his weight and loosened his tie. From the top of the stairway, Sampson's barks grew frenzied. "Mr. Banson," Betty said, eyes on the cherry-red gun as she moaned. "I didn't know about the demon investigation. It doesn't say that in the policy." "Go upstairs," Tom growled, shoving her hand off him again. "It's not in the policy because she was lying." David sighed, and I beamed. "But they know it was a demon," she wailed. Tom spun, shouting, "I told you not to put in a claim, you stupid cow! Go upstairs and take that ridiculous costume off. You look like my mother." The poor woman fled, her red heels clacking so fast up the stairs I almost felt sorry for her. Sampson went with her, and the tension in the basement eased. "Having trouble with your neophytes?" I said when an upstairs door slammed. "Geez, Tom, no wonder you wanted me in your club. That's pathetic." Tom's lips twisted. Clearly feeling a sting, he gave his head a shake to get the hair from his eyes. "A splat gun? Real witches don't need guns." "Real witches use all their available resources." David shifted in agitation, and before he could say anything, I said, "Look, I know you've been summoning Al and letting him go to kill me." "Moi," he said coyly. That was just stupid. "Knock it off," I said, taking a step toward him. "You'll live longer." Tom watched Jenks hovering beside me and backed up. "I know what I'm doing," he said loftily. "He has yet to break my control." "Really?" I sent my gaze to the wall. "What was that from?" The witch went slightly green, and the scent of bleach seemed to grow stronger. "Someone got careless," he said, not dropping his eyes. "And you got a promotion?" I guessed. Pity came from nowhere. God, it was right in front of him, and he still didn't get it. "Tom, you are so stupid." "I'm a visionary," he countered. "You're a walking corpse. Al is playing with you. You think your little circle is going to keep you safe?" I said, pointing at the stage. "I've circled him every time you sent him to me. It doesn't matter what you told him to do after I catch him. He's mine at that point. And what if I send him back to you, instead of the ever after, huh? How about that? Think you'd enjoy trying to catch him in this little hidey-hole of a pit you're summoning him into? Or maybe he'll find you in the shower, or asleep." The witch blanched. Behind him, David padded with all the stealth of an alpha wolf to the stairs to protect my escape. Jenks was with him, making me feel doubly secure. "Didn't think about that, did ya?" I said, to knock the precariousness of his situation home. I was a good girl, but I didn't have to be. I'd sent Al back to his summoner before. "You little pissant," I said bitterly, not liking that Tom was probably going to make me do it again. "You don't want to play this game with me. Really, you don't." Tom drew himself up, and David tensed. I couldn't let him think he had the upper hand, and after a look at David to tell him I wasn't close to being stupid, I got in Tom's face. "Stop summoning him," I said, tapping a line so my hair would float ominously. "If Al shows up to bother me, I'm sending him back, and you'll be cleaning up more than one person hitting a cement wall. Got it?" Shaking inside, I turned to leave, glad David had the stairs. "And tell Betty not to expect a check for the damage, either. Her insurance doesn't cover demons." Samson was barking from somewhere as I stomped up the stairs, Jenks a quiet hum before me, and David's steps soft behind. I felt like the cream filling in a cookie, my brain full of fluff and nonsense. What in hell was I doing, telling Tom I'd send Al back at him? Tom wouldn't have a chance. He'd be dead in 30 seconds. Why am I giving him an ounce of thought? He's sending Al to kill me. I got halfway through the sterile house, done in pastels and sharp corners, before Samson was at my heels, panting for attention. "Did she buy you because you matched the couch?" I said bitterly, and the little dog yapped, his tail putting out enough motion to power Cincy for a year. Struck by a sudden thought, I hesitated at the front door to look at my high magic amulet. It was green. He was just a dog. "What a nasty little rat chaser," Jenks said from the security of my shoulder as I wiggled my foot to keep him inside when David opened the door. "He's a saint in fur for putting up with that woman," I said, wanting to pick him up and take him home. I didn't even like dogs. Giving him a last look, I stifled my desire to pat him on the head and just shut the door. David was eyeing me questioningly, and, ignoring it, I slumped down the stairs and to the car. I wanted to get out of here before Tom found his balls and started after me. In a bad mood, I got in David's car, fastened my belt, and stared out the front window, waiting. Both David and Jenks were unusually silent, hesitant almost, as they got in. "What?" I snapped, and Jenks let a little dust slip from him to color David's shoulder. David shrugged, and after glancing at Jenks, he said, "You okay?" I looked at the house and saw Samson sitting at the long window, tail still going. "No." The wearer took a breath as he started the car up and put it into drive. "I hope he doesn't call your bluff." Silently, I stared at the Halloween decorations so I wouldn't have to think. It was a bluff, right?" David prompted, and when Jenks's wings hummed nervously, I put on a fake smile. Yeah, it was a bluff," I said, and Jenks's wings took on a more normal translucence. But even as I busied myself with changing David's radio from country to something a little more radical, a part of me worried it might not be. But at least it hadn't been Nick.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Harper Audio presents The Outlaw Demon Wails by Kim Harrison, performed by Gigi Birmingham. Chapter 18. I held the black lace top up against me, over my black t-shirt, knowing it would take that bust-enhancing charm of mine to fill it out properly and make the thicker lace land in the proper strategically placed spots. It wasn't worth the risk of embarrassment if I had an amulet malfunction, and so I put it back on the rack, reaching instead for something more substantial. Smiling, I pulled out a silky silver and black top that would drape fantastically on me, falling right to the top of my hip-hugger jeans. It was a mix of casual sophistication and daring modesty that Kiston would have approved of. Recalling his blue eyes, I held my smile, though it went decidedly melancholy as I considered the blouse. I didn't need it. I wasn't going anywhere fancy any time soon. Ivy drifted up from the next rack over. Her motions edged into vamp speed as she concentrated, shuffling through the clothes using a rating system I had no concept of. We had always enjoyed shopping together, but when I'd suggested that we go out this afternoon, she had agreed with surprising reluctance. I think she knew I was trying to lull her into a good mood before I tried talking to her about yesterday morning. She still hadn't given me any sign of being ready to discuss it, but the longer it took, the more lame my reasoning would sound. Shopping together wouldn't get her anywhere near a good enough mood to calmly accept my vow that she would never break my skin again, but I had to start somewhere. Much as I hated it, I had to grow up. I couldn't risk my life anymore for something as fleeting as ecstasy, even if it fostered a stronger relationship with Ivy. The fact that we had brought everything back down to normal before Jenks butted in had lost much of its impact, seeing as I had had to hurt her before she could regain control of her bloodlust. Jenks had been right that she wasn't ready, and I wasn't going to risk having to hurt her again. She had done better, fantastically so, but Ivy's instincts were still stronger than her will. That alone wouldn't have been enough to sway my decision. What had forced my decision was that terrifying 30 seconds of me thinking I'd been bound. I had to start making smart, crushing decisions. In a perfect world, maybe we could have done what we wanted without consequence, but it wasn't a perfect world. Just like in a perfect world, I'd have been able to go out tonight. But the reality was I couldn't chance it. I didn't trust Tom to be smart. And being smart sucked, I thought glumly as I looked at the silvery black top. I had a lot more fun when I was stupid. I glanced at Ivy, whose brow was furrowed. Maybe after coffee and cookies, with a pint of double chocolate monkey ice cream nearby in case of emergency. "This is nice," Ivy said as she held up the same bit of black lace I had just put back. "Not for my costume, but I still like it." "Try it on," I prompted, and she turned to the nearby dressing room with it. My smile faded when she disappeared behind the door, but we could still talk since her head showed. Tired, I flopped into the cushy chairs they had for bored boyfriends and stared at the ceiling. The long length of my neck pulled at the healing bites, and I shifted the complexion amulet to make sure it was in place. Ivy silently pulled her shirt over her head and put the new one on. The music from the shop next door thumped like a heart, and I glanced around the moderately busy, trendy mall store. No one had rushed to help us after Ivy glared at the first woman who said hello, and for that I was grateful. How on earth was I going to explain to Ivy that the past year had been a waste of her time, and that she was never going to get her teeth in me again, even if our auras had blended? At the very least she'd get mad, and then leave, and then Jenks would kill me. Maybe if I ignored everything it might go away. It sounded like a good idea, which meant it wasn't. The dressing room door squeaked as Ivy came out. Her expression was hopeful as she posed for me, and just that faint glimmer of softer emotion in her eyes turned her beautiful. "Damn, girl, you look great," I said enthusiastically, thinking she would look good in anything with the faint, hesitant smile she now wore. The top hung perfectly on her, and the black lace stood out in sharp contrast to her pale skin. "You have got to get it. It was made for you." I nodded to further my approval. It was the perfect vampire tease of lace and skin. I couldn't get away with wearing it, but Ivy? Oh, yeah. Ivy looked down at the black lace, barely covering a few key places. A glimmer of silver and red showed where her belly button ring was, and her hand rose to her neck to hide the low scar Cormel had put there. I couldn't help but wonder who she was thinking of as she murmured, "It's nice." Nice, nice, nice. Everything is freaking nice. I didn't watch when she turned and went back into the dressing room. "You're not getting anything?" she asked over the door as the ripping sound of Velcro tore through the pounding music. "This is the third shop, and you haven't even tried anything on." Reclining in the soft leather, I looked at the ceiling. "Budget," I said simply. Ivy's silence brought my gaze down, and I saw her looking at my neck, a painful self-recrimination pinching her brown eyes. "You don't trust me," she said out of the blue, and her motions, mostly hidden behind the door, stopped. "You don't trust me, and you're ashamed of me, and I don't blame you. You had to hurt me to get me to stop. I'd be ashamed of me, too." Tension jerked through me, and I sat upright. Two nearby shoppers turned toward us, and I stared blankly at Ivy. "What in hell?" I said I could do it, and I failed, Ivy said. Her shoulders were bare and her motions were fast and jerky, as she roughly put her T-shirt back on. I stood, scrambling to figure out what was going on. I shouldn't have taken her shopping. I should have gotten her drunk. You didn't fail. God, Ivy, sure, you lost it, but you caught it again. Don't you even remember what happened? Her back was to me as she returned the lacy chemise to its hanger, and I retreated when she came out. It had been fantastic, but it isn't going to happen again. She must have seen it in my face. Ivy stood stock still before me with the lace top on a hanger, perfectly arranged and ready for the next person. Then why are you ashamed of me? She said softly, her fingers shaking. I'm not. Silent, she pushed past me, to hang the shirt where she'd found it with a sharp clink, and headed for the door. Ivy, wait! I started after her, ignoring the idiot of a clerk cheerfully telling us to come back for the big sale tomorrow. The spell checker at the entryway made a blip at my complexion charm, but no one stopped me. Ivy was already a store down. Her hair was shimmering in the sun, coming through the skylights, and I jogged to catch up. Typical Ivy, running away from the emotional stuff. Not this time. Ivy, stop, I said as I caught up. What the turn gave you that idea? I'm not ashamed of you. God, I'm thrilled at the control you found. Did you not see how much better you did? Not that it makes any difference in my decision. Head down, she slowed and halted. People flowed around us, but we were alone. I waited until she looked up, and the pain in her eyes was almost scary. You're hiding your bites, she said in a low voice. You've never done that before. Never. It was... She sank down on the bench beside us and looked at the floor. Why else would you hide my mark unless you're ashamed of me? I said I could handle it, and I couldn't. You trusted me, and I failed. Oh, my God. Embarrassment warmed my cheeks as I realized the message I'd been sending. My hand came up, and I pulled the amulet over my head, tugging my hair as it pulled free. Why in hell didn't Cormel's book have anything useful in it? I'm not ashamed of you, I said, throwing the charm into a nearby trash can. I lifted my chin as I felt the spell leave me and my red-rimmed bites appear. I hid them because I'm ashamed of me. I have been living my life like a freaking kid with a video game, and it took me thinking I was bound to Kiston's killer to realize what I'm doing. That's why I was hiding them, not because of you. Her brown eyes were dark with tears she would never shed as she blinked up at me. You had to slam me into a wall to get me to stop. I'm sorry for slamming you into a wall, I said, wanting to touch her arm so she knew how bad I felt. Instead, I sat down beside her, our knees almost touching as I faced her. I thought you were Kiston's killer. Her expression was pained, and I got mad. I was having a freaking flashback, Ivy, I exclaimed. I'm sorry. Ivy's jaw clenched and relaxed. That's what I'm saying, she said bitterly. You thought I was Kiston's killer. How bad is that, Rachel, when I turn into something so close to Kiston's murderer that it triggers a memory of that? Oh. I slumped back against the hard bench and put a hand to my head as it started to hurt. He was playing on my scar, Ivy. So were you. My back was to the wall, and I was scared both times. That's all it was. It wasn't you. It was the vampire stuff. She turned to me, though I was still looking down the hall. He? She asked. I felt my focus blur as I thought about that, weighing what little memory I had regained against my emotions. Yeah, I said softly. It was a man. A man attacked me. I could almost smell him. A mix of cold and stone, old dust, cold, like cement. Ivy wrapped her arms around herself and took a deep breath. A man, she said, and I noticed her long fingers were clenched about her upper arms with a white-knuckle strength. I thought it might have been me. She stood up with her head bowed, and I followed her. Silent, we angled to a coffee cart in an unspoken agreement, and I felt for the presence of my bag. I told you it wasn't you months ago. Her posture was heavy with relief. and her fingers shook as she fixed 2 cups of coffee, handing me one after I paid the woman at the register. It was a comfortable pattern, and I took a sip as we slowly started down the busy corridor for the car. Ivy's posture had shifted, as if a huge doubt had been removed from her soul, along with the amulet around my neck. I could walk away from this and leave everything as it was, but I had to tell her now. To wait would make me a coward. "Ivy?" "Jenks is going to kill me," she said, giving me a quick sideways look. There was a hint of moisture in her eyes, and she smiled bitterly as she wiped it away. "You're leaving, aren't you?" Oh my God, when Ivy got it wrong, she really got it wrong. I didn't need a boyfriend. I had all the drama I could stand right here. "Ivy," I said softly as I pulled her to a stop among the oblivious people around us, "sharing that with you was the most intoxicating thing I've ever felt. When our auras chimed..." I swallowed hard, having to be honest with her about the good as well as the bad. "It was as if I knew you better than myself. The love..." I sniffed and wiped my nose. "Damn it, I'm crying," I said miserably. "Ivy, as good as that felt, I can't do that again. That's what I've been trying to say. I can't let you break my skin again, not because you lost it or because I don't trust you, but because..." I looked up at the ceiling, unable to look at her. "Because I thought I was bound to a vampire, and it was the most frightened I've ever been in my life." I laughed bitterly. "And I've had some pretty scary shit to dig myself out of." "Then you are leaving." "No, but I won't blame you if you want to." I stood where we were in the filtered sun, searching for words so simple that they couldn't be misinterpreted or misunderstood. "I'm sorry," I breathed, but I knew she could hear me over the surrounding chatter of commerce. "I wasn't leading you on. I like you. Hell, I love you. Probably, but..." I gestured helplessly, seeing her expression dark with emotion when I found the courage to meet her eyes. "Kiston died because I was living my life like it had a reset button. He paid the price for my stupidity. I can't keep combining the risk of death with the joy of caring and love. I'm not going to ever share that with you again." I hesitated. "No matter how good it feels, I can't keep living like that. I risked everything to gain..." "Nothing," she interrupted bitterly, and I shook my head. "Not nothing, everything. I risked everything yesterday to gain everything, but it was an everything that I can't have and still keep what I love the most." She was listening. Thank you, God. I think I can say it now. "The church, Jenks, you," I said. "You as you are. Me as I am. I like me, Ivy. I like things the way they are. And if you bite me again..." I shivered and gripped my coffee tighter. "It felt so good," I whispered, lost in the memory of it. "I'd let you bind me if you asked, just so I would have that forever. I'd say yes. And then..." "You wouldn't be you anymore," Ivy said, and I nodded. Ivy went silent. I felt drained. I'd said what I had to say. I only hoped we could find a way to live with it. "You don't want me to leave," Ivy said, and I shook my head. "And you don't want me to bite you," she added, looking at the coffee clasped between her hands. "No," I said, "I can't let you bite me. There's a difference." She was smiling thinly when she brought her gaze to mine, and I couldn't help but meet it with my own weak version. "There is, isn't there?" she said. Her posture shifted, and she exhaled long and slow. "Thank you," she whispered. I froze when she hesitantly touched my arm, and then drew back. "Thank you for being honest." "Thank you?" I stared at her. "I thought you'd be pissed." She wiped her face and put her attention on the skylights to make her pupils contract. "Part of me is," she said lightly. My pulse quickened, and my grip tightened on my cup. Sensing my movement, Ivy looked at me. The ring of brown around her pupils was shrinking, but she was still smiling. "But you aren't leaving." Wary, I nodded. "This isn't me playing hard to get. I mean it, Ivy. I can't." Her shoulders lost their stiffness, and she half-turned to look at the people around us. "I know. I saw how scared you were when you thought you were bound. Someone tried to blood-rape you." I recalled my terror, how she had comforted me with security and understanding, telling me it was okay. What we had shared in those brief moments was almost stronger than the blood ecstasy. Maybe that's what she was getting at. Maybe that's what was important here. Shoulders slumped in an unusual show of fatigue, she leaned forward. With her hair almost brushing my shoulders, she whispered, "If you aren't staying because I might bite you, then you are staying because you like me." Taking a sip of coffee, she started down the hall, pace confident and slow. My mouth opened in an O, and I jumped to follow. Wait a moment, Ivy." Still she smiled. "You like me, not the way the damned vampire pheromones make you feel when I bite you. I can get blood from anyone, but if you keep saying no, then it's me you like. Knowing that is worth the frustration." She took the lid off her coffee and threw it away as we passed a trash can. I tried to watch her face and my footing to keep from knocking anyone as we neared the main doors and the traffic increased. Her expression was calm and peaceful. The lines of worry and uncertainty that had looked so wrong there were gone. She had found peace. It might not be the peace she wanted, but it was peace. I, though, was never one to leave anything alone. "So, are we okay?" Ivy's smile was full of private emotion. Free arms swinging confidently, she parted the way with her sheer presence, and people turned to look at her. "Yeah," she said, looking ahead. My pulse was fast, and I felt the tension pulling me stiff. "Ivy, shh," she breathed, and I jerked to a halt when she stopped at the doors and turned to put a finger to my lips. Her eyes were inches from mine, and I stared at them, shocked. "Don't ruin it, Rachel," she added, drawing away. "Leave me with a little make-believe to keep myself sane across the hall from you." "I'm not going to sleep with you," I said, wanting to make that perfectly clear, and the man coming in gave us a once-over. "Yeah, I know," she said lightly. Pushing the door open, she went outside. "How was your run with David yesterday?" I looked at her suspiciously as we stepped into the sun, not trusting this. "David wants me to get a pack tattoo," I said cautiously as I pulled the wind-blown hair from my mouth. "So what are you getting?" she said cheerfully. "A bat?" As I walked beside her and told her what I had in mind while we searched for my car, I realized how much our failed blood tryst had been preying on her. She had royally messed up. She had thought I'd been ashamed of her and was going to leave, but we were still friends and nothing had changed. But as we got into my car and put the top down to enjoy the sun, I found my fingers creeping up to feel the red-rimmed bites, still swollen and sore. Recalling the sensation of our auras becoming one, I shivered. Well, almost nothing had changed. Chapter 19. The crack of pool balls was pleasant, reminding me of early mornings at Kiston's dance club while I waited for him to finish up with the stragglers and spend some time with me. Eyes shut against the heat of the overhead light, I could almost smell the lingering aroma 100 partying vampires left behind, mixing with good food, good wine, and just a hint of brimstone. No, I didn't have a problem. I wasn't addicted at all. Nope, not me. But when I opened my eyes and saw Ivy, I wondered. Doesn't matter, I thought as I went to take my shot and felt the skin around the marks Ivy had put in me pull. This afternoon I might have been scared to tell Ivy she wasn't going to break my skin again, but I'd done it, and it felt good, like we had really made progress, even though neither of us was going to get what we wanted. Warming, I focused on the yellow-striped 9 as I lined the shot up. So it was Halloween, and I was stuck home in jeans and a red top, handing out candy instead of wearing leather and lace, bar-hopping with Ivy. At least I was with friends. Holding to my new smart but dull Rachel mission statement, I wasn't ready to trust Tom to do the intelligent thing, and though I was regularly stepping off hallowed ground to raid the fridge, risking a room full of drunk potential casualties just so I could have a fun night out was a little much. Ivy agreed, not at all surprised when I told her Tom Banson of the IS's Arcane Division was the one summoning and releasing Al to kill me. Actually, she laughed, noting, "At least it wasn't crap for brains." I was still toying with the idea of filing a demon complaint with the IS, if only to avoid that spell shop bill, but Ivy said it would be cheaper health-wise to let sleeping demons lie. If nothing happened this next week, I might let it go, but if Al came at me again, I was going to let Tom have it, right where it hurt, in the checkbook. Apart from the annoyance of being stuck home on Halloween, I was in a good mood. Jenks and I were manning the door, and Ivy was in the corner watching a post-turn comedy classic with lots of chainsaws and a stump grinder. Marshall hadn't called, but after yesterday I wasn't surprised. My mild disappointment only affirmed my belief that I needed to back off before he slipped into boyfriend status. I really didn't need the trouble. Exhaling, I tapped the cue ball. It hit the dip by the corner and wobbled into the 9, hitting it perfectly wrong. The doorbell bonged as I straightened, followed by a chorus of "Trick or treat!" From under a ceiling of paper bats, Ivy's eyes flicked to mine, and I jerked into motion. "Got it," I said as I propped the cue stick against the wall and headed into the dark foyer with the huge bowl of candy. Ivy had filled the unlit entryway with candles to make it suitably creepy. We had turned the lights off in the sanctuary before midnight to impress the human kids, but now it was all Inderlanders and we didn't bother. A dark candlelit church didn't impress them half as much as a bowl of sugar and chocolate. "Jenks?" I questioned, and a tight wing hum hit my ear. "Ready," he said, then let out an unreal wing chirp to pantomime a squeaky hinge when I opened the door. It was enough to make my teeth hurt, and the assembled kids complained loudly as they covered their ears. Damn Pixie was worse than a wear's nails on a chalkboard. "Trick or treat," the kids chimed out when they recovered, but it wasn't until they saw Jenks glowing over the candy bowl that their expressions lit in delight, as charmed as the next person by a people-loving Pixie. I had to crouch so the littlest one, in a fairy costume with illusionary wings, could reach. She was sweet, wide-eyed, and eager. It was probably the first Halloween she would remember, and I now understood why my mom loved manning the door. Watching the parade of costumes and delighted kids was well worth the $60 I'd spent on candy. "Ring the bell! Ring the bell!" a kid in a dragon costume demanded as he pointed to the ceiling, and after I set the bowl aside, I reached for the pull, grunting as I yanked the knot almost to my knees. They stared at me in the surprising silence as the rope was jerked back up. An instant later, a deep bong reverberated over the neighborhood. The kids squealed and clapped, and I shooed them off the stoop, wondering how Biss was handling the noise. In the distance, I heard the faint sound of 2 more bells from neighboring churches. It was a good feeling, like a distant affirmation of safety and community, and I watched the kids file down to the street to join their moms with strollers and wagons. In the street, vans prowled, creeping slowly amid the flashing lights and flapping costumes. Jenks's carved pumpkin glowed at the base of the stairs, like Al's face itself. Damn, I loved Halloween. Smiling, I waited with the door open until Jenks finished lighting the stairs for the youngest. Across the street, Keesley was sitting on his porch alone to hand out candy. Siri had left at sunset for the basilica to pray for Quen, walking the distance as if in penance. My brow pinched, and as I shut the door, I wondered if things were really that bad. Maybe I shouldn't have refused to see him after all. "Ivy, you want a game?" I asked, tired of hitting the same balls around. She at least could sink them. She looked up and shook her head. There was a clipboard on her drawn-up knees as she sat with her back to the arm of the couch. A broken mug filled with colored pencils was next to her, and she was trying to force spreadsheets and flowcharts to give us the answer as to who killed Kiston. My realization that it had been a man had revitalized her, and her night investigating yesterday had turned up only that Piscary had given Kiston to someone outside the Camarilla. That meant we'd be looking for Kiston's killer outside the city, since Piscary wouldn't have given him to a lesser local vampire. It was only a matter of time, though, before we'd know who it had been. When Ivy set her sights on prey, she never let go, no matter how long it took. I ambled over to bug Ivy since it was her favorite part of the movie and she needed a break. "Just one game," I prodded. "I'll rack 'em." Ivy's brown eyes were peaceful as she curled her feet under her. "I'm working. Make Jenks big and play with him." I lifted my eyebrows, and from behind me at the desk, still blissfully empty of his kids, came Jenks's bark of rude laughter. "Make me big," he scoffed. "No fairy-loving way!" Ivy's attention slid to my wrist, where Kiston's bracelet had been for the last 3 months, when I handed her the cue. It immediately flicked back to me, accusing, and I tightened my jaw. "You took off Kiston's bracelet." My pulse increased, and I let go of the cue stick. "I took it off," I admitted, feeling the same flash of grief that I had worked through this afternoon when I had placed it in my jewelry box and shut the lid. I didn't throw it away. There's a difference. Think about it, I finished belligerently. From behind me came a soft, ladies? As Jenks flitted nervously between us. He had no clue what we had talked about while shopping. All he knew was we had left tents and returned with a jar of honey for him and a roll of wax paper for the kids to slide down the steeple on. And that's all he was going to know. Ivy's expression softened, and then she looked away in understanding. I hadn't thrown the bracelet away. I'd set it aside in memory. One game, she said as she rose, sleek and lanky in her exercise outfit, and the long, baggy sweater she hid half her body behind. I dropped the chalk into her hand. I rack, you break. The doorbell rang, and Ivy sighed. I'll rack them, she said. You get the door. Jenks stayed with Ivy, and, content, I swatted aside a low-hanging bat and grabbed the candy bowl. Feeling all was right with the world, I pushed the door open only to have my good mood fade in a flash of annoyance. Trent? It had to be him. He looked his usual self, apart from the fact that he was wearing a baggy suit that was 3 inches too long, and shoes that gave him an extra 2 inches in height. Obviously he had been in costume. My eyes flicked to the Kalamack for City Council 2008 button, and he reddened. A sports car idled at the curb, its hazard lights flashing, and the door open. Trent's gaze went from the bats behind me to the bruises decorating the underside of my jaw where Al had gripped me, and finally to my new red-rimmed bites. Maybe he'd think they were a costume. Maybe. What the sweet sugar candy ass do you want? I said in irritation, then stepped out of his reach in case it was Al in disguise. My thoughts winged back to Quen, and I fought with the urge to demand that he tell me if Quen was all right, and the desire to call the FIB and tell them I was being harassed by a Trent look-alike. I had already said no. He wasn't going to change my mind. Jenks had darted up at my exclamation, and his wings took on a faint orange glow as his circulation increased. Hey, Ivy! Come here for a sec. I know how you like watching Rach kick the bad guys to the curb. A trio of witches with glowing wands, chattering madly, dodged Jenks's pumpkin and ran up the stairs shouting, "Trick-or-treat!" Looking pained, Trent brushed his hair from his eyes and stood aside, clearly agitated. Ivy slid up behind me, and I handed the bowl to her when the 3 boys left, amid thank-yous prompted by their moms on the sidewalk. They jumped the last 2 steps, and I put my fist on my hip, eager to tell Trent to shove it. "I want you to come with me," he said before I could speak, his voice terse and his attention darting to Ivy. 100 rude responses came from nowhere, but what I said was, "No, go away." I moved to close the door, shocked when Trent put his foot in the way. I stopped Ivy's reach to shove him back, and Trent's tanned face reddened. Then, with what must have been a Herculean effort, he pulled his foot back and said in a much softer voice, "Why do you have to be difficult?" "It keeps me alive," I shot back. "But in this case it's fun, too. I'm busy tonight. Get off my front steps so the kids can get up here." How on earth had Jonathan let him come out here on his own? Trent seldom had an entourage, but I'd never seen him alone. I shooed him off the steps, and his face took on a whisper of fear. "Please." Jenks rose up in a column of gold sparkles. "Sweet daisies, I think I'm going to crap my silk undies. The cookie maker said please." Trent's eyes glinted in annoyance. "Please, I'm asking. I'm here for Quen, not myself, and most definitely not you." I took a breath to answer, but Jenks was way ahead of me. "Go suck a slug egg," he snarled, unusually defensive. "Rachel doesn't owe Quen anything." Actually, I sort of did, seeing as he saved my butt last year with piscary, and the beginnings of trickled through me. Damn it. If I didn't go visit Quen, I was going to feel guilty the rest of my life. I really hated this growing up thing. Ivy crossed her arms and cocked her hip. Trent dropped his gaze, steadying himself. When he brought his attention back to me, I saw a glimmer of fear, not for himself, but for Quen. "He isn't going to live through the night," he said, the calling children in the street a macabre contrast to his words. "He wants to speak to you. Please." Jenks saw me hesitate, and in a burst of anger he lit my shoulder with gold sparkles. "Hell no! Rachel, he just wants to get you off hallowed ground so Al can kill you." I winced, thinking, Quen had given me information before, and people did weird stuff on their deathbed, last confessions, that kind of thing. I knew I should stay on hallowed ground, but I'd been on and off it all night. I was going to go. I had to. Quen had known my dad. This might be my last and only chance to find out about him. Ivy saw it in my face, and she grabbed her coat from the peg. "I'm going with you." My pulse quickened, and Trent's expression turned confused at my change of heart. "I'll get your keys," Jenks said. "We'll take my car," Ivy countered, turning to get her purse. "No," Trent said, stopping her cold. "Only her. No pixies, no vampires, just her." Majorly ticked, Ivy looked him up and down. The two were going to be at each other's throats before we hit the sidewalk, even if Trent did give in and let her come. "None of you are coming," I said firmly. "Trent doesn't live on hallowed ground, which is exactly why we are going," Ivy interrupted. "And I can take care of myself easier if I'm not worrying about you." I took a deep breath, my hand coming up to forestall another protest. "Tom isn't going to summon Al. He's afraid I'll send him right back at him." Trent blanched, and I shot him a dry look. "I'll get my stuff," I said, then darted to the kitchen. Ivy and Jenks were having a hushed argument in the corner when I returned to the foyer, and while Trent watched in silence, I made a point of pulling out my splat gun, checking the hopper, then sliding it into the small of my back. There was a stick of magnetic chalk and the amulets from my run with David earlier, and as Ivy flung her hand in the air and scowled at Jenks, I looped the cord of the heavy magic detection charm over my head. It would give me a few seconds if Al showed. "I'll call you in a few hours," I said, and jingling my car keys, I stepped past the threshold and firmly outside the church's influence. My heart pounded. I heard the excited kids, felt the night. The smell of burning pumpkin was strong, and I waited for a "Hello, Rachel Mariana Morgan," or "Trick or treat, love," in a proper English accent. But there was nothing. Al wasn't going to show. I had taken care of it myself. Yay, team! Jenks landed on my hoop earring, flying up and away when I reached for him. "You're staying, Jenks." "Smelly green grass farts I'm not," he said, darting to Trent and forcing him back a startled step. "Ivy and I discussed it, and I'm going with you. You can't stop me, and you know it. And who's going to help you circle Al if he shows up? Trent? He should be begging me to come with you. He can't stop a demon." The pixie got in the elf's face. "Or do you have some special talent we aren't aware of?" Tired, I looked at Trent. The young man frowned. "He can come to the front gate, and that's it," he said. With a smooth grace, he turned and started down the stairs. "Front gate, my dragonfly's green turds," Jenks muttered. Worry tightened my chest, and my gaze went to Ivy standing alone with her arms over her middle just inside the door. God, I was so stupid, running off to Trent's stronghold to sit with a dying man. But the guilt and maybe curiosity were stronger than my fear. "You know I want to go," she said, and I nodded. Quen had been bitten by a vampire and had an unbound scar. To ask him to overlook Ivy's presence wasn't going to happen. "I'll call you when I know something," I said. I hesitated before her, not knowing what else to say, and when Jenks landed on my earring, I headed down the stairs. Seeing me going to the carport, Trent rolled down his window and called, "I'll drive you out, Morgan." "I'm taking my car," I countered, never slowing. "I'm not going to get stuck at your compound with no way home." "Suit yourself," he said dryly, then rolled the window up. The hazard lights flicked off, and he waited for me. I looked to Ivy, who was standing beside Jenks's pumpkin. Somewhere between me opening the door to find Trent and me getting to my car, it had gone out. She didn't look happy, but neither did I. "I hope she's okay," I said as I opened my car door. "I'm more worried about us, Rach," said Jenks. Getting in, I slammed the door and settled myself. "Tom's a weenie," I said softly. "He's not going to call Al." Jenks's wings cooled my neck. "What if someone else does?" I started the car, the engine rumbling to life with the sound of security. "Thanks, Jenks. I really needed that." Chapter 20. The long road just off the interstate to Trent's house/corporate office was busy. The 2-lane road wound and twisted its way through a sprawling, planned old-growth forest. Having run for my life through it once with dogs and horses chasing me, it had lost much of its appeal. The ride out here had been fast and quiet once we got out of the city. Jenks had maintained a pensive silence after I suggested he peacefully stay at the outer gate and meet me inside when he managed to slip the guards. That had been a mere 5 minutes ago, and I missed the pixie already. Worried, I glanced at my shoulder bag on the seat beside me. I'd leave it open so he could duck in when he showed up. I'd be stupid to think Trent didn't expect Jenks to try to circumvent their security, but it would be one way to prove to Trent he was doing himself a disservice by shunning pixies as security specialists. With Quen dying, he was going to have to come up with something. Quen is really dying, I thought, feeling guilty for not taking Trent seriously yesterday. And why does he think it's my fault? My gaze dropped to the speedometer, and I tunked it down to keep from running into Trent. And as the multi-story, sprawling complex of offices and business research buildings came into view, I slowed to a crawl, surprised. His visitor lot was crammed and overflowing onto the grass. To one side were several white-painted school buses clashing with the ranks of expensive cars and what was clearly a band's tour bus. I looked at the back of Trent's head in the car ahead of me, disgusted. Quen was dying, and he was having a party? I slowed further, rolling my window down to hear the chatter, hoping Jenks would swoop in. People in costume were everywhere, their movements fast with excitement as they milled around before heading to the expansive front entryway. Trent's brake lights flashed, and adrenaline surged when I hit my own brakes to avoid rear-ending him. I was ready to lose it when I glimpsed a 3-foot-tall ghost darting between cars, a harried woman with a clipboard chasing him or her. It was Trent's yearly Halloween extravaganza, thrown for the obscenely wealthy to mingle with the tragically unfortunate, hoping to tug at heartstrings and make a bold political statement as much as genuinely help them. I hated election years. My fingers tightened on the gear shift and I crept forward, watching for both people and a parking spot. I couldn't believe there weren't valets, but apparently part of the fun was pretending you were slumming it. Trent's arm came out of the window to point to a service entrance. It was an excellent idea, and I took the left after him, ignoring the Do Not Enter sign. A man in a black suit started jogging across the manicured grass to us, but he drew to a halt and gestured for us to continue when he saw who it was. I wasn't surprised. We'd been waved through several informal checkpoints since passing the main entrance 3 miles up the road. My gaze scanned the dark grounds as I followed Trent into his private underground parking area, squinting until my eyes adjusted to the electric lights. Another big man in a suit had come forward with the pace and attitude of someone who knew who we were, but had to check anyway. This guy had a gun and a pair of glasses I'd be willing to bet were charmed to see through spells. I rolled my window down to talk to him, but Trent parked his car and got out, drawing the man to him instead. "Good evening, Eustace," he said, his voice carrying over the sound of our cars with a weary cadence that I'd never heard in him before. "Ms. Morgan wanted to bring her car. Can you find a spot for it, please? We need to get to the private floors as quickly as possible." The big man bobbed his head. "Yes, Mr. Kalamack. I'll have another driver here for Ms. Morgan's car in a moment." Trent's heel ground into the grit as he shifted to glance at me. His worry was clear in the bright glare of my headlamps. "Ms. Morgan can drive me to the kitchen entrance, and you can park mine now." "Yes, sir," Eustace said, a hand atop the open car door. "I'll have the staff clear out as many people as they can, but it's going to be difficult to get through unless you want pushers." "No," Trent said quickly, and I thought I heard frustration in it. Eustace bobbed his head, and Trent touched his shoulder in parting, surprising me. The large man's motions were quick and efficient as he got in the car and drove away. Trent's head was bowed and his steps slow. I moved my shoulder bag to the back when he got in, surprised and a little uncomfortable when he settled wearily into the leather seats to fill my car with the scent of a woodsy cologne and his shampoo. "That way," he prompted distantly, and I put the car in gear, jerking us. Warming from the rough start, I let out the clutch and we started forward. My fingers twitched, and I wondered why I cared if he was honest with his feelings to everyone but me. He wouldn't show me any true warmth or depth of emotion, but Eustace probably hadn't put him in jail. "Take that left," he directed. "It will bring you up to the back." "I remember," I said, seeing 2 men waiting for us outside the kitchen entrance. Trent checked his watch. "The easiest way in is through the kitchen and the bar. If I'm detained, get to the top floor. It's been cordoned off, so no one should be there. The staff is expecting you and will let you through." "Okay," I said, feeling my hands start to sweat. I didn't like this. I didn't like this at all. I had been worried about Al trashing a bar. What if he showed up here amid Cincy's finest citizens and its most helpless orphans? I'd be lynched. "I'd appreciate you waiting for me in the common area upstairs before going in to see Quen," he was saying as I pulled up beside the two guys and put the car into park. "Sure," I said, very uncomfortable. "Is he going to be okay?" No. The emotion in that single utterance was vast, a glimpse of his true emotions slipping through. He was scared, angry, frustrated, and blaming me. The shadow of one of the waiting men fell over the car, and I jumped when he tapped expectantly at the window. The doors had automatically locked, and I fumbled for the button. The moment they disengaged, Trent's door was opened by a second man whose suit and tie screamed security. The faint thumping of music echoed in the vast underground garage. The dark carried the scent of damp concrete and the tang of exhaust. My door was opened as well, and my ankles went cold in the new draft. I looked up at the man's stoic face, suddenly unsure. I was being rushed into a situation I didn't have control of, and it made me feel vulnerable in a way I hadn't before. Shit. "Thank you," I said, unbuckling myself and getting out. I grabbed my bag from the back, moving out of the way when a smaller man came from the kitchen and settled himself in my seat. He drove away with an ease that assured me he wasn't going to damage my car, leaving nothing but space between me and Trent, who was deep in conversation with the second man. Again I saw him in an unguarded moment, the aide's caring and concern pulling a depth of emotion from Trent that I hadn't seen in him before. He was hurting, deeply. The two men shook hands and the security guy took a deferential step back. Trent pushed himself into motion, bothered and hurried as he put a hand on the small of my back and guided me in. The two men stayed outside. I preceded Trent in. The short aisle opened up to a busy kitchen that had a steamy, fragrant warmth, and exotic accents shouted at loud volumes. I could hear the music better, and my step bobbled as I recognized Takata's singing. "Takata is here?" I thought in delight when I remembered the tour bus, then quashed it. I was here for Quen, not to be a fawning groupie. Trent's presence was quickly noted by the kitchen staff, each and every one of them meeting Trent's eyes with an understanding that bit deep, making me almost angry that they cared so much for him. Then I quashed that too. No one stopped us, and it wasn't until we came out into the extravagant bar tucked under the second floor that we saw the first guest. "Here we go, Ms. Morgan," Trent said, the professional, congenial air of a host coming over him. "Get upstairs and wait." I faltered when the heat of the room hit me, the music pounding my insides. "No problem," I said, not sure he heard me. Suddenly I felt vastly underdressed. Hell, even the woman dressed down as a hobo had diamonds on. One of the bartenders intervened when the first guest approached, and we lost our security escort at the next. News of Trent's arrival went out like a wake, and a ribbon of panic pulled through me. How did he deal with this? So many people wanting his attention, demanding it. Trent himself begged off from the third guest, promising to come back as soon as he could, but the slight pause had been his downfall, and the surrounding people in costume closed in like banshees over a wailing infant. The professional politician hid his annoyance with a grace I had a hard time seeing through. An 8-year-old boy pushed his way through the knees, clamoring for Uncle Kalamack, and at that Trent seemed to give up. "Gerald," he said to the security escort who had gotten to us too late, "if you would escort Ms. Morgan upstairs?" I looked up at Gerald, desperate for a way out of the swirling, excited mass of people. "This way, ma'am," he said, and I gratefully sidled closer, wanting to take his sleeve but afraid to look foolish. Gerald looked nervous too, and I wondered if it was because of the people he had to politely find a way through, or because he'd been told I dealt in demons, and one might be crashing the party looking for me. The music ended, and the first floor exploded into cheers. Takata's gravelly voice echoed over it all with the expected thank you, which only made them yell louder. My ears hurt, and when Gerald fell into step behind an hors d'oeuvre lady, I gave up and put my hand on his back. So I looked foolish. Gerald was hot-footing it to the stairs, and if I got separated, I might not get there by myself. We reached the stairs as the band began a new piece. The amps shook the air, and from the bottom step I finally caught sight of the band. Takata bounced over the stage as he played his 5-string bass, long blonde hair caught back in dreadlocks. Expending energy faster than a chipmunk on brimstone, he pounded the music out, sporting an old rocker/punk look that only someone very cool could pull off in their mid-50s. My gaze shifted to Trent. He was smiling warmly, his arm around that kid who was now standing on the arm of a chair so he wouldn't get trampled. Trent was trying to move forward, doing a good job of covering his sorrow and frustration. I could see it, though, in his stance. He wanted to be somewhere else, and a glimmer of his impatience showed when he lifted the child and set him in someone's arms, moving forward all of 3 steps before he was caught again. "What a pain in the ass," I whispered, my voice lost in the thundering music. No wonder Trent hid in his forest most of the time. "Ma'am," it was Gerald, and he held the velveteen rope aside for me. Feeling out of place in my jeans and top, I started up, holding the rail since I couldn't take my eyes off the room. It was astounding. Trent's entertaining room was the size of a football field. Well, not really, but the fireplace at the far end was as big as a dump truck, one of those big ones. Takata was on a small stage at the other end with his band, and the dance floor was filled with kids and adults. The ward on the huge opening that looked out onto the deck and pool had been removed, and people moved freely inside and out. Kids were everywhere, running from the hot tub to jump into the big pool and come up shouting from the cold. I paused at the top of the landing and tried to get Takata to look at me, but he just kept jamming. That never worked except in the movies. "Please, ma'am," Gerald insisted, and tearing my attention away, I followed him past the second rope and twin security guards into the open walkway that overlooked the party and went on to the cozy living room I knew was ahead. "If you would, please," Gerald said, his eyes darting from me to the floor. "Stay in Mr. Kalamack's private quarters." I nodded, and Gerald settled in beside the archway to make sure I didn't wander. The music wasn't as overpowering up here, and as I went in I scanned the sweet arrangement of 4 doors opening up onto a sunken lounging pit and a black widescreen TV taking up a huge amount of space. Tucked in the back was an open, normal-sized kitchen and an informal dining area. Seated at the round table were 2 people. My pace bobbled, and, stifling a frown, I continued forward. Great. Now I'd have to make nice with 2 of Trent's special friends, dressed in costume, no less. Or maybe not, I thought as I got closer. They were both wearing lab coats, and my plastic smile went even more stilted as I realized they were probably Quinn's doctors. The younger one had very straight black hair and the tired look of an intern. The other was clearly the superior of the 2, older, and with the upright posture and stiffness that I'd seen in professionals who thought too much of themselves. I looked closer at the tall woman with her silvered hair back in an ugly bun, then looked again. Apparently Trent had gotten his wish for a Leline witch after all. "Holy crap," I said. "I thought you were dead." Dr. Anders stiffened, her face rising to give me a smile utterly lacking in warmth. Glancing at her companion, she shifted her head to get a wisp of her silver hair out of her eyes. She was tall and thin, her narrow face having no makeup or charm spell to make her look younger than she was. She'd probably been born around the turn of the century. Most witches born then were reluctant to show their magic, and that she had become a teacher of it was unusual. I'd had the distasteful woman for an instructor twice. The first time she flunked me the first week of class for no good reason, and the second time she threatened to do the same if I didn't take a familiar. She had been a murder suspect I was checking out, and her car had gone over a bridge during the investigation, eliminating her as a suspect. But I'd known she hadn't committed the crimes. Dr. Anders was nasty, but murder wasn't on her syllabus. Yet, seeing her having coffee in Trent's private kitchen, I wondered if she was learning new skills. Apparently Trent had helped her stage her death, so the real Leline witch murderer wouldn't target her, and she could safely come to work for him. She reminded me of Jonathan, her disdain for earth magic as palpable as Jonathan's dislike for me. I ran my gaze over her too thin form as I neared. It had to be her. Who would want to dress up in costume and pretend to be a woman that plain-looking? "Rachel," the woman said as she turned, her legs crossing now that they were out from under the table. She glanced inquiringly at the heavy magic detection amulet around my bruised and bitten neck, and my eye twitched when her voice brought back oodles and oodles of good memories of being embarrassed in class. "How nice to see you doing so well," she continued as her intern glanced between us, weighing our moods. "I understand you managed to break the familiar bond with your boyfriend." She smiled with the warmth of a penguin. "Can I ask how? Another curse, perhaps? Your aura is smutty." She sniffed, as if her long nose could smell the blackness on my soul. "What have you been doing to it?" I stopped 3 feet back, hip cocked, and imagined how good it would feel to plug my foot in her gut and send her chair crashing back. She had faked her own death, leaving me to try to figure out how to break the bond on my own, the harpy. "The familiar bond broke spontaneously when a demon made me his familiar," I said, hoping to shock her. The intern gasped, his almond-shaped eyes widening as he sat back in his seat, the tips of his black hair shifting. Feeling like a smart-ass, I pulled out a chair and propped my foot on it, instead of sitting down. "When the bond didn't work through the lines," I said lightly, enjoying the man's horror, "he forced a tighter connection by making me take some of his aura. That broke the original bond with Nick. It also made him my familiar. He didn't expect that." You have a demon for a familiar?" the young man stammered, and Dr. Anders gave him a look to tell him to shut up. I was tired of this, and as Takata shifted to one of his few ballads, I shook my head. "No, we agreed that because the familiar bonds were unenforceable, so was the deal. I'm no one's familiar but my own." Dr. Anders's expression changed, her long face becoming greedy. "Tell me how," she demanded as she leaned forward slightly. "I've read about this. You can spindle line energy in your thoughts, can't you?" I looked at her in disgust. She had belittled and shamed me in front of 2 entire classes because I had pursued earth magic instead of Lee-line skills, and she thought I'd tell her how to be her own familiar? "Be careful what you wish for, Dr. Anders," I said dryly, and she pursed her lips sourly at me. I leaned over my bent knee toward her to hammer my words home. "I can't tell you," I said softly. "If I do, I'm his. Just like you belong to Trent, only a lot more honestly." A faint flush colored her cheeks. "He doesn't own me. I work for him. That's all." Her intern was looking nervous, and taking my foot from the chair, I stood and rummaged in my bag. "Did he help you fake your death?" I said as I pulled out my cell phone and checked for messages and the time. 2 a.m., still no demon, still alive. She said nothing, and, flipping through the menu, I made sure my phone was on vibrate before dropping it away and adding my splat gun. "Then you belong to him," I added cruelly, thinking of Keesley and hoping it might be otherwise for him. But Dr. Anders sat back, snorting through her long nose. "I told you he wasn't murdering the Lee-line witches." "He murdered those wares last June, though." The older woman dropped her eyes, and anger flooded me. She had known. Helped him, maybe. Absolutely disgusted, I shoved the chair in, refusing to sit with her. "Thanks for helping me with my problem," I added bitterly. My accusation had unbalanced her, and the woman's face reddened in anger. "I couldn't risk breaking my cover by helping you. I had to pretend to die, or I would have died for real. You are a child, Rachel. Don't even begin to think to lecture me on morality." I thought I would have enjoyed this more than I was, and in the soft hush of Takata whispering, "I loved you best, I loved you best," I said bitingly, "Even a child would have known better than to leave me hanging like that. A letter would have done it, or a phone call. I wouldn't have told anyone you were alive." I rocked back, my bag held tight to me. "And now you think I'm going to risk my soul to tell you how to spindle line energy?" She had the grace to look discomforted. Still standing, I crossed my arms and looked at the intern. "How is Quen?" I asked him, but Dr. Anders touched his arm, stopping his words. "He has an 11% chance of seeing the sunrise," she said, glancing to one of the doors. "If he makes it that far, his chances of surviving rise to 50-50. My knees went weak, and I locked them. He had a chance. Trent had let me drive all the way out here thinking his death was inevitable. "Trent says it's my fault," I said. not caring if she knew by my pale face that I felt guilty. What happened? Dr. Anders looked at me with that cold, reserved expression she saved for her most stupid students. It wasn't your fault. Quen stole the antidote. Her face twisted in disdain, and she completely missed the guilty look that crossed the intern's face. Took it from a locked cabinet. It wasn't ready for testing, much less consumption, and he knew it. Quen had taken something that likely had tampered with his genetic structure, or he'd be in a hospital. Fear slid through me as I imagined the horrors that Trent was capable of in his genetic labs, and unable to wait any more, I turned to the door Dr. Anders had looked at. "He's in there?" I asked, then headed for it, my pace quick and determined. "Rachel, wait!" Dr. Anders predictably said, and my jaw clenched. I reached Quen's door and jerked it open. Cooler air slipped out, softer somehow, with a comforting dampness. The lights were dim, and the patch of carpet I could see was a soothing mottled green. Dr. Anders came up behind me, the sound of her steps lost in the noise from the band. I wished Jenks were here to run interference. "Rachel," the woman demanded in her best instructor voice. "You're to wait for Trent." But I had lost any respect I might have had for her, and what she said meant nothing. I jerked to keep from reacting with violence when she grabbed my arm. "Get your hand off of me," I said, my voice low and threatening. Fear widened her pupils, and suddenly ashen, she let go of me. From inside the dark room came a raspy, "Morgan, it's about time." Quen's voice was replaced by a wet cough. It was awful, like the sound of moist cloth tearing. I'd heard it somewhere before, and it sent shivers born in a stifled memory through me. Damn it, back to the turn. What am I doing here? Taking a breath, I pushed my fear down. "Excuse me," I said coldly to Dr. Anders as I went in, but she followed, closing the door to shut out most of the music. I didn't care as long as she left me alone. My tension eased as I took in Quen's shadowy suite. It felt good here, with low ceilings and deep colors. The few pieces of furniture were spaced to leave lots of room. Everything was set up for the comfort of one person, not two. It had an inner sanctum feel that quieted my thoughts and soothed my soul. There was a sliding glass door looking out onto a mossy stone courtyard, and unlike most of the windows in Trent's fortress, I'd be willing to bet this one was real and not a vid window. Quen's breathing drew me to a narrow bed in a sunken part of the expansive room. His eyes focused on me, clearly seeing my approval of his private rooms and appreciating it. "What took you so long?" he said, his words pronounced carefully, so he wouldn't start coughing. "It's almost 2. My heart sped up, and I came forward. "There's a party going on. You know I can't resist a party," I quipped, and he snorted, wincing as he worked to keep his breathing even. Guilt was heavy on me. Trent said this was my fault. Dr. Anders said it wasn't. Hiding my tension behind a false smile, I took the 3 steps down into the sunken area. It put him below the level of the floor, and I wondered if it was a security precaution or an elf thing. There was a comfortable leather wing chair that had clearly been pulled from a different part of the house, and an end table holding a worn leather journal with no name. I put my bag on the chair, but I didn't feel right sitting. Quen was struggling to keep from coughing, and I looked away to give him some privacy. There were several hospital-like carts set to the side, and an IV. The IV was the only thing hooked up to him, and I appreciated the lack of the obnoxious beeping of a heart monitor. Finally, Quen's breathing evened out. Braver, I hesitantly sat on the front of the chair with my bag behind me. Dr. Anders hovered on the main level, unwilling to break the mental barrier of the stairs and join us. I solemnly looked at Quen, gauging the marks his struggle had put on him. His usually dark complexion was pale and wan, and the pox scars the turn had given him looked stark red, almost as if they were active. Sweat had tangled his dark hair, and lines creased his brow. His green eyes were glinting, brilliant, with a fierce passion that twisted my gut. I'd seen that glitter before. It was the look of someone who was seeing around the corners of time to his own death, but he was going to fight it all the same. Damn it all to hell. I settled myself, not yet willing to take his small but muscular hand, which lay on the gray cotton sheets. "You look like crap," I finally said, bringing a pained smile to his face. "What did you do? Tangle with a demon? Did you win?" I was trying for levity, and failing. Quinn took 2 slow breaths. "Get out, witch," he said clearly, and I flushed, almost standing before I realized he was talking to Dr. Anders. Dr. Anders knew who he was talking to, though, and she came forward to look down at us. "Trent wouldn't want you alone." "I'm not alone," he said, his voice gaining strength as he used it. "He wouldn't want you alone with her," she finished, loathing heavy in her words. It was an ugly, ugly sound, and I could tell it bothered Quinn. "Get out," he said softly, angry that his illness had given her the idea she could assert her will over his. "I asked Morgan here because I don't want the person who sees me take my last breath to be a stinking bureaucrat or doctor. I gave an oath to Trent, and I won't break that. Get out!" A cough took him, the sound like tearing fabric, slicing through me. I turned in my chair, gesturing for her to get her ass out of here. She was making things worse, not better. And she backed to the shadows. Stiff and angry, she leaned against a dresser with her arms crossed. I could see her frown, even in the dark. The mirror showed her back, making it look like there were 2 of her. Someone had draped a bit of ribbon over the top to drape down in a smooth arc over the glass, and I realized Siri had been here before she had gone to pray. She had gone to pray, walked all the way to the basilica to do it, and I hadn't taken this seriously. The distance Dr. Anders put between us seemed to satisfy Quinn, and his clenched body slowly relaxed as the jerks of his coughing eased and stopped. I felt helpless, and tension drew my back into an ache. Why does he want me here seeing this? "Gee, Quinn, I didn't know you cared," I said, and he smiled, making his stress wrinkles all fold in together. "I don't, but I meant it about the bureaucrats." He stared at the ceiling, taking 3 careful, rattling breaths. My panic stirred, settling in a familiar place in my soul. I've heard this sound before. His eyes closed, and I jerked forward. "Quinn!" I shouted, then felt stupid when his lids flew open and focused on me with an eerie intensity. "Just resting my eyes," he said, amused by my fear. "I have a few hours. I can feel things faltering, and I have at least that long." His gaze lingered on my neck, then rose. "Having trouble with your roommate?" I refused to cover my bites, but it was hard. "Wake-up call," I said. "Sometimes it takes a 2x4 across your head to realize what you want isn't what you'll end up with if you get it." His head barely shifted. "Good." He took a slow breath. "You're a safer person to be around now. Very good." Dr. Anders shifted position to remind me she was listening. Frustrated, I leaned closer until the new skin on my bites pulled, smelling pine and sun under the medicinal smells of alcohol and adhesive tape. I glanced at Dr. Anders, then asked him, "Why am I here?" Quinn's eyes opened wider, and he turned his head to see me, hesitating as he stifled the urge to cough. "Not, what did you do to get like this?" he asked. I shrugged. "I already asked that, and you got all nasty, so I thought I'd go with something else." Closing his eyes again, Quinn simply breathed, slow and labored. "I already told you why I asked you here." "The bureaucrat thing?" "Okay," I said, wanting to take his hand to give him strength, but I felt funny about it, as if he would think I pitied him. That would just tick him off. "Then tell me what you did to yourself." He took a ragged breath, then held it. "Something I had to," he said on the exhale. "Nice. Just peachy." "So I'm just here to hold your hand while you die?" I said, frustrated. "Something like that." I looked at his hand, not ready to take it. Awkwardly, I scooted closer, the chair bumping over the low wooden mat. "At least you have good music," I muttered, and the creases in his face eased slightly. "You like Takata?" he said. "What's not to like?" Jaw clenched, I listened to Quen breathe. It sounded wet, like he was drowning. Agitated, I looked at his hand, then the journal on the bedside. Should I read something? I asked, wanting to know why I was here. I couldn't just up and leave. Why in hell was Quen doing this to me? Quen started to chuckle, cutting it short to take 3 slow breaths until they evened out again. No. You've watched death come slowly before, haven't you? Thoughts of my dad surfaced. The cold hospital room in his thin, pale hand in mine as he fought for breath. The cold hospital room in his thin, pale hand in mine as he fought for breath, his body not as strong as his will. Then Peter, as he gasped his last, his body shuddering in my arms as it finally gave up and freed his soul. Tears pricked and a familiar grief stained my thoughts, and I knew I'd done the same with Kiston, too, though I didn't remember it. Damn it, back to the turn. Once or twice, I said. His eyes met mine, riveting in their gleam. I won't apologize for being selfish. I'm not worried about that. I really wanted to know why he'd asked me here if he didn't want to tell me anything. No, I thought abruptly, feeling my face lose all expression. It's not that he doesn't want to tell me something, but that he promised Trent he wouldn't. Stiffening on the cool leather chair, I leaned forward. Quen sharpened the focus of his gaze, as if he recognized I'd figured it out. Fully aware of Dr. Anders behind me, I mouthed, "What is it?" But Quen only smiled. "You're thinking," he said, almost breathing it. "Good." His smile softened his pained features, making him look almost fatherly. "I can't. I promised my Sayhan," he said, and I pushed myself into the back of the chair, disgusted and feeling the bump of my bag behind me. Stupid elf morals. He could kill a person, but he couldn't break his word. "I have to ask the right question?" I said, and he shook his head. "There is no question. There is only what you see." Oh, God, wise old man crap. I hated it when they did that, but I tensed when Quen's breathing became labored over the sound of the faint music. My pulse quickened, and I looked at the hospital equipment, silent and dark. "You need to be quiet for a while," I said, agitated. "You're wasting your strength." A shadow against the gray of the sheets, Quen held himself still, concentrating on keeping his lungs moving. "Thanks for coming," he said, his gravelly voice thin. "I probably won't last long, and I appreciate you dealing with Trent and trying to cope afterward. He's having a hard time." "No problem." I reached out and felt his forehead. It was hot, but I wasn't going to offer him the sippy straw cup on the table unless he asked. He had his pride. His pox scars stood out, and I did take the antiseptic wipe that Dr. Anders silently gave me, dabbing his forehead and neck until he scowled. "Rachel," he said, pushing my hand away, "since you're here, I want to ask you a favor." "What?" I asked, then turned to the door as the music rose when Trent entered. Dr. Anders went to tattle on me, and the music faded as the door shut and the light vanished. Quen's eye twitched, telling me he knew Trent was here. He took a careful breath, then, softly so he wouldn't cough, he said, "If I fail, will you take my position as head of security?" My jaw dropped, and I pulled away. "Oh, hell no," I said, and Quen's smile widened even as his eyes shut to hide that unsettling seeing-around-corners glint. Trent came up beside me. I could sense his irritation at me for not waiting for him, and, under that, his gratitude that someone, even if it was me, had been with Quen. "I didn't think you would," Quen said, "but I had to ask." His eyes opened to fix on Trent beside me. "I had someone else lined up if you said no. Can I at least get you to promise to help him when he needs it?" Trent shifted from foot to foot as his tension looked for an outlet. I went to say no, and Quen added, "From time to time, if the money is right, and it doesn't compromise your morals." The scent of silk and other people's perfume grew stronger as Trent became more upset. I glanced at his frustrated worry, then back to Quen, struggling to take another breath. "I'll think about it," I said, "but I'm just as likely to haul his ass in." Quen's eyes closed in acknowledgement, and his hand rolled palm up in invitation. My eyes pricked again. Shit, shit, shit. He was slipping. His need for support had surmounted his pride. I hated this. I hated it! Handshaking, I slipped my warm fingers into his cool grip, feeling his fingers tighten about mine. My throat closed, and I angrily wiped at my eye. Damn it all to hell! Quen's posture eased, and his breathing evened out. It was the oldest magic in the universe, the magic of compassion. Dr. Anders began to pace from the window to the dresser. "It wasn't ready," she muttered. "I told him it wasn't ready. The blending had only a 30% success rate, and the linkages were weak at best. This wasn't my fault. He should have waited." Quen squeezed my hand, and his face crinkled in what I recognized as a smile. He thought she was funny. Trent left the sunken area, and I relaxed. "No one is blaming you," Trent said, a hand on her arm in solace. He hesitated, then said without emotion, "Why don't you wait outside?" Surprised, I turned to see her indignant shock. "Oh, she's pissed," I whispered so Quen would know, getting my fingers squeezed in return. But I think she heard me too, since she stared at me with a prune face for an entire 3 seconds, fumbling for words before she turned on a heel. Pace stiff, she went to the door. There was a flush of drums and light, then the soft smothering of darkness returned. Takata's bass thrummed through it like a pulse. Trent stepped into the lowered pit of Quen's bedroom. In a fast motion of anger, he shoved a piece of expensive equipment off a low cart. The noise of it hitting the floor shocked me as much as his unexpected show of frustrated anger, and I stared as he sat down where it had been, to put his elbows on his knees and drop his head into his cupped hands. Trent had once sat and watched his father die, too. I felt my face blank as I saw him raw and stripped down to the pain in his soul. He was young, afraid, and watching yet another person who had raised him, dying. All his power, wealth, privilege, and illegal biolabs couldn't stop it. He wasn't used to being helpless, and it tore at him. Quen's eyes had opened at the crash, and I found them waiting for me when I turned to him. "This is why you're here," he said, confusing me. Quen's attention slid to Trent, then back to me. "Trent's a good man," he said as if he wasn't sitting right there. "But he's a businessman, living and dying by numbers and percentages. He's got me in the ground already. Fighting this with him is a losing battle. You believe in the 11%, Rachel." He took an arduous breath, his lungs moving in exaggerated motion. "I need that." The long speech had winded him, and as he labored to catch his breath in wet inhalations, I held his hand tighter, remembering my father. My jaw gritted and my throat closed as I heard the truth in his words. "Not this time, Quen," I said, feeling a headache start and forcing my grip to ease. "I'm not going to sit here and watch you die. All you have to do is see the sunrise, and you're home free." It was what Dr. Anders had said, and unlike Trent, I saw it as a real possibility. Hell, I didn't believe in the 11%. I lived on it. Trent was staring in horror at us as it sunk in. He wasn't capable of living any other way than by his graphs and predictions. "It's not your fault, Sehan," Quen said, his gravelly voice carrying a softer pain. "It's a mindset, and I need her. Because as much as it looks otherwise, I want to live." His face riven, Trent stood. I watched him rise out of the sunken area and walk away, pitying him. I could help Quen. He could not. The door opened and shut, letting in a sliver of life before the uncertain darkness that hid the future cocooned us again in a waiting warmth and smothering stillness. Waiting. We were alone. I looked at Quen's dark hand in mine and saw the strength in it. The coming battle would be fought by both the mind and the body, but it was the soul where the balance lay. "You took something," I said, my heart pounding at the chance that he might actually talk to me. "Something Dr. Anders was working on. Was it genetic? Why?" Quen's eyes were bright, still seeing around corners. Taking a breath that it hurt to hear, he blinked at me, refusing to answer. Frustrated, I took his grip more firmly. "Fine, you son of a bitch," I swore. "I'll hold your stupid-ass hand, but you're not going to die." God, give us the 11%. Please, just this once. I hadn't been able to save my dad. I hadn't been able to save Peter. I hadn't been able to save Kiston, and the guilt of his dying to keep me alive was enough to bring me sobbing to my knees. Not this time, not this man. "It doesn't matter if I live or die," he rasped. "But seeing me through this is the only way you'll find the truth," he rasped, his body clenching in pain. It was getting worse. His bird-bright eyes fixed on mine, and the hurt in him was obvious. "How bad do you want to know?" he taunted, as the sweat beaded on his forehead. "Bastard," I almost snarled as I dabbed it away, and he smiled through the pain. "You son of a bitch bastard." Chapter 21. My lower back hurt, and my arms. They were crossed to serve as a pillow as I lay slumped forward in my chair, with my upper body draped on Quen's bed. I was just resting my eyes while Quen had another span of time where he could breathe without my encouragement. It was late, and so very, very quiet. Quiet? Adrenaline pulsed through me, and I jerked upright. I'd fallen asleep. Damn it, I thought in panic, my gaze going to Quen. His horrible, tearing breaths had ceased, and guilt twisted in me as I thought he had died while I slept, until I realized he didn't have the waxy hue of the dead, but a soft color. "He's still alive," I thought with relief, reaching to shake him back into breathing, as I had numerous times that night. The cessation of his labored breathing must have woken me. But my outstretched hand stopped and tears threatened when I saw his chest rise and fall in an easy motion. Slumping back into the leather-wing-back chair, I sent my attention to the wide sliding door that led to the patio. The moss and stones, hazy with the reflected sunlight, grew blurry. It was morning, and damn it all to hell, he was going to make it. 11% chance my ass, he had done it! If he had crossed the 11% barrier, 50 was nothing. Sniffing, I wiped my eyes. There was the softest rattle in Quen's breathing, and his sheets were sweat-soaked. His black hair was stuck to his skull, and he looked dehydrated despite the IV, wan with stress wrinkles, making him appear old. But he was alive. "I hope it was worth it, Quen," I whispered, still not knowing what he had done to himself or why Trent blamed me. I fumbled in my bag for a tissue, forced to use a nasty one with lint all over it. Jenks hadn't shown up, and I hoped he was okay. There was absolutely no sound anywhere. The thump of the music was gone, and I could feel the peace that had settled over Trent's compound. By the light coming from the patio, it looked a shade after sunrise. I had to stop waking up at this hour. It was just insane. Dropping the tissue in the trash, I carefully scooted my chair from Quen's bed. The soft sound of the legs bumping against my discarded shoes seemed loud, but Quen remained unmoving. His night had been an ugly, painful ordeal. I was cold, and with my arms wrapped about myself, I tottered out of the sunken pit and headed for the light. The outside pulled at me. I took a last look at Quen to assure myself that he was breathing, and then carefully unlocked the patio door and pushed it aside with a swoosh of sound. Birdsong filtered in, and the cold sharpness of frost. The clean scent filled my lungs, to instantly wash out the warmth and darkness of the room behind me. A second look back, and I stepped outside, only to jerk to a surprised halt when I ran into the spiderweb touch of sticky silk. Disgusted, I waved my arms to clear the doorway of the delicate but effective pixie and fairy deterrent. "Sticky silk," I muttered as I brushed it from my hair. I thought Trent should get over his pixie paranoia and admit he had an eerie attraction to them, like every other pure-blood elf I'd met. So he liked pixies. I liked Double Crunch ice cream, but you didn't see me avoiding it in the grocery store. My thoughts drifted to Biss in the belfry and being able to hear and feel the city's ley lines when he touched me. No, that wasn't the same at all. Arms wrapped about me in the chill, I watched the steam from my breath catch the sun. The light felt thin, and the sky looked transparent. I could smell coffee somewhere, and I gingerly rubbed the soft beginnings of scarring on my neck. My hand dropping, I breathed deep and pressed my feet into the rough stone the patio was tiled with. Dampness soaked my socks, but I didn't care. Last night had been awful. The stuff of nightmares and torture. I honestly hadn't expected Quen to survive. I still didn't believe he had. After the third time Dr. Anders had stuck her long nose in, I had escorted her out with a twisted arm, telling her if she came back I was going to break her toes off and jam them up her ass. Quen had gotten a kick out of that. It had kept him fighting for about a half hour. After that, it got really bad. My eyes closed, and I felt a prickling in my nose from the hint of tears. He had suffered longer and harder than anyone I'd ever seen, endured more than I thought possible. He hadn't wanted to give in, but the pain and fatigue had been so great. I shamed him into taking just one more breath, bullied him, coaxed him, anything to keep him alive and tortured though his muscles ached and each breath tore at my soul as it tore his body. I reminded him to breathe when he forgot or pretended to forget, disgracing his honor until he took one more, then another and another, enduring the torment and shunning the peace that death offered. My stomach hurt and my eyes opened. Quen would hate me. The things I said. Hatred had kept him alive. No wonder he hadn't wanted Trent in the room. Quen could hate me if he wanted, but somehow I didn't think he would. He wasn't stupid. If I had truly hated him and meant what I'd said, I could have walked out of the room and let him die. Focus blurry, I stared at the canopy of bare branches above me to the pale blue of an autumn morning. Though Quen had suffered and won, I was still feeling an inner pain, made worse by my utter exhaustion, both physical and mental. My dad had died the same way when I had been 13, and I recognized an ugly ember of anger growing in me that my dad had given up while Quen hadn't. But then the anger shifted to guilt. I had tried to keep my dad alive and failed. What kind of a daughter can keep a stranger alive and not be able to save her own dad? Watching Quen had brought back every little detail of holding my dad's hand as he died. The same pain, the same labored breathing, the same everything. I blinked, and my focus on the trees cleared in a sudden crystalline thought. My dad had died exactly the same way. I was there. I saw it. Socks catching on the rough stone, I turned to the dark room past the open door. Quen had said it didn't matter if he lived or died, but to find the truth, I had to see him through it. He wouldn't break his word by telling me why my dad had died, but he had showed me the connection by forcing me to endure his struggle with him. The blood drained from my face, and I went colder still. Dr. Anders hadn't concocted whatever Quen had taken, but I'd be willing to wager she'd been modifying it so it would work better. And my dad had died from an earlier version of it. As if in a dream, I walked from the luminous morning and slipped back into the cocooning warmth of shadow. I left the door open so Quen's unconscious would hear the birds and know he was alive. He didn't need me anymore, and he had shown me what he intended to, what Trent had forbade him to say. "Thank you, Quen," I whispered as I passed the bed, my pace never slowing. Trent. Where was Trent? He had to know. Trent's father had died first, so whatever had killed my dad, it had been Trent who made the decision to administer it. Tense, I opened the door and heard the murmur of distant voices. The common area was empty but for the intern on the couch, his mouth hanging open as he snored. Silent in my socks, I went to the walkway and looked down on the great room. The comforting sound of conversation and sporadic clinks drew my attention to the stage. It was empty, but for the band roadies packing up, doing more talking than anything else. The morning sun lit the aftermath of the party with its scattered glasses, crumb-smeared plates, crumpled cocktail napkins, and decorations in orange and red. The ward on the window was back up, shimmering faintly, and in the far corner by the window I found Trent. He was sitting in silent vigil, still wearing the baggy clothes he'd had on last night. I remembered that the big leather chair and small round table beside it was his spot, near the huge fireplace, and set where he could see the waterfall that burbled down the cliffs and encircled his backyard pool and deck. Though the rest of the room was a mess, the 5x8 area he was in was clean and vacuumed. A cup of something steamed beside him. My chest clenched. Grip loose on the rail, I took the stairs fast in my socks, bent on finding out what he had given my dad that killed him, and why. "Trent!" The man jerked, pulling his attention from where he had been watching the water ripple on his pool. I wove through the couches and chairs, ignoring the smell of spilled alcohol and hors d'oeuvres crushed into the carpet. Alarm cascaded over Trent as he straightened, fear almost. But he wasn't afraid of me. He was afraid of what I would say. Breathless, I came to a stop before him. His face showed no emotion, but his eyes were haunted with a horrible question. Pulse fast, I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear and took my hand off my hip. "What did you give my dad?" I said, hearing my voice as if from outside my head. "What did he die from?" "Excuse me?" Anger burst from nowhere. I'd suffered last night, reliving my dad's death and helping Quen survive. "What did my dad die from?" I shouted, and the soft conversation at the stage hesitated. "My dad died from the same thing Quen suffered from, and don't you expect me to believe that they aren't connected. What did you give him?" Trent's eyes closed, his lashes fluttering against skin that was suddenly very white. He slowly leaned back in his chair, placing his hands carefully on his knees. The sun turned his hair translucent, and I could see the ambient heat making it float. I was so frustrated and full of conflicting emotions I wanted to shake him. I took a step forward, and his eyes flashed open to take in my clenched jaw and disheveled appearance. His face was empty of emotion, almost scaring me. He gestured for me to take the seat across from him, but I folded my arms over my chest and waited. "Quen took an experimental genetic treatment to block the vampire virus," he said, his voice flat, its usual grace and subtle flavors lost in the tight grip he had on his emotions. "It makes it permanently dormant." His gaze met mine. "We've tried several ways to mask the virus's expression," he added tiredly, "and though they work, the body violently rejects them. It's the secondary treatment to trick the body into accepting the original modification that your father died from." I softly bit the scar inside my lip, feeling anew the fear of being bound. I had those same vampire compounds sunk deep into my tissue. Ivy protected me from casual predation. Quen's scar had been tuned to piscary, and since poaching would lead to a nasty second death simply on principle, Quen had been safe from all but the master vampire. Piscary's death effectively turned Quen's bound scar into an unclaimed scar that any vampire, dead or undead, could play upon with impunity. The risk must have become intolerable for him. He could no longer protect Trent in anything but an administrative way. Quen took the 11% chance, preferring that to a desk job that would slowly kill him. And since Quen had been bitten while saving my butt, Trent blamed me. I sank to sit on the edge of the seat as the lack of food hit me. "You can get rid of the vampire virus?" I said, hope striking me, followed by alarm. Ivy was looking for this. She might risk an 11% chance to be free of it. Not her. I can't do this with her. I know I couldn't survive it again, not after watching Quen suffer. Trent's lips pressed together. It was the first show of emotion he'd let slip through. "I never said it got rid of the virus. I said it masks its expression, makes it dormant, and it works only in still-living tissue. Once you're dead, it doesn't work anymore. So even if Ivy took it, it wouldn't eliminate the virus and she would become an undead upon dying. It wasn't a cure for Ivy, and a knot of worry eased. But still, why had my dad risked it? The leather chair was cold, and I couldn't seem to think, my brain fuzzy from the early hour and too little sleep. My dad had been bitten by piscary. Was that it? My head came back up to find Trent staring at nothing, his hands clenched with a white-knuckled strength. Piscary bound him, my dad? The records don't say, he said softly, not paying attention. You don't know? I exclaimed, and his focus sharpened on me, almost as if he was irritated. You were there. It wasn't an issue at the time, he said, angry. Why the blue blazes wouldn't it be an issue? Pursing my lips, I felt my own anger tighten until I thought I would scream. Then why did he do it? I said from between clenched teeth. Why did he risk it? Even if he had been bound to piscary, he could have just quit the IS, I said, gesturing at nothing, or been transferred to another part of the country. People were occasionally bound by accident, and when the cover-up failed, there were ways to avoid being sued. It happened to IS employees just like everyone else, and there were options involving large sums of money and generous moving packages. Trent wasn't saying anything. This was like playing 20 questions with a dog. He knew the risk, and he took it anyway, I prompted, and Trent sighed. His hands unclenched, and he flexed them, gazing at the stark white pressure points standing in contrast to the red. My father risked immediate treatment because being bound to piscary compromised his position as... He hesitated, his angular face twisting in an old anger. It compromised his political power. Your father begged me to let him do the same, not for power, but for you, your brother, and your mother. I stared at Trent as his words and face became harsh. My father risked his life to maintain power, he said bitterly. Your dad did it for love. It still didn't explain why, though. The jealousy in Trent's gaze gave me pause, and I watched him stare into the garden his parents had created, lost in memory. At least your father waited until he knew there was no other option, he said. Waited until he was sure. His voice was breathy, trailing off into nothing. Tense, I asked, Sure of what? In a soft rustling of silk and linen, Trent turned. His youthful face was hard with hatred. Both our dads had died, but he was clearly jealous that mine had risked death for love. His jaw clenched, and apparently intending to hurt me, he said, he waited until he was sure that piscary had infected him with enough virus to turn him. I took a breath and held it. Confusion blanked my thoughts. But witches can't be turned, I said, nauseated. Just like elves. Trent sneered at me, acting for once as he wanted instead of hiding behind the facade he comforted himself with. No, he said nastily. They can't. But my knees went watery, and I couldn't seem to get enough air. My mind shot back to my mother's old complaint of no more children between her and my dad. I had thought she had meant because of my discovered genetic blood disease, but now... And her free-thinking advice about marrying for love and having children with the right man. Had she meant marrying whom you loved and having children with someone else? The age-old practice of witches borrowing their best friend's brother or husband for a night to engender a child when they married outside their species? And what of the lovingly retold story of her invoking all my dad's charms for him in college, in exchange for him working all her circles? Witches couldn't be turned. That meant... I reached for the arm of the chair, my head spinning as I forgot to breathe. My dad wasn't a witch? Just who had my mother been sleeping with? My head came up, and I saw Trent's bitter satisfaction that my world was going to be rearranged, and I probably wasn't going to like it. He wasn't my dad, I squeaked, not needing to see his nod. But he worked at the IS, I exclaimed, scrambling for a way out. He was lying. Trent had to be lying, jerking me around to see how screwed up he could make me. The IS was fairly new when your father joined, he said, clearly getting a lot of satisfaction out of this. They didn't have good records, "Your mother?" he said mockingly. "She's an excellent earth witch. She could have taught at the university, gone on to be one of the leading spell developers for the nation, if she hadn't been saddled with children so soon." My mouth was dry, and I flushed when I remembered her slipping Minius a charm to hide his demon scent, and catching her this week reeking of heavy spell-casting, only to have it muted a few hours later. Hell, it had even fooled Jenks. "You get your earth magic from your mother," Trent said, his words seeming to echo in my head, "your Leline skill from your real father, and your blood disease from them both." I couldn't move, shaking inside. "The man who raised me was my real dad," I said in a surge of loyalty. "Who—" I began, having to— "You know who my birth father is. You have to. It's in your records somewhere." "Who is he?" Smiling nastily, Trent eased back into his chair, crossing his knees and setting his hands gracefully in his lap. Son of a bitch. "Who is my father, you freaking bastard?" I shouted, and the roadies at the far end of the room stopped what they were doing to watch. "I don't want you to endanger the poor man," he said caustically. "You put everyone around you in jeopardy, and how vain of you to assume he wants you to come looking for him. Some things are forgotten for good reason. Shame, guilt, embarrassment." Infuriated, I stood, not believing this. This was a power play for him. A damned power play and nothing more. He knew I wanted to know, so he wouldn't tell me. My fingertips were tingling, and unable to stop myself, I reached for him. Trent moved, scrambling up and behind his chair so fast I almost didn't see. "Touch me," he said grimly, the chair between us, "and I'll have you in an IS cell before your head stops spinning." "Rachel," came a raspy voice from the upper level, and both Trent and I turned. It was Quen, wrapped in a blanket as if it was a death shroud, the black-haired intern at his side, supporting him. His hair was plastered to his skull with sweat, and I could see him wavering as he stood there. "Don't touch Trenton," he said, his gravelly voice clear in the hush, "or I'm going to have to come down there and smack you around." He was smiling at me, but his face lost its pleasure and gratitude as he turned to Trent. "This is petty of you, Sehan. Far beneath your dignity and standing," he finished breathily. I reached out as his knees buckled, and the intern sagged under the sudden dead weight. "My God! Quen!" Trent whispered. Shock on his face, he looked at me. "You let me think he was dead." My mouth dropped open, and I took a step back. I'm sorry," I finally managed, chagrin warming my face. "I never said he was dead. I forgot to tell you he was alive is all. You assumed he was dead." Trent turned his back on me and started for the stairs. "John!" he shouted, taking them two at a time. "He made it! John, get out here!" I stood alone in the middle of the floor. Trent's voice echoed against the silent walls with hope and joy, making me feel like an outsider. A door down the hall thumped open, and John ran down the open walkway to where the intern was lowering Quen, out cold again, to the floor. Trent had already reached him, and the excitement and caring flowing from them hit me deep. Not even aware I was there, they carried him back to his room and the comfort they shared. I was alone. I had to get out of here. My pulse quickened, and I scanned the room, the dregs of the party seeming to soak into me like a stain. I had to leave. I had to talk to my mom. With single-minded intent, I headed for the kitchen. My car was in the garage, and though my shoulder bag and wallet were upstairs, my keys were likely in the ignition where I'd left them. There was no way I was going up into that room where they were suffused with joy. Not now. Not when I was like this, numb, confused, and mentally slapped by Trent, scorned for not having realized the truth before now. I felt stupid. It had been in front of me all the time, and I hadn't realized it. The kitchen was a blur, the lights dim and the ovens cold. I hit the heavy service entrance at a run, and the metal door crashed into the wall. Two big guys in tuxes jumped up from the curb at my sudden appearance. Ignoring them, I jogged into the underground lot in search of my car. The cold pavement soaked into me through my socks. "Miss," one shouted. "Miss, hold up a moment. I need to talk to you." "Like hell you do," I muttered, then spotted Trent's car. Mine was nowhere I could see. I didn't have time for this. I'd take his. Angling to it, I broke into a run. "Ma'am," he tried again, his voice dropping in pitch. "I need to know who you are and your clearance. Turn around." Clearance? I didn't need no lousy clearance. I jerked the handle up, and the cheerful dinging told me the keys were in the ignition. "Ma'am," came an aggressive shout. "I can't let you leave without knowing who you are." "That's what I'm trying to find out," I shouted, cursing myself when I realized I was crying. Damn it, what was wrong with me? Distressed beyond all belief, I slid into the supple leather seat. The engine turned over with a low rumble that spoke of a slumbering power. Gas and pistons, a perfect machine. Slamming the door, I put it into drive and floored it. The tires squealed as I jerked forward and took the turn too fast. A square of light beckoned. If they wanted to know who I was, they could ask Trent. Sniffing, I looked behind me. The big guy had his gun out, but it was aimed at the pavement, as the second officer on the two-way relayed orders to him. Either Trent had told them to let me go, or they were going to stop me at the front gate. I hit the ramp fast, and the undercarriage scraped as I bounced out into the sun. My breath caught in a sob as I wiped my cheeks. I didn't make the next turn properly, and I felt a moment of panic when I drove off the pavement and blasted the "Do Not Enter" sign. But I was out. I had to talk to my mom, and it was going to take more than 2 security guards in tuxes to stop me. Why hadn't she told me, I thought, my palms sweating and my stomach clenched. Why hadn't my crazy, loony mother told me? The tires squealed as I took the turns, and once, on the 3-mile drive out of here, I started to get scared. Was the reason she hadn't told me because she was a little nuts? Or was she a little nuts because she was too afraid to tell me? Chapter 22. The thump of Trent's car door shutting broke the autumn stillness, and the human kids waiting for the bus on the corner turned briefly before going back to their conversations. Someone had smeared a tomato on the street sign, and they were giving it a wide berth. My arms wrapped around me against the cold. I tossed the hair from my eyes and headed for my mother's front walk. The chill from the rough pavement went right through my socks and into me. Driving over without shoes had felt odd, like the pedal was too small. The time spent getting here had cooled me down too, Trent's comments about shame, guilt, and embarrassment reminding me that I wasn't the only one whose life this touched upon. Actually, I was sort of coming in on the tail end of this drama, an afterthought, and also ran. I was either the accidental shame of someone's mistake, or the result of a planned action whose beginning was covered up. Neither option left me feeling very good, especially since my dad had been dead for a long time, leaving plenty of opportunity for the man who'd gotten my mom pregnant to come forward if he wanted. Or maybe it was a one-night fling and he didn't care. Maybe he didn't know. Maybe Mom just wanted to forget. The kids at the stop had noticed I was in my socks, and I ignored their hoots as I tiptoed up the walk with a hunched posture. The memory of standing at the bus stop rose through my thoughts, of me going in on the same bus that dropped the human kids off. I never understood why my mom had wanted to live in a mostly human community. Maybe it was because my dad had been human, and no one would be as likely to notice he wasn't a witch. My toes were cold from the melting frost as I reached the porch. Starting to shiver, I rang the bell and heard it chime faintly. Waiting, I looked around, then rang it again. She had to be home. The car was in the drive, and it was freaking 7 a.m. All the kids at the stop were watching me now. "Hey, there's crazy Mrs. Morgan's crazy daughter," I muttered, sliding back the loose piece of siding to get the spare key. "Look, she don't have no shoes. What a skipped track." But the door wasn't locked, and with a growing sense of unease, I pocketed the key and went in. "Mom?" I called, the warmth of the house obvious on my cheeks. There was no answer, and I wrinkled my nose. It smelled funny, like burnt metal. "Mom, it's me," I said, raising my voice and shutting the door hard. "I'm sorry for waking you up again so early. I have to talk to you." I glanced into the empty living room. God, it was quiet in here. "Mom?" My tension eased when I heard from the kitchen the familiar sound of a plastic photo album page being unstuck. "Oh, Mom," I said softly, and pushed into motion. "Have you been looking at pictures all night again?" Worried, I strode into the kitchen with my damp socks squeaking against the linoleum. My mom was sitting at the table in a pair of faded jeans and a blue sweater, her hand around an empty coffee cup. Her hair was a comfortable disarray, and the photo album was open to one of our family vacations of sunburned noses and exhausted smiles. She didn't look up as I came in, and seeing one of the stove's burners was roaring full tilt, I quickly went to shut it off, jerking when my foot found an amulet sitting on the floor in the middle of the room. "Geez, Mom," I said as I clicked the burner off, and felt the heat radiating from the metal rack. "How long have you had this on?" Damn, it was glowing. That's where the hot metal smell was coming from. She didn't answer, and my brow pinched in concern when I saw the never-used percolator on the counter beside the sink. It was one of those old ones you set atop the stove, and it was the only thing my dad had drunk coffee from. There was an open bag of grounds waiting to be scooped out, and the filters were scattered across the counter. Double damn, she'd been reminiscing again. My shoulders slumped, and I picked up the amulet and set it on the table. "Mom," I said, putting a hand on her shoulder to bring her back to reality. "Mom, look at me." She smiled at me with her green eyes bloodshot, and her face blotchy from crying. "Good morning, Rachel," she said lightly, chilling me with how at odds her voice was with her appearance. "You're up early for school. Why don't you go back to bed for a while?" Shit, this is bad. I'd better call her doctor, I thought, then took a deeper sniff, scenting what the hot metal smell had been covering. My face went cold, and I searched her empty expression. It smelt like burnt amber in here. Alarmed, I looked closer at the amulet I'd picked up, then pulled a chair around so I could sit and see her face to face. Al hadn't shown up last night, but what if Tom had sent him... "Mom," I said, scanning her face. "Are you okay?" She blinked at me, and I gave her a little shake, becoming scared. "Mom, was Al here? Was it a demon?" She took a breath to say something, then dropped her attention to the photo album and flipped a page. Fear dove deep, tensing me. Tom wouldn't risk sending Al to me, knowing I could circle him and send him back, so he sent the demon after my mom. I'm going to kill him. I will freaking kill him. "Mom," I said, pushing the album away and closing it. "Was Al here? Did he hurt you?" My mom focused on me, her gaze clearing for an instant. "No," she said, her voice airy. "Your dad was, though. He says to tell you he said hi." Shit, shit, shit. Can today get any worse? I looked at the amulet with a new understanding as I recognized it. My mom was never good at making circles, preferring the security of another witch's skills to her own. She had trapped Al with it, or she wouldn't be here. I looked over the room, thinking it looked normal, not like the disaster Al usually left in my kitchen. "Mom," I said, taking her hand off the album and holding it in my lap. "That wasn't Dad." Whoever Dad was. It was a demon disguised as him. Whatever he said to you was a lie. It was a lie, Mom. Her gaze was starting to land on me with some awareness, and both relieved and scared, I asked, "Did he do anything to you? Did he touch you?" "No," she said, her fingers touching the spent amulet. "No, he didn't. I knew it wasn't really him, so I put him in a circle. All night we talked. Talked and talked of before he died." A chill went through me, and I stifled a shudder. We were so happy then. "I knew if I didn't keep your demon here, he'd come after you, and I figured you were out having fun. I knew right away it wasn't your dad. Your dad never smiled like that. Cruel and vindictive." My breath was fast, and I looked at her hands as if they might show a mark from her ordeal. She was okay. Well, she wasn't okay, but she was here and unhurt, at least physically. She had talked to Al all night so he wouldn't come after me. God help her. "Do you want some coffee?" she said brightly. "I just made some." She looked at her empty mug, clearly clean and never used. Shock flickered over her, then disgust when she saw the percolator and realized the coffee had never gotten made. "Let's get you to bed," I said. I wanted to ask her about my birth father, but she was scaring the crap out of me. I'd seen it before, but not like this. I had to call her doctor, find her spells. "Come on, Mom," I said, standing and trying to get her to rise. "It's going to be okay." She refused to move, and when she started to cry, I got mad at Al. How dare he come into my mom's house and stir her up like this? I should have had her spend the night at the church. I should have done something. "I miss him so much," she said, the tears in her voice making my throat tighten, and I sank back down. "He loved us all so very deeply." Reaching out, I held her, thinking life was cruel when the child had to comfort the parent. "It's okay, Mom," I whispered, and her narrow shoulders started to shake. "It's over. The demon did it to hurt you is all. It's over and he won't do it again, I promise. You can stay with me until they find a way to hold him." Fear wrapped around my soul and squeezed. I was going to take Al's name to stop this. The other choice was not an option at this point. "Look," she said around a sniffle, pulling the album to her and opening it up. "Remember this vacation? You got so sunburned you couldn't go on any of the rides. Robbie really didn't mean to hurt your feelings by calling you a crab person." I tried to close the album, but she wouldn't let me. "Mom, stop looking at these. It just hurts you," I said, then stiffened at the sound of the front door opening. "Alice?" came a strong masculine voice, gravelly and resonant, and my heart jumped when I recognized it. "It wasn't me," he pleaded, coming closer. "God, Alice, I didn't tell her. You've got to believe me. It was Trent. And he needs to get his ass out of your house so I can pound him into little pieces of green—" I stared, my pulse hammering, when Ta-Ka-Ta strode into the room, stiff and angry, his long hands made into fists, his face red, and his dreadlocks swinging. He was in jeans and a black t-shirt that made him look skinny and normal. His words cut off, and he jerked to a halt when he saw me holding my mom. His haggard face went ashen, and he said flatly, "That's not your car out there, it's Trent's." My mother quietly cried, and I took a deep breath. I couldn't find my car, so I took his. I didn't feel so hot, and swallowing, I remembered his roadies listening to me argue with Trent, and with that it all fell together. "You?" I said, my voice a high squeak. There was only one reason he'd have come over here and walk in as if he had a right to. My face flushed, and I would have stood if my mother hadn't clenched her grip on me, keeping me seated. "You!" Ta-Ka-Ta's eyes were wide, and he rocked back a step, his long hands up as if in surrender. "I'm sorry. I couldn't tell you. I promised your mother and Dad. You don't know how hard it's been." "Hard for you?" I stared, horrified and angry. Crap on toast. Red Ribbons was about me. My gaze shot to him, reading his guilt. Damn it all to hell, his entire career had been made by putting his fucking feelings of guilt for having abandoned me and my mom out there for everyone to see. "No," I said, moving as my mom rocked back and forth, lost in her personal hell. "You and my mom? No!" My mom started crying in deep, racking sobs, and I held her closer, torn between comforting her and shouting at Ta-Ka-Ta. "I can't take it any more," she burbled, trying to wipe her face. "It wasn't supposed to be like this. It wasn't supposed to be like this at all," she exclaimed, and my grip loosened. "You aren't supposed to be here," she shouted, standing up out of my arms and looking at Ta-Ka-Ta. "She's not your daughter, she's Monty's," she raged, red-rimmed eyes glaring, and her hair all over the place. "He gave up everything for her and Robbie when you left to chase your music, sacrificed his own dreams to support us. You made that choice, and you can't come back. Rachel is not yours. I can't—" Her balance wobbled, and I reached for her. "I wanted to stop!" she screamed, and I fell back when she swung blindly at me. Go away, just make it stop!" Shocked, I backpedaled until I hit the counter, frightened. I didn't know what to do. My mother stood with her arms wrapped around herself and her head down, sobbing, and I was afraid to touch her. Ta-Ka-Ta never looked at me. Jaw clenched and eyes bright with unshed tears, he crossed the room and, without hesitation, wrapped his long, wiry arms around her. "Go away," she sobbed. But he had pinned her arms between them, and it didn't look like she really wanted him to leave. "Shh," he crooned as my mother melted in his embrace, putting her head to his chest and sobbing. "It's okay, Allie. It's going to be okay. Robbie and Rachel belong to Monty. They aren't mine. He's their dad, not me. It's going to be fine." I stared at his height, measuring it against my own, seeing my tangled curls in his dreadlocks, seeing my lean strength in his limbs. My gaze dropped to his feet in a pair of flip-flops, my feet on someone else's body. Leaning against the counter, I put a hand to my stomach. I was going to be sick. "I want you to go," my mom cried, more softly now, and Takata rocked her where they stood. "You're fine," he soothed, his arms around her but his eyes on me. "It's all going to pass over and nothing will change. Nothing's going to change." "But he's dead," she wailed. "How could he be here when he was dead?" Takata's eyes met mine, and I mouthed, "Al." Stark fear melted his expression to one of horror, his attention going to the amulet on the table, and then to me. I felt a surge of bitterness. He knew all about me. I knew nothing of him. Son of a bitch. "Did he touch you?" Takata said, pushing her from him enough so he could see her face. "Alice, did he touch you?" His voice was high and frightened, and my mom shook her head, looking where their bodies met. "No," she said, her tone flat. "It wasn't him, and I played along with it until I could get him in a circle. But we talked, all night. I had to keep him here so he couldn't hurt Rachel. He wants to use her like a blow-up doll and then give her to someone to pay off a debt." "Oh, this is just what I need." Tears streaked her face, and Takata pulled her to him again. He loved her. I could see it in his long, expressive face, laced between the heartache. "It's late," he said, his voice starting to crack. "Let me get you to your bed." "Rachel," she said, trying to pull from him. "The sun is up," he said, keeping her from seeing me in the corner. "She's fine. She's probably asleep. You should get some winks, too." "I don't want to go to bed," she said petulantly, sounding nothing like my mom. "You have to leave. Monty will be home soon, and it hurts him when you come over. He won't admit it, but it does. Robbie is too old for you to see him any more. He's going to remember you." "Alice," he whispered, his eyes closed. "Monty is dead. Robbie is in Portland." "I know." It was a faint, resigned whisper, and I felt ill. "Come on," he coaxed. "Let me get you in bed. Do it for me. I'll sing you to sleep." She protested, and he swung her up into his arms as easily as if she were one of his bass guitars. My mom let her head fall against him, and he turned to me, still plastered into the corner. "Please don't leave," he said softly, then turned and carried her out. My heart pounded as I stood where I was and listened to their progress through the house, my mom's soft inquiries and his rumbling responses. It grew quiet, and when I heard him singing softly, I staggered to the table, reaching blindly. Numb, I sank into the chair my mother had been sitting in, my head dropping into my hand as my elbow found the table. I felt sick. Chapter 23. The acidic scent of tomato soup was comforting, helping to mask the fading smell of hot metal and burnt amber. My stomach rumbled, and I thought it pathetic that I could be hungry when I was so strung out. Of course, I hadn't eaten anything last night other than a handful of tiny wieners on sticks and 6 little squares of cream-topped pumpkin cheesecake. The soft sound of a wooden spoon thumping the top of a saucepan brought my gaze up from the faded linoleum table, and I watched Takata awkwardly pour the steaming soup into a pair of thin-walled white bowls. He looked funny making dinner, or maybe it was an early breakfast now, the rock star puttering around in my mother's kitchen, hunting for things in a start-stop motion that told me he had been here before, but had never cooked. My face twisted, and I forced the bitter emotion away. I was sure he had an explanation. The only reason I was sitting here was because I wanted to hear it. That, and because the IS was probably looking for Trent's car. And I was exhausted. And he was making food. Takata's expression was weary as he set a bowl of soup before me, then slid a plate with 2 pieces of toast beside it. He looked at the amulet I wore to warn me about surprise demon attacks. I thought he was going to say something, but he didn't. Angry, I took a napkin from the holder on the table. "You know how I like my soup," I said, "with toast." My chin quivered. "You come over here a lot?" He turned from the stove with his own bowl. "Once a year, maybe. More than that, and she starts leaning on the past too much. She likes to talk about you. She's very proud." I watched him set his bowl down across from me and sink into the chair, shifting to find a comfortable position on the thin padding. I spared a thought that I could probably chart his visits by his tour dates, and her doctor visits. "Sorry," he said, hesitantly taking a napkin for himself. "I know this isn't much of a dinner, but I don't cook much, and even an idiot can warm up soup." Ignoring the toast, I tried the soup, and my tension eased as the rich warmth slipped down. He'd mixed it with milk, just the way I liked it. I glanced up when his pocket started to hum. The tall witch looked discomforted as he pulled his cell phone out and checked the number. "You have to go?" I said bitingly. I should have just pinned him to the wall and made him talk. "No, it's Ripley, my drummer." A wan smile curved up his thin lips, making his long face look longer. "She's calling to give me an excuse to leave if I need it." I took another sip of soup, angry at myself that I was hungry when my life was falling apart. "Must be nice," I muttered. Giving up on ignoring the toast as a matter of principle, I picked it up and dunked it. So he knew I liked toast with my tomato soup. That didn't mean I shouldn't eat it. Elbows on the table, I looked at him as I chewed. I felt drained, and this was just too weird. Takata's gaze fell away. "I wanted to tell you," he said, and my heart gave a hard thump. "For a long time. But Robbie left when he found out, and it just about killed your mother. I couldn't dare risk it." "But you could risk having coffee with me ages ago? And you could risk hiring me to work your security last year?" Burying my unreasonable feelings of jealousy, I said, "Robbie knows?" He looked old all of a sudden, his blue eyes pinched. I wondered whether if I had kids, they would have green eyes or blue. "He recognized me at your dad's funeral." Takata grimaced with his attention on his soup. "Our hands are exactly the same." He noticed. Spoon shaking, he took another sip of soup. I silently dunked a corner of my toast. I felt like such an idiot. God, Takata had asked my opinion of the lyrics of Red Ribbons last year, and I hadn't gotten it. He had been trying to tell me, and I had been too dense to see it. But how could I have even guessed? "Who else knows?" I asked, somewhat fearfully. He smiled without showing his teeth, looking almost shy. "I told Ripley, but she has her own past to deal with, and she will keep her mouth shut." "Trent?" I accused. "Trent knows everything," he muttered. Seeing my unease, he added, "He knows only because his father needed a genetic blueprint to help base your treatment on. Mr. Kalamack could have used Robbie's, but the repair would have been slower and not as perfect. When your dad asked, I said yes. Not just for you, but so Robbie wouldn't have a summer of missing memories." I made a face, remembering. Or remembering not remembering, maybe. "So Trent knows I'm your birth father, but not why." Takata leaned into his chair with his tall glass of milk, his long leg hitting the table leg on my side before jerking it back. "It was none of his business," he said defensively. I couldn't taste my toast anymore, and I set it down. I stared at my soup, took a breath to find my courage, then said softly, "Why?" "Thank you," Takata whispered. His eyes were heavy with moisture when I looked, but he was smiling. He set his glass down and stared out the window at the growing brightness. "Your dad and I met your mother at the university." I'd heard this before, just not knowing that the other guy had been Takata. She said she met my dad when she signed up for a Lee-line class she had no business being in, that she took it to meet the gorgeous hunk of witch in front of her, but ended up falling in love with his best friend. His smile grew, showing his teeth. "I'd love to know which one of us she considered the hunk of witch." Confused, I pulled my soup closer. But my dad, Monty, was human. Takata's head was bobbing. There was a lot more prejudice back then. No, not more, just that no one was as afraid to show it. To avoid getting a lot of flack, he told everyone he was a witch. Until your mother, he would ransack my closet just to smell right. I thought about that for a moment, then returned to eating. Your dad and me, he continued, his pleasant voice seeming to fill the kitchen and sounding right. I don't know how we got through those last years without killing each other. We both loved your mother, and she loved both of us. He hesitated, then added, for different reasons. She thought it was hilarious when her scent charms worked so well that even the instructors couldn't tell he was a human. His lee-line skills were more than good enough. It was crazy, the both of us vying for her, and her caught in the middle. I glanced up and he dropped his eyes. But I got her pregnant with Robbie right as my music career started to take off. West Coast takeoff, not just local stuff. It changed everything. His gaze went unfocused. It threatened to steal both her and my dreams, what we thought we wanted. I felt him look at me, and I said nothing, tilting my bowl to get the last of my soup. Your dad always blamed me for getting her pregnant when she could have finished her studies to go on to be one of the premier spell developers in the state. She's that good? I asked, taking another bite of toast. Takata smiled. You won every Halloween contest you ever entered. She continually developed potions to pass the IS's increasingly sensitive detection charms for your dad. She told me once that Jenks thought she was light on the magic, almost a warlock. It wasn't because she was not spelling, but because she was. My head went up and down, and I wiped the butter off my fingers. Crap, I had forgotten to pick Jenks up at the gate. I hadn't even slowed down long enough for them to get it open. Maybe Ivy would go get him. I wasn't going back there. Okay, I got the picture, I said. I get my earth magic from her. And Trent says you're good at lee lines? He shrugged, tossing his head to make his dreadlocks swing. I used to be. I don't use them much. At least not consciously. I remembered sitting next to him on the winter solstice and seeing him jump when the circle at Fountain Square closed. Yeah, I probably got my lee line skill from him. So you got my mom pregnant and decided your dreams were more important than hers and left, I accused. A deep flush colored his pale complexion. I asked her to come with me to California, he said, pained. I promised her we could raise a family and build both our careers at the same time, but she was smarter than me. Takata crossed his arms over his thin chest and shrugged. She knew something would suffer, and she didn't want me to look back and blame her and the baby for taking my one shot at greatness away. He sounded bitter, and I picked at what was left of my toast. Monty loved her as much as I did, as much as I do, he reiterated. He wanted to marry her, but he never asked because he knew she wanted children and couldn't give them to her. It made him feel inadequate, especially when I kept reminding him of it, he admitted, tired eyes dropping in old guilt. So when she wouldn't follow me to California, he asked her to marry him, seeing as she was going to get the child she always wanted. I watched his face twitch as he relived the memory. And she said yes, he said softly. It hurt more than I liked to admit that she stayed with him, and that peon IS job he took on a dare instead of coming with me and the chance for a big house with a pool and a hot tub. Looking back, I know I had been stupid, but I left thinking I was doing the right thing. When desires sold for freedom and need exchanged for fame, those choices made in ignorance turned to blood-stained dreams of shame. Son of a bitch. His gaze flicked to mine and held. Monty and your mother would be happy. I was going to California with the band. My child would be raised in a loving home. I thought I had cut all the ties. Maybe if I'd never come back, it would have been okay. But I did. I dabbed my finger on the crumbs and ate them. This all felt like a bad dream that had nothing to do with me. So I went on to make it big, Takata said with a sigh. I didn't have a clue how much I had screwed my life up, not even when your mom flew out to one of the shows one night. She said she wanted another child, and like a stupid ass, I went along with it. His eyes watched his long hands, carefully arranging the spoon in the bowl. That was my mistake, he said, more to himself than me. Robbie had been an accident that your dad stole from me, but I gave him you. and seeing his eager smile when you were put in his arms made me realize how pathetically worthless my life is. Your life isn't worthless, I said, not knowing why. You touch thousands of people with your music. He smiled bitterly. What do I have to show for it? Selfishly now, what do I have? His hands waved in frustration. A big house? A fancy tour bus? Things. Look at what I could have been doing with my life, all wasted. Look at what your mother and Monty did. His voice was getting louder, and I looked past him to the empty hall, worried he might wake her up. Look at what you are, he said, bringing my attention back. You and Robbie. You are something real that they can point to and say, I helped make that person great. I held that person's hand until they could make it on their own. I did something real and irrefutable. Clearly frustrated, he slumped with his long arms on the table and stared at nothing. I had the chance to be a part of what life is about, and I gave it to someone else, pretending to know about life when all I have is what you can get by looking into other people's windows. Left looking in the window, red ribbons hide my face. I pushed my plate away, not hungry anymore. I'm sorry. Takata met my eyes from under a lowered brow. Your dad always said I was a selfish bastard. He's right. I moved the spoon in a figure 8, not clockwise, not counterclockwise, balanced and empty of intent. You give, I said softly. Just to strangers, afraid that if you give to people you love, they might reject you. My attention came up, pulled by his silence. It's not too late, I said. You're only, 50-something? You've got 100 more years. I can't, he said, his expression asking for understanding. Alice is finally thinking of going back into research and development, and I'm not going to ask her to leave that and start a second family. A sigh shifted his thin shoulders. It would be too hard. I looked at him, taking my coffee up but not drinking it. Hard if she said no, or hard if she said yes? His lips parted. He seemed like he wanted to say something, but was afraid. Lifting one shoulder and letting it fall, I took a sip and gazed out the window. Memories of struggling to live with Ivy and Jenks lifted through me. Jenks was going to be really ticked I'd forgotten him at Trent's. Anything worth having is going to be hard, I whispered. Takata took a long, slow breath. I thought I was supposed to be the font of philosophical wise old man shit here, not you. He was smiling wanly when I looked at him. I couldn't deal with this right now. Maybe after I had a chance to figure out what it meant. Pushing my chair back, I stood. Thanks for dinner. To figure out what it meant. Pushing my chair back, I stood. Thanks for dinner. I have to go home and get some stuff. Will you stay here until I get back? Takata's eyes went wide in question. What are you doing? I set my bowl and plate in the sink before I wadded up my napkin and threw it away. I have to make up some spells, and I don't want to leave my mom alone, so until she wakes up I'm going to work here. I need to run back to the church for some stuff. Will you wait until I get back before you leave? Can you do that much for me? I thought bitterly. He stammered, long face empty as he was caught off guard. I was going to stay until she wakes up, so you don't have to come back. But maybe I can help you. I can't cook, but I can chop herbs. No. It was a little brusque, and seeing his hurt, I added gently, I'd rather spell alone, if you don't mind. I'm sorry, Takata. I couldn't look at him, afraid that he would know why I wanted to spell alone. Damn it, I didn't know how to trade summoning names with a demon, but I knew it involved a curse. Takata, though, was wincing for an entirely different reason, apparently. Could you call me by my real name? He asked, surprising me. It's kind of stupid, but hearing you call me Takata is worse. I paused at the door. What is it? Donald. I almost forgot my misery. Donald? I echoed, and he flushed. He stood, reminding me of how tall he was as he awkwardly tugged his t-shirt down over the top of his jeans. Rachel, you aren't going to do anything stupid, are you? I stopped looking for my shoes when I remembered they were at Trent's. From your point of view, probably. Al had tortured my mom because of me. There were no marks on her, but the wounds were there in her mind, and she'd taken them for me. Wait. His hand was on my shoulder, and when I stared at him, he let go. "I'm not your dad," he said, gaze lighting on my neck with its bruises and bite marks. "I'm not going to try to be your dad. But I've watched you your entire life, and you do some of the damnedest things." The feeling of betrayal was rising again. I owed him nothing, and I couldn't see him in my life anywhere. It had been hell growing up, having to be strong for my mother because she couldn't handle things. "You don't know me at all," I said, letting a sliver of my anger show. His brow furrowed, he tried to reach out, then let his hand drop. "I know you will do anything for your friends and those you love, ignoring that you're vulnerable and life is fragile." "Don't," he pleaded. "You don't have to take this on all by yourself." My anger flared, and I tried to rein it in. "I wasn't planning on it," I said bitingly. "I do have resources, friends." My arm came up, and I pointed deeper into the unseen house. "But my mother has been tortured for almost 13 hours because of me, and I'm going to do something about it." My voice was rising, but I didn't care. She suffered as that bastard pretended to be my dad. She endured it, knowing that if she let him out of that circle or walked away, he might come after me. I can stop him, and I will. "Lower your voice," Takata said, and I just about lost it. Jaw clenched, I got in his face. "My mother isn't going to live her life hiding on hallowed ground because of something I did," I said, more softly now but no less intently. "If I don't do something, next time he might physically hurt her. Or start taking it out on strangers, or maybe you. Not that I give a flip." I headed out into the hall. His footsteps were heavy behind me. "Damn it, Rachel," he was saying. "What makes you think you can kill him when the entire demon society can't?" I scooped up the keys by the front door where I'd left them, sparing a thought that the IS was probably looking for Trent's car by now. "I'm sure they can," I muttered. "I think they simply don't have the guts to do it. And I never said I was going to kill him. No, I was just going to take his name. God save me. Rachel." He took my arm, and I halted, looking up his height to find his expression pinched in deep concern. "There's a reason no one hunts demons." I searched his face, seeing me in it everywhere. "Get out of my way." His grip tightened. Grabbing his arm, I did a quick ankle tuck and sent him down, resisting the urge to follow it with a fist in his gut, or somewhere a little lower, maybe. "Ow!" he said, his eyes wide as he stared at the ceiling, one hand on his chest as he tried to catch his breath and figure out how he got on the floor. I looked down at him in his shock. "Are you okay?" His fingers prodded his lower chest. "Yeah." He was in my way, and I waited for him to move. "You want to know what it's like to have kids?" I said as he sat up. "Some of it's letting your daughter do stuff you think is stupid, trusting that just because you can't do something doesn't mean she can't, that maybe she's smart enough to get herself out of the trouble she gets herself into." I felt my focus blur as I realized that's what my mom had done, and though it had been hard and left me knowing more than a 13-year-old should, I was better able to handle the bigger dangers my thrill-seeking tendencies got me into. "I'm sorry," I said as Takata pulled himself backward to lean against the wall. "Will you watch my mom while I take care of this?" He nodded, his dreadlocks swinging. "You bet." I glanced past the high window in the door to guess at the time, but at least now I could spell it home. "Get her to my church a few hours before sunset," I said. "If I'm not there, Marshall will be, if I can get a hold of him. He's a target now, and you probably. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put your life in danger." No wonder he hadn't told me I was his daughter. It wasn't anything that would help extend his life. "Don't worry about it," he said. I hesitated, my stocking feet silent on the carpet as I fidgeted. "Can I take your car? The IS is probably looking for Trent's." A smile curved his thin lips up, and still sitting on the floor, he dug in his pocket and pulled out his keys to hold them up to me. They were foreign and heavy. Keys to who knew what. "I never thought I'd ever hear you asking for my keys," he said. "It's Ripley's. Don't go running any red lights." I fidgeted some more, then pulled my hand off the doorknob and crouched to see him face to face. "Thanks," I said, meaning for everything. "Don't take this like I'm forgiving you or anything," I added, then gave him a tentative hug. His shoulders were bony and he smelled like metal. He was too startled to do anything back, so I stood and walked out, shutting the door carefully behind me. Chapter 24. A bright glow from the noon sun filled the kitchen, and I sat with one elbow on the table, my forehead cupped in my hand. The other hand, the one with the demon mark, was firmly on the cool glass of the scrying mirror. From the open kitchen window came the sounds of pixies at play. I was exhausted, having missed out on almost an entire night of sleep, and Minius, the demon from judicial hell, was not being helpful. "What do you mean you won't do the curse?" I said aloud so Ivy, sitting on the counter by the sink, could hear at least one end of the conversation. "It was your idea." A ribbon of irritation-colored thought slipped through my mind, followed by the eerie sensation of words not mine in my head. "Al cut a deal 2 days ago. He agreed to stand trial, so he's out on bail." "Trial?" I yelped, and Ivy uncrossed her legs in a show of worry. But Al being out for 2 days would explain how he'd had time to create a disguise to look like my dad. I hadn't wanted to go to the demons, but if Ciri twisted the curse, one of us would have to take on the smut, assuming she would still do it, and if I went through the demons, I could negotiate the smut away. That Minius was reneging on our unfinished arrangement ticked off. "When is his trial?" I asked, trying not to freak out. I pressed my hand harder into the scrying mirror when Minius's presence seemed to fade while he presumably searched for the answer. I was very glad the calling glyph worked when the sun was up. Actually, this was the best time to use it since Minius couldn't follow the connection and simply appear. "Here it is," came Minius's bothered thought, diving through my idle musings like ice water. "He's down for some time in the 36th. I closed my eyes and struggled for strength. The 36th? Is that this month? We only had 30-odd days a month, but they were demons. No, it's the year. "Year?" I yelped, and Ivy's face pinched in worry. "This isn't fair. You came to me. I said I'd think about it. I thought about it. I want to do it. He's terrorizing my mother." "Not my problem. Al is functioning within the law, and everyone is happy. You'll get your say in court after he does, and if it's determined he broke his word to you, Newt will put him in a bottle, and that will be the end of it." "I won't survive 20 years waiting for him to come up on the docket." "It's not an important case, and you'll have to wait," he said. "I'm busy. Is there anything else you want to bitch about?" "You little will-o-wisp of a ghost fart," I snarled, borrowing one of Jinx's favorites. "I know who's summoning him. I can't touch him because summoning demons isn't illegal." "You should go into politics and get a law passed," Minius said, and when I took a breath to protest, he snapped the connection. I jumped, catching a yelp of surprise at the abrupt sensation of half my mind vanishing. It wasn't really, but I'd been functioning with an expanded capacity and was back to normal. "Damn it all to the turn and back!" I yelled, then shoved my scrying mirror across the table to thunk into the wall. "Al cut a deal. He's out on bail and free to harass me all he wants. By the time his ticket comes up on the docket, I'll be dead, and he can say anything he wants." Ivy's expression took on a look of pity, and she drew her knees up to her chin. "I'm sorry." She had been treating me differently since our coffee in the mall, not standoffish exactly, but a bit hesitant. Maybe it was because our relationship had changed. Or maybe the shift was because I had smacked her into the wall and almost fried her. "It's not fair!" I exclaimed, standing up and stomping to the fridge. "It's bloody hell not fair!" Furious at my helplessness, I yanked open the fridge and grabbed a bottled juice. "I find out who's summoning Al," I said as I turned and tried to get the stupid thing open, "and then I can't arrest him. I agreed to exchange names with Al, and they changed their mind. We'll work something out." Ivy looked at the archway and put her feet on the floor. "His court date is in the 36th, I said, still struggling with the lid. "I don't even know when that is. And I can't get the damned lid off this juice." Slamming the bottle down on the center counter, I stormed out, headed for the living room. "Where's the phone?" I barked, though I knew where it was. "I have to call Glenn." My bare feet slapped on the hardwood floors. The soothing grays and smoky shades Ivy had decorated the room in did nothing to calm me. I snatched up the phone and punched Glenn's number in from memory. I had better not get his voicemail, I grumbled, knowing he was working today. It was the day after Halloween, and he would have a lot of cleanup to do. "Glenn here," came his preoccupied voice, and then a startled, "Rachel? Hey, I'm glad to hear from you. How did you do making it through Halloween?" My first nasty words died in his concern. Leaning against the fireplace mantel, I let my tension go. "I'm fine," I said, "but my mom spent the night with my favorite demon." The silence was heavy. "Rachel, I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do?" I brought my head up when I realized he thought she was dead. "She's alive," I said belligerently, and I heard him exhale. "I know who's summoning Al. I need a warrant for Tom Banson. He's an IS boy, if you can believe it." There was no answer, and my blood pressure spiked. "Glenn?" I can't help you, Rachel, unless he's broken a law." My hand, gripping the phone, started to shake. Frustration knotted my stomach, and that, combined with the lack of sleep, had me at my rope's end. "There's nothing you can do?" I said softly. "Nothing you can dig up on this guy? Coven is either trying to kill me under the IS's blessing, or Tom's a stinking mole. There's got to be something." "I'm not in the business of harassing innocent people," Glenn said tightly. "Innocent people?" I said, waving at nothing. "My mom is going to be hospitalized in the funny farm because of last night. I have to stop him now. The freaking bureaucrats have him out on bail." "Tom Banson?" "No, Al." Glenn took a slow breath. "What I meant was, if you catch Tom in the act of sending Al to kill you, I can do something, but it's hearsay right now." "I'm sorry." "Glenn, I need some help here. The only options left to me are really ugly." "Don't go after Banson," Glenn said, his voice carrying a new hardness. "None of them, you hear me?" He sighed, and I could almost see him rub his forehead. "Give me today. I'll find something on one of them. That widow is probably a good bet. Her file is as thick as her late husband's." Frustrated, I spun to the high window and the red leaves still clinging to the tree. "My mother is sedated on her couch, and it's my fault," I whispered, guilt just about breaking my soul. "I'm not going to wait around for him to start on my brother. I have to be proactive on this, Glenn. If I'm not, everyone I care about will be killed." "I got you a warrant for Trent this spring," Glenn said. "I can do this. Call your brother and get him on holy ground, then give me a chance to do my job. Don't go after Mr. Banson, or God help me, I'll be knocking on your door with a pair of cuffs and a zip strip myself." Head bowed, I tightened my arm about my middle. I didn't like relying on other people when someone I loved was in danger. Let him do his job? That sounded so easy. "Okay," I said, my voice flat. "I won't go after Tom." "Thanks. Sorry for barking at you. I had a rough night." "That's my girl," he said, cutting the connection before I could respond. Worn out, I hung up the phone. I could smell coffee, and I headed for the kitchen and Ivy's ideas. I wouldn't go after Tom without a warrant. The man would have me in the IS lockup for harassment, but maybe I could lean on him a little harder. He obviously wasn't convinced I was a threat. Perhaps if I set fire to his lawn, by accident, he might wait a few days to summon Al again. I jerked to a stop in the threshold of the kitchen, shocked to find Trent, standing between the center island counter and the table, trying to look like he wasn't bothered by the angry living vampire staring at him. The shoes I had left by Quen's bed were cleaned and on the table, and Jenks was on the counter. My face reddened. Crap, I'd forgotten all about him. "Hey!" the pixie snarled, red sparks dropping from him as he got in my face. "Where the hell have you been? I was stuck in Trent's security office all night." "Jenks!" I exclaimed, dropping back. "God, I'm sorry. I sort of drove right by." "You didn't drive by, you broke the moss-wiped gate!" His tiny features twisted with anger. He hovered before me, the scent of ozone dripping off him like the sparkles he was letting slip. "Thanks a hell of a lot! I had to bum a ride home with Greenie Weenie here." Trent, obviously. Before the sink, Ivy uncrossed her arms, more comfortable now that I wasn't waving my dirty laundry from the adjacent room for him to see. She might have warned me, but I'd been throwing off enough emotion to hit her like a bus. "Relax, Pixie," Ivy said, shifting into motion to hand me my juice bottle with the lid twisted off. Rachel had a lot on her mind. "Yeah?" he snapped, wings clattering harshly. "More important than her partner? You left me behind, Rachel! You left me behind!" Guilt hit me, and I flicked a glance at Trent. Still waving my laundry. Wings blurring, Jenks darted into the mended rack when Ivy's eyes narrowed. "She found out her dad wasn't her real dad," Ivy said, "and she was on her way to talk to her mom. Give her a break, Jenks." Jenks's held breath escaped him in a long, wondering sound, and then his pointing finger dropped. The dust slipping from him thinned to a whisper. "Really? Who's your dad?" Frowning, I sent my attention to Trent, who still hadn't moved but for shifting his feet, grinding his dress shoes into the grit of salt left on the floor. He looked awkward, soft almost, having changed into a pair of jeans and a green shirt. Like I'm going to open that topic up with him in the room? "Thank you for bringing my partner home," I said stiffly. "The door is down that hall." Trent didn't say anything as he took in the wonderfulness that was my life. I had saved his friend, father figure, and head of security. Maybe he wanted to thank me. Ivy's eyes widened for no reason I could see, and before I knew what was happening, she ducked when a flood of pixie children raced in over her head by way of the open kitchen window. Shrieking and yelling, they swirled around their dad, making my eyeballs hurt. Ivy had her hands over her ears, and Trent looked positively agonized. "Out!" Jenks cried. "I'll be right there! Tell your mom I'll be right there!" He looked at me in question. "You mind if I take a moment?" "Take all the time you want," I said, slumping into my chair at the table and setting the open bottled juice beside the scrying mirror. I thought about hiding the mirror from Trent, then let it stay in view. My stomach hurt too much to drink anything. Jenks headed for the kitchen window, hanging back until sure all his kids went before him. "I'm sorry, Jenks," I said morosely, and he touched his forehead in a mock salute. "No problem, Rach. Family always comes first. I want to hear all about it." And he was gone. I puffed my breath out when the ultrasonic barrage vanished. Ivy turned to get a mug from the cupboard. I didn't care that Trent was standing awkwardly within smacking distance, and I put my head on the table beside the mirror. I'm so tired. "What do you want, Trent?" I said, feeling my words come back to me from the table as a warm breath. I had too much to do. I had to figure out a way to put the fear of God in Tom without getting caught. Or I could go for what was behind door number 2 and try to find a way to kill Al. They wouldn't put me in jail for that, would they? Well, at least not this side of the lines. Ivy set a cup of coffee by my hand, and I pulled my head up to give her a grateful smile. Shrugging, she sat before her cracked computer, and together we faced Trent. "I want to talk to you about Quen," he said, his dexterous fingers moving restlessly, and his fair hair starting to float in the breeze from the open window. "Do you have a minute?" I've got until the sun goes down, I thought. Then I'm going to step out onto unsanctified ground and try to kill a demon. But I took a sip of coffee and gave him a dry, "Let's hear it." The knock on our front door made me sigh out loud, and I wasn't surprised when I heard it open and recognized Siri's soft steps as she hastened down the hall. My thoughts jerked back to her offer to help me with the curse herself. I wasn't sure if the offer was still open since we had argued about her making charms for Al. That's not why she was here, though, back from her all-night vigil at the Basilica. She was here to learn if the man she loved had lived out the night. "Rachel? Ivy? Jenks?" she called, and Ivy eased back into her chair. "It's me. Forgive me for walking in. Is Trent in here? His car is out front." I turned to Trent, shocked at his stark fear. He had casually moved to put the counter between him and the door, and his alarm was hidden behind a professional smile. My mood went utterly black, He was afraid of her and her demon smut, too chicken to admit it openly. "Back here, Ciri," I called, and the pretty elf breezed in, long white skirt flowing to a stop around her ankles when she saw Trent. "Quen," she breathed, her eyes fixed on him, the depth of her feelings painful to see. "Is Quen still alive? Please." For the first time all day, my smile turned real. Seeing it, Ciri started to cry. Looking like a wronged angel, she wrapped her arms around herself as if letting go would cause her to fall apart. The tears flowed unchecked, making her more beautiful yet. "Thank you, God," she whispered, and Ivy leaned to hand her the tissue box. My muscles protested as I rose, but Trent beat me to her, coming around the counter to touch her arm. Ciri's head jerked up, her tear-wet eyes a stunning green. "Rachel saved him," he said, and I marveled at how good they looked together. Almost the same height, both had the same translucent hair and slim build. I glanced at Ivy for her opinion, and she shrugged, looking sour as she crossed her knees and leaned her chair back on two legs until it hit the wall. Ciri pulled from him. The fear he was hiding hurt her more than an honest reaction would have. Her gaze flicked to me. "I knew Rachel would save him," she said, wiping her face and smiling. Trent heard a rebuke, whether it was there or not, and he stepped back. A thick animosity started to grow in me. Trent was scum. Absolutely pathetic. I didn't have time for him, and I wanted him out. I had too much to do. "You're welcome, Trent," I said bitterly. "Get out." Trent balked. I knew he felt vulnerable without his lackeys, and I wondered why he had come alone. He backed up when Ivy rose to escort him out. "Morgan, we need to talk," he said as he maneuvered out of Ivy's easy reach. "We already talked," I said, the bitterness of frustration closing in. "I don't have time to talk again. I have to figure out how I'm going to keep every last person I care about alive through the night, and I only have 6 hours to do it. If you don't want to be demon fodder, I suggest you leave." "I'm sorry, Marshall. I never should have said hello." Ivy glanced at me for direction, and I shook my head. I didn't want her to touch him. Ivy had a lot of money, but Trent had better lawyers. Her lips pressed tightly, and she let her pupils widen to cow him into leaving. Trent rocked back a step, then gathered his courage, a dangerous look in his own expression. Ignoring us, Ciri had gone to the stove to fill the kettle, as naturally as if there wasn't an argument going on. "You should trade names with Al," she said, knowing it would make Trent fear her all the more, but not seeming to care. She was proud of it, maybe. "I tried that," I said, giving my scrying mirror another shove before I wrapped my arms around my warm coffee mug, enjoying how it felt on my fingers. "Al cut a deal. He's out on bail, and he'll kill me before his court date in the 36th. Year, that is." Ciri's eyes were so vivid, so beautifully green behind her tears when she turned to me, glowing with the knowledge that Quen was still alive. Nothing could dampen her quiet joy. "You can still twist the curse," she said, a tightening of her jaw showing as she noticed Trent's horror that she could speak of such things so casually. "I told you I'd help you with it, and I will. All you need that you don't have is a focusing object from Al. The smut is almost nil. Nature doesn't give names, so it doesn't care if they're shifted." I swallowed hard and gave her a grateful look. I hadn't known if she would still help me after I had condemned her for working for Al, and she smiled back, telling me that she was wise enough to set aside differences when real things were threatened. I had saved the man she loved, and she would help me save my family and friends. Trent looked pale, and I gave him a steady look until his gaze dropped. Maybe now he understood why I did demon curses. No one else was going to save me, and I had to fight fire with fire. But then I went sober in the thought that maybe he had a reason for the things he did as well. Damn it, I was too busy to learn another freaking life lesson. Ivy jerked into motion, startling all of us. Tense and fast, she pulled the trash out from under the sink and started rummaging. Ivy?" I said, embarrassed. "Remember that hunk of hair you pulled out of Al?" she said, and I jumped up to elbow her out of the way. Rachel, wait. Siri pulled me to a stop. That won't work. Al's hair isn't an accurate sample of his DNA. He's modified it from his original pattern. Ivy shoved the can back under the sink, slamming the door with a loud bang. Her motions were tight with frustration as she put the taps on full and washed her hands. I fell back against the table, depressed. It would have been so easy. I should have just killed him, I whispered, then jumped when Siri touched my shoulder. You can't, she said, her voice diving to my core with a terrible certainty. Newt is the only person who has ever managed to kill a demon, and it made her insane. Sounds about right, I thought, pulling myself upright. Okay, next option. Siri's grip on my shoulder tightened. You can still do the curse, she said, bringing my head swinging around. All you need is the sample, and I know where they keep them. What? Ivy blurted. Looking from me to Ivy, Siri nodded. There's a sample of Al's DNA in the archives. There's one for every demon and familiar. The only problem will be how to get it. Trent's shoes ground into the salt on my floor, his face empty of emotion as he stood in my kitchen, ignored, and about as wanted as a fifth wheel. Everyone is registered when they become a familiar, Siri continued, oblivious to his sudden stillness. They started the practice when Newt went insane and started killing demons. It was the only way to be sure who she really killed. I looked at Ivy in the pixie-filled silence, hope flooding me. Where? I said. Sunset was going to get here really fast. Where do they keep them? On a patch of holy ground in the ever-after, to prevent them from being tampered with, she said. I can draw you a map. They have holy ground in the ever-after? Pulse quickening, I looked to where I'd once kept my spell books, glad they were in the belfry where Trent couldn't see them. My gaze rose to my calling circle on the table. I had to talk to Minius. Siri, would you help me barter with Minius? I said, my voice high and sounding as if it was coming from outside of me. Trent's eyes were wide. I didn't care if he thought I dealt with demons. Apparently I did. I must have something he wants, I said, when she hesitated in confusion. If he won't get the sample for me, he might give me a trip through the lines and I can get it myself. Rachel, no, Siri protested, her loose hair swinging as she reached to take my hands. This is not what I meant. You can't. You have 2 demon marks, and if you get a third, someone could trade for all 3, and then they'd have you. You promised me you wouldn't go into the ever-after. It's not safe. Technically I hadn't, but she was scared, and I pulled out of her grip, surprised. I'm sorry, Siri, you're right, it's not safe. But not doing anything isn't safe either. And since the lives of everyone I care about are in the balance, I'm going proactive. I lurched forward, tension demanding I move. Wait! Siri gracefully got in my way. She looked to Ivy for support, but the vampire was leaning against the counter with her ankles crossed, smiling helplessly. I have to do something, I said, then hesitated at an alternative thought. Trent, I barked, and he jumped. Do you have Lee's number? He stared at me with his wide green eyes, looking odd, and I added, I want him to teach me how to jump the lines. He knows how. I can learn. I fingered the charm around my neck, nervous. Before sunset. I had to learn before sunset. Damn, I was shaking. What kind of a runner was I? He doesn't know, Trent said, his voice distant. I asked him when you freed him, and it turns out he was buying trips from Al. Damn it, I exclaimed, then took a deep breath. How was I going to get in and out of the ever-after without racking up enough imbalance to make me easy pickings? And all before sunset, because if I didn't do something tonight, Al would be hunting my family. I'll get you there, Trent said, and Siri spun, putting her small white fingers to his mouth. Trent took it in his own hand, holding it, looking at me, not her. Maybe I can figure out line tripping on my own, I thought, remembering Newt saying I didn't have enough time to figure it out, implying that I could. Time. I didn't have time. Then I paused when Trent's words hit me. I turned to see his face hard with determination, and the fear in his gaze almost hidden. Ciri had dropped back from Trent, and she looked angry. "I'll get you there and back, but you're taking me with you," he said, and Ciri hissed at him to be still. I glanced at Ivy when Jenks landed on her shoulder and made her short hair billow with the wind from his wings. "Why?" I said, not believing this. "I'll pay for it," he repeated, his feet solidly planted on the salt-dusted, faded linoleum. "I'll take the smut, for both of us." "Trenton," Ciri pleaded, "you don't understand. There's more here than you know." His eyes flicked to her and his fear softened. "I understand I can do this. I need to. If I don't, I'll never learn how to live by the 11%. His gaze rose to mine, and there was a new light in them. "I'll pay for your trip there and back, but I'm going." Making a puff of disbelief, I dropped back a step. Why was he doing this? To impress Ciri? "This is stupid," I said harshly. "Ciri, tell him this is stupid." Trent faced me with his hair disarrayed and his jaw clenched, almost a different man. "I'll pay for your trip, but you are going to keep me alive while I get an elven sample." My mouth dropped open and I blinked. Ciri fell from her tiptoes and backed away. A hand to her head, she turned her back on us, silent. From Ivy's shoulder, Jenks started to swear with a steady stream of half-heard curses. It was the only noise, apart from the wind and the dry-leafed branches and the cheerful shrieks of his children at play. "Elves were kept as familiars since before the start of the war," Trent said, putting a hand on Ciri's shoulder as she started to shake silently. "If there's a sample in the archives of an elf from over 2,000 years ago, I want it." Chapter 25. The cool chill of sunset seeped in around David's borrowed leather coat, and the smell of grilling burgers made my stomach hurt. I was too worried to eat, too worried and too tired. Dressed in my working leathers, I sat alone in a folding chair under a tree in the dying autumn garden, as everyone pretended everything was normal, clustered at the picnic table to eat their hot dogs before we called a demon into the graveyard. My fingers played with the charm about my neck, and I felt the soft scar on my lower lip with my tongue. I don't know why I was worried about becoming bound to a vamp. I wasn't likely to live past tonight. Depressed, I took off the high magic detection charm. What was the point? My gaze drifted past the swirl of silk and laughter of Jenks's kids to the square of blasphemed ground in the graveyard before that weird warrior angel statue. It was peaceful now, but as soon as the sun set, it was going to feel the touch of demons. I could have called Minius in the kitchen, but I liked the security of hallowed ground close enough to dive into. There was a reason that patch of unsanctified ground existed, and I was going to use it. Besides, trying to cram 3 elves, 3 witches, 1 frightened vampire, a pixie family, and an angry demon into my kitchen was a really bad idea. Thanks to Glenn, I had a small breathing space. The FIB detective had dug up something from Betty's past, and though I thought an illegal puppy farm was a thin excuse, the animal protection people had been more than happy to authorize a raid on her house after I signed a paper stating I'd seen her kick her dog. The distraction would keep them too busy to summon Al, so unless someone else summoned him, a prospect not likely the day after Halloween, I had until sunset tomorrow. Telling my mom she didn't need to hide on hallowed ground tonight had been the high point of my day. David had stopped by earlier to wish me well and loan me his long leather duster. He had left when Quen showed up, looking ill but determined to try to change Trent's mind. I think the were was rightly concerned that the perceptive elf would see the focus within him. At any rate, after a hushed argument, Quen agreed to Trent's plan, then spent the next half-hour trying to convince Trent to return with him to his compound and prepare. I figured Quen was trying to get him home where he could lock him in a box. Trent must have figured the same thing since he refused to leave and had Jonathan bring over the items on Quen's wish list. Hence the general weirdness of elves eating hot dogs in my backyard. Quen wasn't happy. I wasn't either. I was going into the ever after to steal a demon's DNA with a freaking tourist for backup. Just peachy damn keen. Sensing my frustration, Ivy turned to me from the distant picnic table. I shrugged, and she went back to whatever Jenks was saying. The pixie had been questioning Siri all day, and I couldn't help but notice that Trent, way on the other side of the table, had been listening with rapt attention. Seeing them there in a noisy bunch, trying to pretend everything was normal, I was reminded of my mother's occasional family reunions. Here I was again, watching from the outskirts. It always seemed to be that way. Maybe they had known I was a bastard child. I smoothed my brow and straightened when Marshall headed my way with a plate of food. He'd shown up a few hours ago trying to fit in, and doing a damn fine job of it after his initial stammering reaction to finding Trent in my backyard. He had taken over the grilling to stay out of the way, yet to be in the thick of things. I wasn't quite sure what to think. I wasn't going to repeat old patterns and let this slide into something simply because he was nice-looking, fun to be with, and somewhat interested, especially if Jenks was right, and he was here with a white knight complex and thought he could save me. "Hungry?" he said, smiling as he put the paper plate on the rickety table beside me and sat in the folding chair beside mine. His almost there eyebrows pinched, and I forced a smile. "Thanks." My gut clenched at the smell of the food, but I dutifully pulled the plate onto my lap. It was the first time today we'd been alone. I knew he wanted to talk, and my blood pressure spiked when he took a deep breath. "Don't start," I said, and his brows arched in surprise. "You're a psychic, too?" he said with a little laugh, and I crunched through a chip. The salt hit my tongue, and my hunger woke up. "No," I said, seeing Jenks past him. The pixie was watching us with his hands on his hips. "But I've heard this argument before." I crossed my legs and sighed when Marshall took a breath. "Here it comes." "The ever after?" he asked. "Isn't there someone else who can do this? My God, the man has enough money to hire anyone to gather samples for his genetic mapping program." I stared at my plate because of fatigue, not because of the lie we had told Marshall to hide that Trent was an elf and wanted the sample to revitalize his species. "No," I said softly, "there isn't. This is what I do. Seemingly stupid stuff that most people die doing." I tucked a strand of hair as my frustration grew. "You don't think I know this is one of the most risky things I've ever done? I appreciate your concern, Marshall, but I need that demon sample, and Trent can get me there and back. If you're going to be the voice of common sense and tell me that I'm likely not going to survive, then you need to leave." My voice had risen, and I exhaled. I knew Jenks and Ivy could hear if they tried. Marshall looked hurt, and I slumped. "Look," I said, lowering my eyes in guilt. "I'm sorry, I really am. You simply knowing me has put you in danger." I thought of Kiston, dying to protect me, and I bit my lip. "Don't take this the wrong way, but I don't even know why you're here." His face took on a severe cast, and he leaned to block my view of the picnic table. "I'm here because I thought I could talk some sense into you," he said tightly, and my gaze jerked to his at the frustration in his voice. "It's hard to watch someone do something this incredibly stupid, especially when there isn't a damn thing you can do to help them." His fingers found my hands. "Rachel, don't do this." His fingers, twined in mine, were warm, and I slowly pulled away. "This is so not what I need." "I'm doing this," I said, starting to get mad. Marshall's brow pinched. "I can't help you." I jerked my fingers from him. "I never asked you to help me." "Damn it, Jenks. Couldn't you be wrong once in a while?" Taking my silence for indecision, Marshall stood. The dry clatter of dragonfly wings intruded, and I stared at Jenks, wondering how he could see people so clearly and I could be so dense. "Hey, Marshman," Jenks quipped lightly. "Ivy wants another burger." Marshall gave me a faintly sour sideways look. "I was just heading that way." "It's going to be okay," I said almost belligerently, and he hesitated. "I can do this." "No," he said with Jenks hovering uncertainly beside him. "It won't. This is bad. Even if you do come back, you're going to be really messed up." He turned and headed to the grill, his shoulders hunched and his steps slow. Jenks didn't seem to know what to do with his wings as he rose and fell in indecision. "He doesn't know you very well, does he?" the pixie said nervously. "You're going to come out of this better than when you went in. I know you, Rach, and it's going to be okay." "No, he's right," I breathed, my hair moving in my exhaled breath. "This is a bad idea. Hiding in my church for the rest of my life was a bad idea, too, and if Trent was going to pay for my trip in and out of the ever-after, why shouldn't I take him up on it?" Jenks darted away, clearly upset. My gaze landed first on Ivy, who was watching Jenks vanish into the graveyard, which was hazy with dusk, then moved to Quen and Trent arguing. Trent made a sharp motion, and Quen dropped back. The older man's face was dark with emotion, and showing his anger and fatigue, he walked away, hand to his face as he stifled a ragged cough. Trent blew out his breath in relief, then stiffened when he realized I'd seen it. I gave him a sarcastic, bunny-eared kiss-kiss, and he frowned. Looked like we were still on for our date. Quen found his own solitude on my back porch steps, sitting slumped with his knees bent. He looked tired, but nowhere near like he'd been dying last night. 3 pixie bucks dropped down a respectful distance beside him, and he started. A faint smile curved over my face as I watched the older man's mood shift from frustrated anger to fascinated relaxation. Yes, something was there. This was more than the usual enthrallment I'd seen humans exhibit when they talked to pixies. Ivy was watching Quen too, and when Marshall brought her a burger, she ignored it, getting up and drifting over to the still-recovering elf. The pixies scattered at a sharp word from her, and she sank down beside him. Quen eyed her, taking the beer she handed him, but not drinking it. I thought the two of them looked odd together, very unalike, almost adversaries, yet finding common ground in their unusual helplessness. Pixies were starting to show themselves with sporadic flashes of light, hovering close to the ground in the chill, and I followed the low, sleek shadow of Rex padding out from the long grass to make a beeline to Ivy. It wasn't often that the vampire was on her level, and I sighed when Ivy casually picked the cat up and set it on her lap, all the while talking to Quen. It wasn't hard to figure out what their topic of conversation was. They kept looking at Trent and me. The sun had almost set, and I shrugged David's leather duster closer and dug my toes into the soles of my boots. I was tired. Really tired. Exhaustion had brought me down for a nap earlier, but that hadn't touched my mental weariness. Catching Siri's eyes, I moved her attention to the setting sun. The woman nodded in acknowledgement, bowing her head as if praying. In a moment she straightened. There was a new determination to her, a tightening of her jaw and a hint of fear. She didn't want me doing this, but she'd help. Silence fell at the table when she picked up her 5-pound bag of salt and started across the grounds to the blasphemed spot of earth surrounded by God's grace. In a breath, everyone was moving, and I watched in amusement as Quen tried to help Ivy rise, getting an insulted look from her for his trouble. Trent went inside to change, and Marshall grabbed another beer and sat beside Keesley at the picnic table. I looked up at an unfamiliar wing clatter and got an eyeful of pixie dust. It was little Josephine, one of Jenks's youngest, with 3 of her brothers serving as babysitters/guards close behind. She was too young to be alone, but so eager to help maintain the garden and their security that it was easier to watch her from a distance. "Miss Morgan," the pretty little pixie said breathlessly as she landed lightly on my offered hand, and I blinked her dust away. "A blue car is at the curb, and a lady who smells like you and fake lilac is coming up the front walk. Do you want me to pix her?" "Mom? What's she doing here?" Ivy was watching me, wanting to know if we had trouble, and I shifted my finger to tell her we were fine. The exchange was noticed by Quen, which kind of irritated me. "It's my mom," I said, and the pixie girl's wings drooped in disappointment. "You can pix the next magazine salesman, though," I added, and she perked up, her tiny hands clapping. God, please let me survive to see Josephine pix a salesman. "Thanks, Miss Morgan," she chimed out. "I'll show her in." Then she darted over the church to leave a fading sunbeam of sparkles. Her brothers were in hot pursuit, and I couldn't help my smile. It slowly faded as I leaned forward and put my elbows on my knees. Time enough to say goodbye to my mom, I thought, when the back door opened, and my mother clattered down the back porch steps with a box on her hip. I'd told her what I was doing tonight, and I should have expected she might come over. Quinn stood to murmur a greeting to her before he went inside after Trent, and I stifled a surge of annoyance. I didn't like the two of them in my house, using my bathroom, sniffing my shampoo. My mom was wearing jeans and a flowery top, looking younger with her short hair frizzing out all over, only somewhat contained with a ribbon that matched her shirt. Eyes bright, she took in the preparations in the middle of my graveyard with a worried cast to her. "Rachel, good, I got here before you left," she said as she waved a distant hello to everyone and headed to me. "I wanted to talk to you. The turn take it, Trenton has finished baking up to be quite the young man. I saw him in the hall. I'm glad to see you've gotten over your little childhood tiff." Relief was a warm wash through me when I saw her, her thoughts clearly back together. When I'd left her this morning, she'd been distraught, half out of her mind, but I'd seen her bounce back like this before. Takata clearly knew the right words to say, and I wondered, now that the truth was out, if we had seen the last of her breakdowns. If breakdowns were what they truly were. Living a lie tore at one's being and leaked out in the oddest of places. My thoughts went to Takata, then my dad. I couldn't be angry at her for loving two men and finding a child to love where she could. And as I stood to give her a hug, an unexpected feeling of peace took root. I was my dad's daughter, but now I knew where I got my ugly feet, my tall height, and my nose. "Hi, Mom," I said as she took me into a hug, but her attention was on Marshall at the picnic table. "Marshall is here?" she asked as I sat down, her expression wondering. I nodded, not looking at him. "He's trying to talk me out of it. Bad case of the white knight syndrome." She said nothing, and alarmed, I looked up. Her green eyes were wide, and panic swirled in them. "Not her, too." "It's okay, Mom," I blurted. "Really." Dropping the box with a surprising thump, she sank onto the open chair, utterly full. "I worry so much about you," she whispered, nearly breaking my heart. Her eyes started to well, and she quickly wiped them. "God, this is hard." "Mom, it's going to be okay." "I hope you're right, sweetheart," she said, leaning to take me into another hug. "It's your dad and Mr. Kalamack all over again, only this time it's you." Whispering in my ear as she held me, she added, "I can't lose you. I can't." Breathing in lilac and redwood, I held her. Her shoulders were thin, and I could feel every shift of her weight as she reined in her emotions. "It's going to be all right," I said. "Besides, Dad didn't die from going into the ever-after. He died trying to get rid of the vampire virus. This is different. It's not the same thing." She pulled back, nodding, to tell me she had known how he had died all along. I could almost see another brick in her psyche being remortared into place, making her stronger. "True, but Piscary never would have bitten him if he hadn't tried to help Mr. Kalamack," she said. "Just like you're helping Trent." "Piscary is dead," I said, and her breath came in slowly. "He is, isn't he? And I wouldn't go into the ever-after unless I had a guaranteed way out," I added. "And I'm not doing this to help Trent. I'm doing this to save my ass." At that she laughed. "That is different, isn't it?" she said, needing hope. I nodded, having to believe it was. "It is. It's going to be okay." "Please let it be okay." "I can do this. I have good friends." She turned, and I followed her gaze to Ivy and Jenks in the graveyard, both looking helpless, as Siri directed everyone to their places. We were alone, everyone slowly milling around that weird angel statue in the graveyard, and the slab of reddish cement fixing it to the ground. "They do love you," she said, giving my hand a light squeeze. "You know, I never understood why your dad always told you to work alone. He had friends, too, friends that would have risked their lives for him, though in the end, it didn't matter." I shook my head, embarrassed about the love comment, but my mom only smiled. "Here," she said, nudging the cardboard box with her toe. I should have given these to you before, but seeing how much trouble you got into with the first few I gave you, it was probably just as well I waited." "First few?" I thought when my fingers touched the dusty cardboard, and a faint tingle of power cramped my joints. I quickly undid a flap and looked inside, and the scent of burnt amber was almost a slap. "Mom!" I hissed, seeing the dark leather and dog-eared pages. "Where did you get these?" She wouldn't meet my gaze, her brow furrowing as if refusing to look guilty. "They're your dad's," she muttered. "You didn't seem to mind the first ones," she said defensively as I stared at her aghast. "And not all of them are demon texts. Some are straight from the university's bookstore." Understanding crashed over me, and I closed the box up. "You were the one who put the books—" "In the belfry, yes," she finished, standing up and drawing me to my feet. Siri was done, and we had to move. I wasn't about to hand them over to an unfamiliar vampire to give to you, and the door was open. I knew you'd find them eventually, seeking out high, lonely spots the way you do. You lost everything when the IS cursed your apartment, and what was I supposed to do? Drive over here and give you a demon text library? Her green eyes were glinting in amusement. You would have locked me up. Oh, my God! My dad had called demons? Trent came out the back door with Quen, and I felt a wash of panic. "Mom," I pleaded, my pulse racing, "tell me he never used these. Tell me he was a collector of books, please." She smiled and patted my hand. "He was a collector of books. For you." My brief relief died, and I froze as she stood to pull out of my grip. My dad had known that I'd be able to kindle demon magic. He had collected a demon library for me. He had told me to work alone. What in hell had Trent's dad done to me? "Come on, Rachel," my mom said, standing over me and touching my shoulder. "They're ready for you." I stood, wobbling. A small cluster of people waited at the Warrior Angel. Siri, Keesley, Trent, Quen, Marshall, Jenks, and Ivy, the people who impacted my life the most. With my mom at my side, I started walking as she chatted on about nothing. It was a defense mechanism that I saw through to the fear she was struggling to come to grips with. David's coat enfolded me in the rich, complicated scent of wear, a distant show of support. For all his strength, he'd known he could do nothing, and so he had given me what he could and vanished in the way of wares. I shrugged it closer as the hem hissed against the long grass. It needed to be cut, and the dew-wet tips turned the hem a darker brown. Everyone turned as I approached, and my mom gave me a last hug before falling back to stand with Marshall in the grass. Siri and Trent were already on the red slab with 3 concentric circles sketched on it, and eyeing the man's new outfit, I joined them. Trent had put on some sort of black jumpsuit with pockets, and if not for his fair hair poking out from under a close fabric cap, I wouldn't have known it was him at first glance. "You look like the military guy from a B movie," I said, and he frowned. "You know, the token human who gets eaten first?" "Is that what you're wearing?" he shot back. "You look like a wannabe private eye." "It's cold over there," I said defensively, "and leather will keep me from getting scraped up if I have to fall down. And if I get hit by a potion, it can't get through. If I get hit by a demon curse, I'll be dead. I can't afford Kevlar and spell-resistant fabric." Trent gave me an up-and-down look and turned away, miffed. Ivy stepped forward to hand me the satchel that had all my stuff. "I put the map Siri sketched in there," she said, her pupils fully dilated with worry. "I don't know how helpful it's going to be, but at least you know what direction to go." "Thanks," I said as I took the light bag. In it was my splat-ball gun with a dozen sleepy-time paintballs, 3 warmth amulets from Marshall, a scent charm from David I'd loaned him a while back, a small bag of salt, a piece of magnetic chalk, and a couple of other things from my dad's old stash of Lee-line stuff. Nothing much. Just what I needed to force my summoning name onto Al and take his in return. Soon as I had the sample, I was going to use it. "And some bottled water," she added. "A few energy bars. And some cream for your neck." "Thank you," I said softly. Her attention flicked to mine and away. "Keesley put in a few pain amulets, and I found a finger stick in your bathroom drawer." "That will help." "Flashlight, extra batteries," she added. There wasn't anything that would help us if we were caught, but I knew why she was doing this. Trent shifted impatiently, and I frowned. "Hat," I said suddenly as I looked down at the long brown duster. "I need a hat." Ivy smiled. "It's in there." Curious, I dropped the bag and unzipped it, digging past Ivy's colored markers that I wouldn't need, and Jenks's old toolkit from this spring when he'd been big. I pulled out an unfamiliar black leather hat and snugged it over my curls. It fit me perfectly, and I wondered when she had bought it for me. "Thank you," I said as I tucked my hair up and out of my face. Siri was staring at the horizon. The sun was down, and I knew she wanted to get on with it. "Rachel?" she prompted, and my heart thumped. I almost hoped Trent wouldn't be able to make good on his deal to pay my way, and I could bow out of this without looking like a coward. But then I'd be fighting for my life every time someone called Al. Ivy touched my shoulder, and not caring what anyone thought, I dropped the satchel and took her in a tight hug. Vampire incense filled my senses, and as my eyes closed to keep a tear from leaking out, I breathed it in, feeling not a twinge upon my scars. Misery took me, heartache that this might be goodbye forever. "I'll see you about sunrise," I said, and nodding, she let go. I couldn't look at anyone, and my throat was tight as I picked up my bag and stepped onto the cement slab. My gaze flicked to Trent. His expression was carefully empty. What in hell did I care what he thought? Siri stepped into the first circle, and my eyebrows rose. "I can hold Minius' circle," I said, then swallowed. "Unless you think Newt will show up." She wrapped her arms around herself, clearly wanting to put herself on hallowed ground, but just as clearly planning to stay where she was. "Minius will follow you if I don't circle him and keep him here until sunrise." Her narrow jaw clenched. "Walk fast." I looked briefly at my mother as I remembered the mental torture Al had put her through when she had done the same. "Siri—" "I can do this," she said, fear in her eyes, and I touched her arm. There was nothing this side of the lines that would keep Minius from tattling on us if he knew what we were doing. "Thank you," I said, and she smiled fearfully. "If spending a night talking to a demon is all I have to endure to keep you alive and help mend the damage the demons did to my species, then it's 13 hours well spent." "Thank you all the same," I said, worried. "I'll close the outermost circle," she said, starting to babble in her nervousness. "That way no one can interfere, and because Trent will be doing the summoning and bargaining, he will make the inner one to hold Minius. I'll set the middle circle to hold Minius here and keep him from following you once you leave." "Trent!" I exclaimed, my gaze shooting to him in his cute little jumpsuit, and he flushed. "I can make a stronger circle with one arm tied behind my back." Siri shook her head. "Trenton is the one bargaining for the jumps, so he will be the one holding the circle," she said, her smooth features wrinkling as I found fault with her plan. "Keep your mouth shut while he talks, or Minius will use it against you." Ticked, I pressed my lips tight. "Keep your mouth shut," Siri said in a burst of anger, then gestured for Trent to come closer. Sighing, Trent tightened his grip on his backpack and stepped over the outermost chalk line to join us. Siri pointed for him to stand next to me, and looking nervous, he edged closer yet. I wondered how much of Siri's temper was actually worry. She was terrified of Newt, and Minius was only a small step from the insane female demon. Quicker than thought, a shimmering sheet of black ever-after rose up around us along the outermost circle permanently etched out in the reddish cement. There had been a tug on my thoughts when Siri had tapped the nearby line, and I worked to keep the huge spindle of ever-after I had gathered earlier from unwinding. Trent didn't look happy as Siri trapped him with the same witch who had turned him in for murder, and might just as easily give him to a demon to get rid of one of her own demon marks. Trust, I thought suddenly. He trusted me. To some extent, anyway. I took a steadying breath as I looked at the other 2 circles at my feet. They would make an airlock of sorts. Trent would set the inner circle to hold Minius, but when we left it would fall. The middle circle, set by Siri, would hold the demon at that point. Siri glanced at Trent and nodded. "Just as we practiced," she said, and Trent set his backpack down and came forward. He glanced once at Quen, then closed his eyes. His lips moved, and I felt an uncomfortable sensation as he slowly tapped a line and set the circle. It was the difference between a sharp tug to remove a splinter and a methodical, painful digging, and I could tell it was bothering Siri, too. Quen must have been making him practice, since he didn't need candles to set a circle anymore. "Bartholomew's balls," Siri muttered. "Can he do this any slower?" My lips quirked, but my satisfaction at Trent's lesser skills died in a wash of self-pity when his sheet of ever after rose up. His aura was clean and pure. The bright gold shot through with the sparkles of seeking. Mine would look like a crap-smeared wall next to his. Jenks, I thought. Where in hell is Jenks? "Ivy," I said, worried. "Where's Jenks?" She waved a hand. "He said he was going to make sure his family was safe," she said, and my gaze went over to the pixie-empty garden. From the steeple a pair of unfamiliar red eyes glowed, and my pulse jumped until I realized it was Biss. I felt miserable. Jenks didn't want to say goodbye. I understood that. Siri handed Trent my scrying mirror, and I saw his expression close off in the gathering dusk. Damn, the thing was beautiful out here in the gloomy light. The wine-colored glass etched with crystalline lines in the shape of the calling pentagram, with all its little figures and symbols. I couldn't tell if Trent thought it was beautiful or foul, and I wondered if that was why Siri insisted he summon Minius. She might be trying to convince him neither she nor I was immoral for what we did, just incredibly stupid. Swallowing hard, Trent knelt on the red pavement. He set the glass carefully in front of him, and he put a shaky hand on the mirror. My nose tickled, then faded, and when a queer feeling of falling inside out flipped through me, I wasn't surprised when Trent blinked fast several times. "Trent Kalamack," he said softly, clearly talking to Minius. "I ask for your attention in a matter of traveling the lines and am prepared to pay. I won't pay for you coming over here to discuss it, though. That is your choice, not my request." Trent blanched at Minius's unheard response. "I'm using Morgan's calling circle," he said as if answering a question, then followed it up with, "Standing beside me." A sudden pop of air pressure hurt my eardrums, and I jumped. Minius had blinked into this side of reality within Trent's circle. A thin hand held his yellow cap onto his head, and his beautiful green-trimmed robe looked loose and undone. His hair was in disarray, and with him was the scent of burnt amber and bread hot from the oven. The demon had his back to me, but I could see his shock when he realized where he was and spun. "By the two worlds colliding," he swore softly as he looked me up and down. "After sunset and still alive, how did you manage that?" I shrugged one shoulder as Trent took his hand from the mirror and stood. Her back hunched, Siri whisked it away. "You kick your dog one too many times. Someone's going to call the Animal Protection Agency," I said, not liking the servile attitude Siri had adopted in Minius's presence. "Now that's an organization you don't want to piss off." Minius's gaze went to my friends clustered together on holy ground, then Trent, who was trying to look calm, then finally back to me. "An audience?" I shrugged again. "My friends." Trent cleared his throat. "This is nice, but we do have a deadline." My lips pressed. "Which you just blabbed to him, Trent. Way to go." Trent reddened, and Siri made a telling face. Minius, though, tugged his yellow robe tightly closed and smiled wickedly at the elf. "I want to bargain with you," Trent said, casually clasping his hands behind his back to hide their trembling. "I don't want to know your name. I've asked for your presence, not summoned you, and I'm never going to call you again." Minius reached behind himself for the ornate wire and cushion chair that had appeared, tugging it closer until he could sit. "I'll believe that when I see it." His goat-slitted eyes shifted to me, and I forgot to breathe. "Curiosity brought me here. I thought it might have been someone else." His attention landed on Siri, then slid away. "What could you possibly want, and why in heaven and hell do you think I will help you? A putrid little elf." Without hesitation, Trent said, I want passage in and out of the ever-after for 2 people, and asylum while we're there. You don't touch us or tell anyone we're there." Minius's eyebrows rose, and he blinked slowly. "You're going to try to kill Al?" he said softly, and I refused to look away or change my expression. There were ways to solve problems other than killing someone, but if that's what he thought we were doing, then no one would be watching the archive, right? In a smooth motion, the demon leaned forward. "I can get you there, but nothing will buy my silence. 2 trips in and out," he said speculatively. "You and Sirdoin Meriam Dulciate?" Trent shook his head, then did a double-take to look at Ciri. "You're a Dulciate," he stammered, and she flushed. "It means little now," she murmured, her attention down. Minius cleared his throat, and Trent dragged his gaze from her. "Me and the witch," Trent said, still glancing at Ciri. "I suppose asking for your soul is out of the question," the demon said, and I looked at the first of the stars starting to show. We could be here all night. But Trent seemed to have found a cavalier attitude, and he turned sideways as if not really caring whether Minius went along with this or not. "Stanley Saladin has purchased multiple trips from a demon," he said, his voice carrying an indolent confidence. 4 trips through the lines is not worth my soul, and you know it." "Stanley Saladin bought line passages from someone trying to lull him into servitude," Minius said. "It was an investment, and I'm not looking for a familiar. Even if I was, I'd buy one, not bother raising one up from scratch. And what makes you think your soul is worth anything?" Trent said nothing, calmly indifferent, until Minius asked, "What do you have that's worth your soul, Trenton Aloysius Kalamack?" A confident smile curved over Trent. I was shocked at his attitude. He was slipping into this demon bargaining mode far too easily. But Ciri didn't seem surprised. "A businessman is a businessman." "Good." Trent patted his front for a non-existent pen. "I'm glad we can talk. I'd like to finish this cleanly, without any marks to be settled at a future date." Minius's eyes narrowed, and I blanched. "No," he said firmly, "I want a mark. I like the idea of you owing me." Trent's face went tight. "I can give you the secret of Morgan's parentage." My breath hissed in. "You son of a bitch!" I shouted, leaping for him. "Rachel!" Ciri cried, and I smacked into a front fall when she tripped me. I scrambled up. My respect for her, not her small hand on my arm, held me back. "That's mine!" I shouted. "You can't buy a trip into the ever-after with my secrets." Minius glanced between us. "Add a minor demon mark and you have your curses." "Make it settled at my discretion, not yours," Trent haggled, and I jerked from Ciri's grip. "You son of a bitch!" I yelled, getting in his face. The man had the gall to make an innocent face at me, and losing it, I shoved him into Ciri's outer circle. He stumbled back, hitting it as if it were a wall. There was a shout of protest, and Quen's toes were suddenly edging near the salt ring. He was ticked, and Ivy was behind him, her lips pressed into a thin line, ready to take Quen down if he somehow got through the sheet of ever-after. "You sorry little pissant," I shouted, standing over Trent in his little black jumpsuit with my borrowed duster edging his legs. "You pay for my trip with information about me? I could have done that myself. I only agreed to protect you because you were paying my way." "Rachel!" Ciri was trying to soothe me, but I'd have none of it. I reached to grab his lapels, and he rolled to his feet. It was fast, and I tried to hide my surprise. "I'll accept that deal," Minius said, and I almost screamed. "Done!" Trent shouted, and Minius grinned. "Back off, Morgan, or I'm taking Ciri with me instead, and you get nothing." Seething, I glanced at Ciri. He wouldn't dare. He wouldn't dare ask Ciri to go. I saw her fear, hating Trent all the more for threatening her like that. She'd go if I didn't, if only to try to help her species. "You are foul, Trent," I said as I backed from him. "This isn't over. When we're done here, we're going to talk." "Don't threaten me," he said, and my blood seemed to burn under my skin. I looked at my mother, shocked to see her being held back by Keesley. Her color was high, and she looked 100% pissed. If I didn't make it back, she would make sure Trent would be sorry he had ever put me and now Takata in danger. If Trent talked, demons would be coming after him, too. "Interesting," Minius said, and I spun back to him. "Rachel Mariana Morgan protecting Trenton Aloysius Kalamack? Rachel Mariana Morgan protecting Trenton Aloysius Kalamack? Trenton Aloysius Kalamack paying Rachel Mariana Morgan's way? This isn't a suicide run to kill Al. What by the two worlds are you doing?" I pulled back to the edge of the circle until it buzzed a harsh warning. Shit, I hadn't realized I had telegraphed so much of our intent. Jaw clenched, I glared at Trent. "Get your cookie ass in there and get your mark so we can get out of here," I demanded, and Trent blanched. A moment of satisfaction colored my anger, and I made an ugly face. "Yeah," I said bitterly, "you're going to wear his mark, and you're going to have to trust that he doesn't just change his mind and cart you off once you're in there with him." Siri frowned. "That's rude, Rachel," she said. "He's bound by law to leave Trenton alone for the duration." "Just like Al's not supposed to hurt me or my family," I muttered, as I backed away from Minius. My legs were shaking from adrenaline as I gestured to Trent to cross over the middle, uninvoked circle and get on with it. The elf got up, brushed himself off, and, with his thin lips pressed tightly, walked over the chalked line with his chin high. Siri knelt to touch the line, and a circle of black rose between us and Minius. For a moment there were 3 circles, Siri holding the outer 2 and Trent holding the innermost one. Then Trent touched his, and it fell to put himself and Minius breathing the same air. Minius smiled, and Trent went ashen. My own heart pounded in the memory of Al doing the same thing to me. Crap, was I trying to feel better about myself by dragging those I envied down to where I was? "Where do you want it?" the demon asked, and I wondered why, unless it was more degrading to look at it every day knowing you asked for it, rather than have it forced on you. I felt the raised circle on the inside of my wrist, thinking I had to get rid of one of these soon. His eyes never leaving Minius's, Trent shoved his sleeve up to show a lightly muscled arm, toned and sun-darkened. Minius grabbed his wrist, and Trent flinched at the knife the demon suddenly held, jerking only once as he scribed a circle bisected with a single line into him. I thought I smelled the acidic scent of blood and the rich aroma of cinnamon. I glanced at Ivy. Her pupils were dilating as Quen looked at her in disgust. "Tell me of Rachel's father," Minius said, his hand still around Trent's wrist. The mark had stopped bleeding, and Trent was staring at it, shocked that it looked old and long-healed. "Give me the way to cross the lines," he said, his gaze jerking up to Minius's. The demon's eye twitched. "It's in your head," he said. "Just say the words of invocation, and you and whoever is with you will cross the lines. Now tell me of Rachel's sire. If I don't think it worth the imbalance of 4 trips through the lines, I'll simply upgrade your mark and give you a second slash." I fidgeted, and my mother shook off Marshall's restraint. "Damn it, Takata. I'm sorry. Trent was a bastard. I was going to get him for this." "The man who raised her was human," he said, staring at Minius. "I found out when he came to my father asking for a cure. I have Morgan's father's medical records, but there's no name on them. I don't know who he is." Keesley and Marshall looked shocked that my dad wasn't a witch, but my lips parted in wonder. Trent had lied? My mother was sagging in relief, and I reached behind me until I touched the wall of Ever After, leaning my hand against it for support. He hadn't told. He hadn't told Minius. Trent had lied. Minius's attention flicked to me and back again. His grip on Trent tightened. "Who's her birth father?" he asked, and Trent's gaze grew wild. "Ask her," he said, and my heart seemed to start beating again. "She knows." "Not enough," Minius said, knowing he was lying. "Tell me, or you're mine." My fear redoubled. Did he expect me to save his ass by blurting it out? "The man is alive," Trent said, that same wild glint in his eye. "He's alive, and Rachel's mother is alive. Morgan's children will survive, carrying the ability to kindle demon magic, and I can make more like her." His smile grew ugly. "Let go of me." Minius's gaze flicked to me. With a shove, he let go of Trent and took a step back. "The mark stands as it is." Ciri was crying silently, tears trickling down her face as she stood and watched Trent find his composure. Had Trent just assured him that in a few generations they'd have a crop of highly desirable witch familiars available? Ones that could invoke their curses so they wouldn't have to? God help me, he was slime. Utter slime. He had put demon hit marks on my potential children before they were even born. I stood where I was and fought to keep from throttling him. He had spared Takata only because he had found a way to hurt me worse. "Can we go now?" I said, hating him. Minius nodded, and Trent stepped back. The elf set the inner circle to trap him, and when Ciri dropped hers, he retreated to stand beside us. The scent of burnt amber caught at my throat, and Trent reeked. Knowing Trent's circle would fall when we left, Ciri reinstated the second circle about Minius. The rising and falling bands of power were making me ill. Minius smiled from behind the two different arcs of reality, as if he didn't care that he was going to be trapped in a small circle for 13 hours until the rising sun freed him. Trent's words must have pleased him to no end. I picked up my satchel and stood ready. My eyes flicked from Ivy to my mom, and my heart pounded. It was going to be over one way or the other, really soon. Afterward, Trent and I were going to chat. "Be careful," my mother said, and I nodded, gripping the straps of my bag tighter. And then Trent tapped a line and said a word of Latin. The breath was pushed out of my lungs, and I felt myself fall. The curse seemed to shred me into thoughts held together by my soul. A tingling washed through me, and my lungs rebounded, filling with a harsh, gritty air. I gasped, my hands and knees slamming into the grass-covered ground and my hat falling off. Beside me I could hear Trent retching. Stumbling to my feet, I swallowed the last of my nausea and looked past my blowing curls to the red-stained sky and long grass. I wanted to give Trent a swift kick for putting my future kids on the demon's radar, but figured I could wait until I knew I had a future. "Welcome to the homeland, Trent," I muttered, praying we all got back to where we belonged before sunup. Chapter 26. Shaky, I fumbled with the satchel's zipper to find the map and orient myself. It was cold, and I pulled my hat lower as the acidic wind pushed the hair from my face, and I scanned the image of a dim wasteland glinting under the red-smeared sky. I half expected to see the ruins of my church, but there was nothing there. Stunted trees and twisted bushes rose between hummocks of dry grass. A red haze glowed from the bottom of the clouds where Cincy would have stood, but here, on this side of the dry river, it was mostly sad-looking vegetation. Trent wiped his mouth with a hanky he then hid under a rock. His eyes were black in the red light, and I could tell he didn't like the wind pushing on him. He didn't look cold, though. The man never got cold, which was starting to tick me off. Squinting, I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear and focused on the map. The air stank, and the scent of burnt amber caught deep in my throat. Trent coughed, quickly stifling it. David's duster shifted about my heels, and I was glad I had it, wanting something between me and the greasy-feeling air. It was dark, but the clouds reflecting the glow from the broken, distant city gave everything a sick look, like the light in a photographer's darkroom. Arms wrapped around my stomach, I followed Trent's gaze to the twisted vegetation, trying to decide if the red-sheened rocks hiding in the grass were tombstones. Amid the trees was a large, shattered slump of crumbling stone. With a lot of imagination, it could have been the kneeling angel. Trent looked down at the faint tink of metal at his feet. Bending for a closer look, he thumbed a penlight on. It glowed a sickly red, and I cringed at the revealing light, then leaned so our heads almost touched for a better look. In the scuffed grass was a tiny bell, black with tarnish. It wasn't solid, but made of decorative loops that brought to mind a Celtic knot. Trent's hand reached, and in a wash of adrenaline I gave him a shove. "What in hell are you doing?" I all but hissed as he glared at me, and I wished I had hit him hard enough to knock him on his butt. "Don't you ever watch TV? If there is a pretty sparkly thing on the ground, leave it alone. If you pick it up, you're going to release the monster or fall through a trap door or something. And what is it with the light? You want to tell every demon this side of the lee lines where we are? God, I should have taken Ivy." A surprised look replaced Trent's anger. "You can see the light?" he said, and I snatched it from him and clicked it off. "Duh!" I exclaimed in a whisper. He yanked it back. "It's a wavelength that humans can't see. I didn't know that witches could." Slightly mollified, I backed down. "Well, I can. Don't use it." I stood and watched in disbelief as he flicked his light on and belligerently picked up the bell. It tinkled faintly, and after knocking the dirt from it, he jingled it again. I could not believe this. Putting a hand on my hip, I glared at the red glow hovering over the broken city miles away. The pure sound was muffled, and he tucked it in a little belt pouch. "Freaking tourist," I muttered, then louder said, "If you've got your souvenir, let's go." I nervously stepped to the more certain dark of a twisted tree. It had no leaves, and it looked dead, the cold, gritty wind having scoured all life from it. Instead of following, Trent pulled a paper from his back pocket. The penlight came on again, and he shone it on a map. A red glow reflected up on his face, and furious, I snatched the light away again. "Are you trying to get caught?" I whispered. "If I can see it, and you can see it, what makes you think a demon can't?" Trent's silhouette grew aggressive, but when the distinctive rustle of something small pushing through grass at a run rose over the soughing of wind in the trees, he closed his mouth. "You had to ring the bell, didn't you?" I asked, pulling him into the shadow with me. "You had to ring the damn bell." I shivered in David's borrowed coat, and he shook his head in disdain. "Relax," he said over the rustling of the closing map. "Don't let the wind spook you." But I couldn't relax. The moon wouldn't rise until almost midnight, but the ugly glow in the sky made everything look like a first-quarter moon was shining. I stared at the heaviest glow, deciding that was north. The memory of Ceres' map swam up, and I turned a little to the east. "That way," I said as I tucked his light in my pocket. "We can look at the map when we find some broken buildings to hide the glare behind." Trent tucked the map into his pocket and shrugged his pack over his shoulders. I nervously shifted my bag to my other arm, and we started out, glad to be finally moving, if only to warm up. Grass hid the low spots, and I stumbled 3 times before we'd gone 30 feet. "How good is your night vision?" Trent asked, when we found a reasonably level swath that ran exactly east to west. "Okay." I wished I'd brought my gloves, and I hid my hands in my sleeves. Trent still didn't look cold as he stood before me, his cap making his outline radically different. "Can you run?" I licked my lips, thinking of the uneven footing. I wanted to say, "Better than you," but, quashing my irritation, I said, "Not without breaking something." The red haze from the clouds lit his slight frown. "Then we walk until the moon rises." He turned his back on me and started off at a fast pace. I jumped to keep up. "Then we walk until the moon rises," I mocked under my breath, thinking that Mr. Elf had no idea of the situation. Wait until he saw his first surface demon. Then he'd put his little scrawny elf ass behind mine where it belonged. Until then he could find the dips in the grass and snap his freaking ankle. The wind was a constant push, and my ears ached with it. My head slowly bowed until I had to force myself to look up and past the ever-moving shadow of Trent's back. He kept a constant motion just above my comfortable pace as he ghosted forward with a minimal amount of movement through the waist-high grass and past the occasional tree. Slowly I started to warm up, and watching him, I started questioning my decision to wear David's long leather duster. My legs were protected from the dry ache of the gritty wind, but it set up an unnerving hush against the grass that Trent's jumpsuit barely touched. Things were no better when we left the grass behind and slipped under the canopy of a mature, twisted forest. The ground vegetation was sparser, but now there were tree roots. We passed what might have once been a lake, currently covered in a thick bramble, the thorns lapping the edge of the forest like waves. I finally called for a halt when the trees gave way to chunks of concrete and occasional patches of thick grass. Trent stopped his unrelenting pace and turned. The wind was a cool brush against me, and breathless, I pointed to what looked like a crumbling overpass. Without a word, he angled to a slump of rock underneath. Hand on my side and my thoughts on the water and energy bars Ivy had packed for me, I followed, sinking down beside Trent on the cold rock and glad for something solid behind me. I'd been fighting the feeling of watching eyes since we found the forest. The sound of my satchel's zipper was a striking point of normalcy in the red-smeared existence around us, with its greasy wind and heavy clouds. Trent held his hand out for his light, and I gave it to him. He turned away to study the map as I scanned the terrain behind us. There had been a twisted silhouette at the dry lake, the vaguely human-looking figure furtive and fleeting. Trent's cupped hand hid much of the light, and his red-tinted finger traced our probable path from where we arrived to where Siri had indicated the demons had their access to their database. Why it wasn't in the city bothered me, but she had said they put it on holy ground to prevent demonic or familiar tampering. The map Siri had sketched had an eerie feeling of familiarity, with an undulating line indicating the dry river and marks showing where old bridges crossed. It looked like Cincy and the Hollows. Why not? Both sides of reality had a circle at Fountain Square. Turning away, I dug in my pack. "You want a drink?" I said softly as I brought out a bottle, and when he nodded, I handed it over. The crack of the plastic seal shot through me, and Trent froze until he was sure the wind was still blowing and the night was still. In the ugly red light, his eyes were black when they met mine. "Guess what's on the patch of holy ground that they store their samples on," he said, tapping the map and Siri's star. I looked at the map, then past him to the crumbling remains we had yet to venture into. In the nearby distance, glowing in the early moonlight, were spires. Really familiar spires. "No," I whispered, tucking a curl back behind an ear. "The basilica?" The wind ruffled the edges of the map while Trent drank, his throat moving as he downed the water. "What else could it be?" he said as he tucked the empty bottle into his sack. The sound of sliding rock jerked him straight, and my pulse pounded. Trent clicked off his special light, but there, not 100 feet away, in the sickly red haze was a twisted, hunched silhouette, staring at us with arms hanging slack at its side. Its feet were shod, and leggings rose past the thin shins. An elbow-long cape fluttered in the cold wind. It turned a bare head to the east as if listening, then back to us. Waiting? Testing? Trying to figure out if we were food or foe? A shudder rippled over me that had nothing to do with the steadily dropping temperature. "Put your map away," I whispered as I eased to my feet. "We need to move." I thanked God it didn't follow. This time I was in front, tension making me almost glide through the ruins as Trent lagged, tripping on sliding rock and swearing when he slipped, as he struggled to keep up with my fear-driven pace. We didn't see any more surface demons, but I knew they were there by the occasional rock slide. I didn't question why I found it easier to navigate the sharper shadows that the red moonlight made on the ruins than the natural slump of tree and grass. All I knew was that our presence had been noted, and I didn't want to linger. My first glimpse of the moon shook me, and I tried not to look again after my first shocked stare. It had become a sickly, red-smeared orb, bloated and hanging over the broken landscape as if in oppression. The moon had always looked silver the few times I had opened my second sight, and gazed into the ever-after from the security of my side of the lines. The clear glow of our moon must have been overpowering the red-smeared ugliness I was looking at now. Seeing it with my feet really on alien soil, coated with red like my soul was coated with demon slime, brought to a sharp clarity just how far from home we really were. We fell in and out of a slow jog as the terrain permitted, traversing the broken, slumping buildings and the occasional line of trees showing where boulevards once were, as we went deeper into the remains of concrete and frost-rimmed lampposts, heading for the spires. I started to wonder if the thin, hunched figures that were becoming increasingly bold were elves or witches that hadn't crossed over. Escaped familiars, perhaps? They had auras, but the glow was loose and irregular, like torn clothing. It was as if their auras had been damaged from trying to live in the toxic ever-after. Worry tightened my brow as we wove through twisted metal that might have once been a bus stop. Was I poisoning myself by being here? And if so, how come Siri was okay? Was it because she hadn't been allowed to age while a familiar? Or maybe Al had kept her healthy by resetting her DNA to the sample on file. Or maybe she never came up to the surface. A falling rock slid almost to my feet, and I cut a sharp left, betting that there would be an open street after the broken building in front of me that would lead right to the basilica. I didn't think we were being corralled. God, I hoped we weren't. Trent followed very close, and our progress slowed as we slipped through a narrow passage. His breathing was loud, and my shoulders eased when we emerged from the broken alley onto a clear street. Chunks of adjacent buildings littered the way, but little else. At Trent's nervous nod, we started forward, skirting the larger debris that might hide a skinny surface demon. My gaze rose up to the broken spires as we approached. There were only carved gargoyles perched on the lower ledges, not real ones. Whether they'd abandoned the ever-after along with the witches and elves, or they had never existed here, I didn't know. Apart from the missing gargoyles, the building looked relatively untouched, much like their version of Fountain Square. I wondered if it was because it was holy, or because they had a vested interest in keeping it intact. Trent halted beside me as I looked appraisingly at the door, then he turned to watch our backs. "You think a front door is open?" I said, wanting to be inside. Though if it was like the one in reality, the only holy ground was limited to the expanse where the altar was. A rock slid behind us. Head jerking like a startled deer's, Trent took the stairs to him and tried all the doors. None of them opened, and seeing that there were no locks on the outside, I started for the side door. "This way," I whispered. He nodded, moving fast as he joined me. I couldn't help the flash of memory of me cold-cocking one of his fiancée's bodyguards on the front steps to get in to arrest Trent. I still thought Trent owed me a thank you for breaking the wedding up. Him being a drug lord and murderer notwithstanding, being married to that cold fish of a woman would have been cruel and unusual punishment. Trent took the lead, and I followed at a slower pace, watching the street when another slide of rock echoed through the ruined city. The sickly moon had risen over the buildings, the red glare making holes where there were none, and disguising the real ones. My fingers itched. I wanted to unroll the ever-after in my thoughts, and flash enough light to send all the surface demons running, but I had to reserve my spindle to do Siri's charm. That is, if I didn't need it between then and now to save my skin. The familiar sight of the twin stairways to the side door was a shock. It was exactly the same, and the untouched state of the cathedral made the rest of the city look twice as broken. "Trent," I whispered, my knees weak. "Why do you think everything is sort of parallel? I've heard Minius say when the two worlds collide, is the ever-after a mirror of our reality?" Trent slowed as his eyes fell from the moon to land upon the expanse of trees growing where the side parking lot would have been. "Maybe. And it's ruined because of the demons?" I jumped at a sharp click of stone. "Maybe their turn didn't go very well." "No," he said, easing forward silently. "The trees where we crossed were more than 40 years old. If things went bad at the turn, then they would be only that old. Elves left 2,000 years ago, and witches 5. If the ever-after is a reflection of reality, the similarities should have ended when we diverged, and they seem to mirror each other almost today, perhaps. It doesn't make sense." He took the nearest of the concrete stairs carefully, and I followed, watching behind me instead of my footing. "Like anything makes sense here?" Trent tried the door. It was locked. My lips pressed tight, and I set my satchel down to find Jenk's lock-picking kit. The sound of sliding rock quickened my cold fingers, and Trent's gaze flicked everywhere as he waited. I wanted to get off the street like yesterday. I found the kit, and after tucking it under my arm, I zipped my bag closed. A branch in the nearby trees waved wildly, and a black something hit the earth. Shit. Trent put his back to the door, watching. Do you think that maybe more than the buildings are parallel? He asked, as I crouched before the lock. God, I'd give just about anything for Jenks. You mean like people? I wiggled my fingers for his special light, and he handed it to me. Yes. I shined the light on the lock, sighing at its corroded state. Maybe I could kick the door in, but then we couldn't shut it. My thoughts went to Trent's question, trying not to imagine a demon with the morals of Trent. I hope not. I stood, and his attention jerked to me. I'm going to try to pick the lock, I said. Watch my back, okay? Damn it. I didn't like where I was, but I had no choice. Trent hesitated as if hearing more than I was asking, then faced the trees. I took a slow breath and tried to ignore the soughing of the wind and the grit that was making my eyes ache. The case Jenks had bought to hold his tools was soft on my cold, numbed fingertips, and I fumbled at the ties holding it closed. Nice, quiet ties instead of a noisy zipper. The man was a thief at heart and had thought of everything. The kit came silently open, and in a flash of light that rocked me back, Jenks darted out. "Holy crap, Rachel!" the small pixie swore, shaking himself so the glowing dust lit my knees. "I thought I was going to be sick. You bounce around like a grasshopper when you run. Are we there yet?" I stared, slack-jawed, slowly losing my balance and falling to sit on my butt. "The basilica?" Jenks questioned, seeing Trent standing speechless over us. "Damn, that's more freaky than a fairy's third birthday party. Oh, hey, nice jumpsuit, Trent. Didn't anyone ever tell you? The guy in the jumpsuit always gets eaten first." "Jenks," I finally managed. "You shouldn't be here." The pixie flexed his wings, landing on my knee and running a careful hand over one of the lower ones to straighten it out. The light from him was clean and pure, the only thing here that was really white. "Like you should," he said dryly. I glanced at Trent, seeing by his tight features that he had already figured out the problem. "Jenks, Trent only bought 4 trips. With you along, we only have 1 left." Trent turned from the forest, clearly angry. "That last remaining trip is mine. I'm not responsible for your backup's stupidity." Oh, God, I was stuck in the ever-after. "Hey, you stupid-ass elf!" Jenks exclaimed, rising up in a burst of gold glitter. There was a collective rustle from the shadowed trees, and I got to my feet. Neither Jenks nor Trent noticed, seeing as Jenks currently had a drawn sword pointed at Trent's eyeball. "I am Rachel's backup," he continued, the glow from him making a spot of normal color on the scratched side door to the church. "I come with her and am included with her trip as much as her shoes and her hair scrunchie. Human law doesn't count our existence, so neither should demon. I'm an accessory, Mr. Elven Magic," he said bitterly. "So don't get your dancing tights in a twist. You think I'd endanger Rachel's life by using her pass to get here if I wasn't sure we both had a way out?" "Please, please, let him be right." Jenks saw my fear, and his wings increased their pitch. "I don't count, damn it! I didn't use up one of your trips." Trent leaned forward to say something nasty, but a huge chunk of rock slid into the nearby street, interrupting him. All 3 of us froze, and Jenks dampened his glow. "Back off, Jenks," I said, cursing myself. "If there's only 1 trip left, Trent gets it." "Rach, he can bargain for more. He should have included me anyway." "I'm not going to ask Trent to bargain with anyone else. He gets it," I said, fear bubbling through me black and thick. "He made the deal. You changed it." "Rach!" He was scared, and I held out a hand for him to land on it. Damn it all to hell and back. "I'm glad you're here," I said softly, stifling a jerk at a rock plinking down. "Trent can have his lousy trip. He got us here, we can get ourselves back. That's what we do. And that's even if we need to. If Minius doesn't know you hitched a ride, we probably still have 2 jumps out." Jenks's wings had turned a dismal blue. "Pixies don't count, Rachel. We never do." But he counted to me. "Can you get the lock?" I said to change the subject. "We have to get off the street." The pixie made a smug noise and dropped to the corroded lock. "Tinks tampons!" he swore as he dug through the rust and slowly vanished inside, leaving a faint glow. "This is like crawling through a sandhill. Crap, Madalena's gonna kill me. The only thing worse than blood is rust. I really hoped I'd get the chance to hear Madalena ream him out. I really did. Worried, I put my back to the door and sent out a silent prayer that the surface demons would hold off a little longer. I couldn't set a circle or draw on a line, though I felt a strong one nearby from across the dry river where Eden Park would be. If I tapped it, a demon would come to investigate. My gaze slid to Trent. I wasn't going to ask him to renegotiate for more trips out of here, but fear clenched my stomach. Damn it, Jenks. Trent's hands twitched, and he looked worried. Why am I doing this again? How's it coming, Jenks? I muttered. Give me a minute, came a faint call back. There's a lot of corrosion. And don't worry about the trip home, Rach. I saw how Minius did it. Hope was a surge of adrenaline, and I met Trent's startled gaze. Can you teach me? Jenks emerged from the lock, landing on the handle to shake the rust from himself in a burst of wing movement. I don't know, he said, his voice stronger. Maybe if Elf Boy let me use the charm to go back, and I could compare it to coming here. No, Trent said grimly. I'm not renegotiating because your sidekick tagged along. Anger made my face burn. Jenks is not a sidekick. Jenks rose up to land on my shoulder. Let it go, Rach. Trent couldn't buy a clue if he had $1 million in a dollar store. I saw what happened when Minius shoved us through the lines. The ever-after is like a drop of time that got knocked out, sitting alone by itself, with no past behind it to push it forward and no future to pull it along. It's hanging to us by the lee lines, sort of. Your circles aren't made up of differing realities. They're made up of the stretchy stuff that's holding us and the ever-after together, keeping the ever-after from vanishing like it should. But, I hear things coming, so why don't we go in? A drop of time, I thought, pushing the door open to see a smothering blackness. The scent of dry paste met me, and when a guttural cry broke the wind's hush, fear slid all the way to the bottom of my soul and wrung every breath of courage from me. It had been distant, but there had been a definite echo of movement from all around us. Go! I hissed at Trent, and the elf dove in. I snatched up my pack and followed, moving as if the monster under the bed was ready to reach out and grab my ankle. Trent stopped in the middle of the doorway, and I plowed into him. We fell in the dim light coming through the door, and as Jenks swore and told us to shut it, I breathed in a heavy dust and tried to get up. Trent managed it first, slamming the door and cutting off the moonlight. It was warmer inside without the wind. I couldn't see at all, and I listened to his fingers scrabbling at the lock, and his breath, loud and harsh in the blackness. Holy crap, we just made it. Frozen, I waited for a thump at the door, but it never came. You guys look stupid on the floor like that, Jenks said, shaking himself until he glowed. I'm going to check the doors. If this really is the basilica, I know exactly where they are. Back in a sec. The pure glow from him darted off to leave a fading ribbon of falling dust. God, I was so glad he was here. A red haze from Trent's penlight eased into existence. His face was haggard and dust-streaked, and his jumpsuit was filthy with a white ash-like film. The light did little to illuminate anything else, and we got to our feet. Mr. Elf has a get-out-of-jail-free card, and I don't. Frankly, I'd rather have Jenks. I've got a brighter light, he offered. You want to wait to use it until we hear back from Jenks? My brow eased slightly, and I felt a little more charitable. That is an excellent idea, I said, wishing he'd shine what light we did have around a little more, especially upward. No one in the movies ever looks up until the saliva starts dripping down. I was digging out my own light when the formidable sound of the power thunking on echoed through the church. Both Trent and I fell into a crouch when the glare of electric lights burst into existence. Blinking, we rose, our gazes traveling over the inside of the small cathedral. Time, I thought again as my lips parted. The ever-after is a splash out of time? Held to us by the lee lines and being dragged along? So why is it so parallel? I had no idea, but the basilica looked like the one I'd dragged Trent out of. Well, sort of. A dingy yellow foam covered the inside of the stained-glass windows to block any light from entering or escaping. The pews had been shoved to the back of the sanctuary in a pile of half-burnt, varnished wood. Smoke and fire damage marked the walls and ceilings. The christening well, God save me, it was full of what looked like blackened bones and hair, utterly defiled. An ugly stain of black ringed it. Blood? I wasn't going over to look. My eyes finally went up, and tears pricked. The beautiful woodwork was still there, and the chandeliers faintly tinkling. A haze of white was slipping from them in a fog, the flow of electricity shaking loose the dust to sift down on the tiled floor gouged by a past fury. Trent moved, and my gaze shot past him to the altar. It stood on a raised stage, and it too was covered in black stains. Something really ugly had happened. I felt my expression twist, and I shut my eyes. Either the sanctity had been broken, or it had been defiled by witches or elves. If it was a different time, how far ahead were we? I refused to look at the defiled altar as I followed Trent onto the stage. I thought I felt a shiver pass through my aura as I stepped onto holy ground, and when I looked at Trent, he nodded. "It's still holy," he said, glancing at the altar. "Let's find the samples and get out of here." Easy for you to say, I thought bitterly, not trusting Jenks's opinion that he didn't count. The dry clatter of pixie wings intruded, and my relief was almost a pain when Jenks shot in from the back rooms. My easing of tension was short-lived, though, as he landed on my extended fist, gray and clearly shaken. "Don't go out there, Rachel," he whispered, the clear tracks of tears showing strongly on his rust-dusted face. "Please, don't go out there. Stay here. Siri said the samples were here on holy ground. You don't need to go anywhere else. Promise me, just promise me you won't leave this room." Fear made a lump at my core, and I nodded. "I'd stay here." "Where are the samples?" I said, turning to see Trent running his hand over the woodwork, as if he was looking for a secret panel. The yellow foam on the windows seemed to soak up the light. My breath hissed in, and Trent froze at the sound of nails. Something was crawling on the outside of the glass. "My God," I said, retreating to the altar to put my back against it as I looked up. "Trent, do you have any weapons, like a gun?" He looked at me in disgust. "You're here to protect me," he said as he closed the distance between us and stood beside me. "You didn't bring a weapon?" "Yeah, I brought a weapon," I snapped as I brought my splat gun out and aimed it at the ceiling where the sounds were coming from. "I just thought that since you're a freaking murderer, you might have a gun too." "God, Trent, please tell me you brought one." Jaw clenched, he shook his head no, but he touched a wide side pocket in his jumpsuit for reassurance. He might not have a gun, but he had something. Fine, Mr. Kalamack had a secret weapon he didn't want to share. I hoped he wouldn't have to use it. Heart pounding, I watched the yellow foam and tried to slow my breathing. How were we going to do this while under attack? If I set a circle for protection, real demons would be all over us. "Jenks," I called out when a new scrabbling started from the other side of the church. Shit, there were two out there now. "Can you hear a hard drive or anything? Siri said they stored everything by computer. We need to do this fast." Face gray, Jenks rose up on a thin sparkle of gold that took on an amber tint. It was almost as if the red glow from outside was seeping in. "Oh, look!" He darted off, and hands sweating, I tracked the sound of that second set of nails as it traveled over the ceiling to where the first was digging. The first 7 uglies through would be taking a nap, but unless they were cannibals and ate their dead, there were probably going to be a lot more surface demons coming at us than I had sleepy charms for. The 2 scrabbling sounds joined, and I stiffened at a sharp crack followed by a thump. There was a cry, then the desperate raking of claws on stone and glass all the way to the ground. I listened, not moving or daring to breathe. A gargoyle, I thought. There were gargoyles here? They were fiercely loyal to their churches and would defend them against attack. It was the only explanation, unless both had fallen, but it had sounded as if it had only been one. Trent sighed in relief, but I kept staring at the high windows, not trusting that it hadn't simply been two klutzy surface demons, and that more wouldn't be coming. "I think we're okay," he said, and I just looked at him in disbelief. "Want to bet?" "Guys, over here," Jenks called out as he hovered before a white statue of Mother Mary. "There's an electronic whine coming from under it." Giving Trent a last look, I tucked my splat gun into my pants at the small of my back and left the altar to join Jenks. The pixie had sunk down to sit on the statue's shoulder, looking somehow right in between her heart and her halo. Trent had come with me, and before I could say anything, he stretched to put his hands on her knees, clearly planning to shove her over. "No!" I exclaimed, not knowing why, except she was the only thing in here on the ground floor not marked up and defiled. But Trent scowled, and as I grasped his shoulder to jerk him back, he reached out. Pain raced through my arm and into my chest, cramping my muscles like an electric shock. I heard Trent yelp, and I must have passed out because the next thing I knew, I was laying on the floor 4 feet back, with Jenks hovering in front of me. "Rachel!" he cried, and I put a hand to my aching head, my arm moving slower than it should have as I propped myself up. "Are you all right?" I took a breath, then another. My roving gaze found Trent sitting cross-legged and holding his head. His nose was bleeding. "Stupid-ass elf," I muttered, feeling my heart beat. "You stupid-ass elf!" I shouted, and Jenks flew backward, smiling in relief. "You're okay," he sighed, the sparkles sifting from him, turning a clear silver. "What in hell is wrong with you?" I yelled, my voice echoing against the distant ceiling. "You don't think it's protected?" Trent looked up. Jenks was sitting on it. "Jenks is a pixie!" I exclaimed to burn off some angst. "No one takes them into account because they don't know how dangerous they are, you dumb crap of a businessman. You are completely out of your element, so just sit there, okay? You got me here, now let the professionals work, or your insufferable, smarter-than-thou attitude is going to get us killed. I said I'd protect you and get you home, but I need you to stop doing stupid stuff. Just sit there and do nothing." The last was shouted, but I was really mad. "God help you," I swore as I got up and shook the last of the cramping out of my hand. "Now I have a headache. Thanks a hell of a lot." Jenks was grinning, and my brow furrowed at my unprofessional show of anger. "About time you put him in his place," he said, and my frown deepened. "Yeah," I muttered as I creakily moved to the statue and stood before sweet Mother Mary and her smug smile with my fists on my hips. "But how are we going to get to the samples?" Jenks's wings increased their pitch, and I looked at his expression of satisfaction. Immediately I felt my own expression ease. "You already have a way in?" I asked. He nodded. "There's a crack in the base, small enough for a mouse. I'll get them." My breath slipped from me in an audible sigh. The magic protecting the statue didn't recognize him. He didn't count. The thing was, he did count. He counted a lot, and he was going to save my butt again. "Thanks, Jenks," I whispered. "Hey, that's what I'm here for," he said, then darted behind the statue and was gone. I had a trip home. I really thought I might. Maybe. The silence was loud as I turned to find Trent still messing with his nose. The scent of blood seemed to pull whispers from the shadows at the christening pool, and though I knew it was my imagination, it was freaking me out. Going to the limit of the holy ground, I sat on the top step, remembering standing here at Trent's wedding, right before I arrested him. I could feel Trent's presence behind me, but didn't turn. He was silent for about 6 heartbeats, and then I heard him rise. From outside at the base of the front doors came scratching, a soft digging sound that gave me the willies. It started and stopped as if afraid, but the door was a lot thicker than the glass windows. I forced my breathing to stay even when Trent stopped 5 feet from me and just stared. Swinging my waist pack around, I took out my last water and downed it. My splat gun was next to it, and bringing it out, I sighted down it at the front door. Trent looked me up and down. "Is that all you're going to do?" My pulse quickened, and I gazed at the front of the basilica where the scratching was coming from. I might have a snack later if nothing comes through those doors. Jenks's voice came echoing up, sounding hollow. "I found a terminal!" he shouted. "It's in a cement room with no doors. I squeezed in through the wiring, tore my freaking wing. Tink's dildo, I'm leaking enough dust to be a lightning rod. It's going to take me some time to hack in and figure out their system, but I can do it." I pulled my satchel with my spelling stuff closer. If Jenks was using Tink's name in vain, he was okay. The sun would rise at 7, and Minius would be free. If we weren't out of here by then, it was going to get a whole lot nastier, holy ground or not. A wooden door and a maybe gargoyle wouldn't stop a real demon. Not by a long shot. Trent sighed, easing himself down to sit on the stairs with his knees almost up to his chin. And now we wait. Chapter 27. I flipped my splat gun out of my waistband, letting it spin like a gunslinger's pistol, before aiming it at the distant door. The scratching there had quit hours ago, shortly after the sound of a large rock hitting the pavement shook the dust from the ceiling. Apparently the gargoyles were still around. That made me feel secure enough that I'd managed to grab a few winks a couple of hours ago while Trent stood guard. The watch on loan from Ivy about my wrist said it was 20 minutes to sunrise. 20 minutes before all hell was going to break loose, and here I was playing gunslinger. Trent would be able to pop out when things got rough with his freaking magic word, but I had a circle drawn beside the altar for Jenks and me to hide in, if worse came to worst. It ought to hold until Newt showed. My spelling supplies to take Al's name were in it, just waiting for the focusing object. I was going to work the curse as soon as Jenks found the demon's DNA. If I didn't survive, at least everyone I cared about would be safe. "Hurry up, Jenks." "Bang," I whispered, then pulled the gun back to me and tucked it in at the small of my back. I was dying to go out and see what had hit the street before the front door. Tired, I glanced at the statue, then Trent sitting slumped with his back against the defiled altar. He had nodded off for a few hours around midnight, trusting I'd keep him safe. This was taking it right to the wire, and that was assuming I had a ride home. Crap, I was tired of this. The theoretical charm shop Jenks sometimes mocked me with was looking mighty good right now. Sure, I had been all spit and indignant righteousness when I told Trent that Jenks hadn't used my ride home to get to the Ever After, but the last few hours before sunrise were dragging deep across my soul, and I feared that I was living in a fairy tale if I expected Minius to accept that Jenks was a hair scrunchie and deserved a free ride. Trent felt me looking at him and woke up. His eyes were puffy from the grit and tired, and his face showed his strain. I looked away and stretched for my hat, dropping it onto my head and pulling it low so I couldn't see him. Exhaling, I forced the tension out. Maybe I could figure Lee line traveling out if there weren't demons breathing down my neck like the last time. Until Jenks came up with Al's cellular sample, there was nothing else to do. I'd been trying to piece it together all night. My eyes shut, and I made my muscles relax. If Jenks was right, Lee lines were what kept the Ever After connected to reality. All I had to do was learn how to use them, and Jenks and I would be home free. Sure, easy stuff. Like I had 100 times already tonight, I reached a thought out to the nearest line, but didn't tap it, afraid a demon would sense me doing it. I lingered there, feeling the energy rush past my consciousness like a red-sheened silver ribbon. It suddenly occurred to me that the energy was flowing one way, into our reality. Was the Ever After shrinking? Its substance flowing into our reality, like water is drawn to a puddle up from a small drop into a larger one? Maybe that was why the Ever After was all broken up. Its substance flowing into our reality like water is drawn to puddle up from a small drop into a larger one? Maybe that was why the Ever After was all broken up. Tension filtered back, tightening my muscles one by one as I tried to remember what it had felt like when I'd been carried along the lines of energy. The thought of Ivy had brought me home once. My face warmed. Newt had said I loved Ivy more than the church. I wasn't going to deny it, but there were all kinds of love, and how shallow would I be if my anchor to reality was a hunk of real estate? It was the people who were there that made it mean something. The flush cooled as I remembered the feeling of my soul breaking apart, and how Newt had held my consciousness until I had a body again. Had the shift between realities fractured my soul or just my body? I moved my knees to feel they'd stiffened. My eyes opened, and I stared at the new rings of dust under the chandeliers. I couldn't even smell the burnt amber on me anymore, and that bothered me. I jumped when Trent sat down beside me. I'd forgotten he was here. Pulse pounding, I shifted down an inch or two, wondering what he wanted. Getting antsy, was he? I want to thank you, he said, when it was obvious I wasn't going to break the awkward silence. Surprised, I glanced at Ivy's watch. Tickety-tock, Jenks. You're welcome. He pulled his knees up, which made him look odd in his black jumpsuit. Don't you want to know what for? Expression neutral to maintain the facade that everything was going according to plan, I gestured at the broken cathedral. For keeping you alive on this magic carpet ride? He looked at the shattered room. For stopping my wedding. Blinking, I cautiously offered, You didn't love her. His gaze had dulled and his hair was white with dust. I didn't have the chance to find out. Trent wants to love someone. Curious. Siri wants nothing to do with me, he stated. He let his knees fall to stretch his legs down the stairs, his usually collected features scrunched up. Why do I need to marry someone anyway? It's politics, that's all. I stared, seeing him as a young man in a position of power, being asked to marry, have children, live a nice quiet life of hidden intrigue and public showmanship. Poor, poor Mr. Trent. That didn't stop you with Elizabeth, I said, pushing for more. I don't respect Elizabeth. Don't respect or don't fear her. I ran my gaze up from his boots to his cap. You're welcome, I said, but I arrested you to put you in jail, not to save you from Elizabeth. Jenks had helped Quinn steal the evidence that Trent had murdered the Wares, and the FIB had to let him go. And yet Trent was taking the last ride out of the Ever After instead of sticking around and helping us bargain for 2 more trips. Ah well, it really wasn't his problem, was it? A faint smile quirked his lips. Don't tell Quinn, but the jail time was worth it. My smile grew to match his, then faded. Thank you for bringing Jenks home, I said, then added. And my shoes. Those are my favorite pair. Looking askance at me, he almost smiled. No problem. But I don't appreciate you putting my future kids on the demon radar, I said, and his expression became questioning. God, he didn't even know he had done it. I don't know if that made it better or worse. Jaw tight, I added, telling Minius my kids will be healthy and possibly able to kindle demon magic. His jaw dropped, and I clasped my knees to my chest. Idiot, I muttered. He hadn't even known what he had done. My gaze slid to my watch, then the foam-covered windows. The light outside would be growing red and sickly, the wind rising. Gargoyles might have been able to keep us safe in here at night, but as soon as the sun rose, they would be dormant. Even worse, not only was I not going to have time to do the spell, I was likely not even going to get the sample. I had a bad feeling Minius would show up the moment he was free. Come on, Jenks. Trent's boots scraped the decaying carpeting to show the wood underneath. Sorry. Yeah, that makes it all better. If there's only 1 trip out, I'll try to get you back, he said suddenly. Surprise washed through me, almost a hurt, and I jerked my head up. Excuse me? He was staring at the front door, looking as if he had a bad taste in his mouth. We couldn't have done this without Jenks. If Minius considers him a person, I'll try to arrange 2 more trips out, if I can. I took a breath, having forgotten to breathe. Why? You don't owe us anything. His lips parted and closed, and he shrugged. I want to be more than this, he said, gesturing to himself. What in hell was going on? Don't get me wrong, he said, glancing furtively at me and away. If it comes to sending you home and being a hero, or being a bastard by sending myself home and saving my species, I'm going to be a bastard. But I'll try to get you home, if I can. My breath came and went, and I tried to wrap my thoughts around what had changed in him. It had to be Siri. The woman's complete disdain for Trent was starting to get to him. She didn't excuse his actions and saw right through his surface attempts at making up for his past, thinking the attempts made him worse, not better. Her soul was black, her past filthy with unimaginable deeds, but she carried herself with a noble strength, knowing that though she broke the law with impunity, she was loyal to those she owed allegiance to and loved. And perhaps Trent was seeing it for the first time as a strength, not a weakness. "She's not going to ever love you," I said, and his eyes closed. "I know, but someone might." "You're still a murdering bastard." His eyes opened, a spot of green in the dusty gray surrounding us. "That's not going to change." That I could believe. Needing to move, I rose and went to stand before the statue. "Jenks!" I shouted. "We're running out of moonlight!" It was too late to do the curse. We were down to snatch and run. "You aren't so lily-white yourself," Trent said. "Stop throwing stones." Stiffening, I spun. I got my demon smut trying to save my butt. Nothing died. With a soft huff, Trent pulled his knees to himself and turned on the top stair to face me. Such a nice, friendly witch, helping the FIB and little old ladies find their familiars. "How many bodies are at your feet, Rachel?" Heat hit me, and my breath caught. Oh, that. There were bodies in my past. I lived with a vampire who had probably killed people, and I willingly accepted that. Kiston's hands hadn't been clean either. Jenks had killed to keep his children alive, and would do so again without thought. I had intentionally killed Peter, though he had wanted to die. "Peter doesn't count," I said, hip-cocked, and Trent shook his head as if I were a child. "You murder people outright," I said indignantly. "You killed 3 wares for business last summer, and were going to let my friend take the blame. Brett only wanted to belong to something. That it hurt still surprised me." "We are exactly the same, Rachel. We're both prepared to kill to protect what we care for. It simply comes up a lot more often with me. You murdered a living vampire to protect your way of life. That he wanted to die was simply a pretty bow around it." "We are nothing alike," I said. "You kill for business and profit. I did what I had to do to keep the balance between the vamps and the wares." Full of indignant anger, I looked down at him as he sat on the stairs. "Are you saying I shouldn't have?" Smiling beatifically, Trent said, "No, you did the right thing. Exactly what I would have done. What I'm saying is that the rest of us would appreciate it if you would stop working against the system and start working in it." "With you?" I said caustically, and he shrugged. "Your talents, my contacts. I'm going to change the world. You can have a say in it." Disgusted, I turned my back on him, arms crossed over my chest. Demons were about to chew our noses off, and he was still trying to woo me into working for him. But here I was, doing just that. God, I was such an idiot. "I already have a say in it," I muttered. "Rach!" came a warbling call from the statue, and my heart jumped. "I got Al's!" I backed up a step, pulse fast, when Jenks burst from behind the statue trailing a thin ribbon of gold dust. "I looked for your sample," he said, dropping a pinky nail-size ampule of black sludge into my grip. "But you don't have one. I guess you weren't Al's familiar long enough. If Al ever tries to reverse the curse, he's going to have to get a sample from you." "Thank you," I said, dizzy as I looked at the little drop of nothing in my hand that was Al. I'd risked my life for this. Heart-pounding, I looked at Ivy's watch. 10 minutes to sunup. I was going to use it now. "Get Trent's sample," I said, lurching to the circle, already scribed out on the wooden floor where the carpet had been burned away. I wasn't going to tap a line and set it unless we were interrupted. At that point, it wouldn't matter if I rang the damned bell. Trent followed, and I almost smacked into him as he tried to get a look at Al's blood. "That's it," he said, and I pulled back from his reaching hand. "It's over 5,000 years old. It can't be any good." Jenks's wings snapped aggressively. "It's magic, you big cookie fart. If you can read a DNA sample off a nasty mummified elf corpse, Then Rachel can use a 5,000-year-old drop of blood for a demon curse. I dropped to my knees inside the circle and set the precious vial aside to brush the dirt from a swath of burned oak. "What about my sample?" Trent asked, his voice tense, as if we might betray him in the last hour. His eyes were very green, and I watched the emotion pass behind them. "I haven't been able to find one." Jenks dropped an inch in altitude. "I can't just type in ancient pre-curse elf. It would help if I had a name." Trent glanced at me, his face tight with sudden nerves. "Try searching for Calacy," he said, and I slowed. Calacy? An older version of Kalamack, perhaps? "Give me a sec," Jenks said, and darted away. Nervous as much from what I was doing as from Trent watching me do it, I sent my gaze over my stuff. White can serve as my hearth fire, check. Ugly big-ass knife, check. 2 candles representing Al and me, check. Bag of sea salt, check. Ungodly expensive piece of magnetic chalk that I wasn't going to use, check. Little 5-sided pyramid made out of copper, check. Series written instructions in phonetically spelled Latin curse, rolled up like a scroll and shoved in the bottom of my bag. Didn't need it. I had memorized everything while sitting on the steps of the basilica's altar. Feeling Trent's eyes on me, I pinched the wick of the white candle, muttering, "Consimulus califatio," as I let it go. The spindled power in me dropped, making me glad I was lighting one candle to function as a hearth fire instead of lighting the 2 candles individually by magic. The flame flickered like a spot of purity amid the defiled air, and I held my breath and counted to 10. No demon showed up. Just as I had expected, they wouldn't know I was here as long as I didn't tap a line. I could do the spell. Trent's hesitant movements just outside my vision stopped. "What are you doing?" My jaw tightened, but I said nothing as I took my bag of salt and carefully spilled it out into the shape of an elongated figure 8. It was a modified Mobius strip. This curse was one of the few I'd ever seen that didn't use a pentagram, and I wondered if it was a completely different branch of magic. Maybe this wouldn't hurt so much. "Rachel," Trent prompted, and I sat back on my heels and puffed a curl that had escaped my hat out of the way. "I've got 10 minutes, and I'm going to do the curse that will keep Al from being summoned out of the ever-after." "Now," he said, wonder bringing his manicured eyebrows up, "you said demons could feel you tap a line. They'll be on us in seconds." Fingers trembling, I carefully placed the pyramid of copper where the salt lines crossed. "Which is why I'm going to do this without the protection of a circle," I said. "I have enough ever-after spindled inside me to do it." Siri said I did. I trusted her. Though twisting a curse without a circle had me really, really nervous. Trent's soft boots shifted in a show of protest, and I ignored him as I dug through the bag looking for the stick of redwood I had forgotten to pull out earlier. "Why are you risking it?" he said. "You're doing a demon curse before the sun comes up, in the ever-after, in a defiled church. Can't you do this when you get home?" "If I get home," I accused. He was silent, and I set the flat piece of wood beside Al's sample. "If I don't make it, I want to die knowing my friends won't be taking the punishment Al has aimed at me. He'll be trapped in the ever-after." I eyed him. "Forever after." Trent sat down where he could watch both me and the statue. Satisfied he wouldn't say anything else, I balanced the tongue depressor-like stick of wood on the pyramid, the 2 ends hanging over the open loops of the Mobius strip. I was trying really hard not to think about what he had said about twisting a curse this close to sunup. This was bad. I mean, really bad. "Okay," he said, startling me, and I looked up, incredulous that he thought I was waiting for his permission. "Well, I'm glad I have your approval." Fingers shaking, I took the red candle for Al and placed it in the loop farthest from me, setting it with the word alias. The gold one I set in my loop with the word ipse, gold. My aura hadn't been its original gold in a long time, but to use a black candle would just about kill me. I poured a handful of salt into my grip, and after muttering a few words of Latin over it to give it meaning, I mixed it back and forth before dividing it equally and sifting it around the base of each unlit candle with the same words. Quickly, before Trent could distract me, I lit the candles with the hearth candle, again using the same words a final time. They were set 3 ways with the same strength and were immutable. It was a very secure beginning. "Who taught you to light candles with your thoughts?" Trent asked, and I jumped. "Siri," I said brusquely. "Will you be quiet, please?" I added, and he stood, stiffly going to stand beside the statue and out of my sight. I felt my blood pressure drop, and moving slowly so as not to unbalance the stick of redwood, I snapped the tip of the ampule off and tapped 3 ruby-black drops from it onto Al's side of the stick. The scent of burnt amber rose, almost chokingly thick. My eyes watered while I fumbled for the ceremonial knife. Almost done. It wasn't that difficult to curse, and hardly any magic was involved. The tough part had been in getting the samples, and I had mine right here. While Trent watched from behind, I pricked my index finger. My heart pounded at the sudden jolt, and I massaged 3 drops out to land on my end of the stick. My shaking increased as I pushed out a drop more of blood and smeared it on the red candle. The curse was done but for the invocation. No demon would sense what I had done. I wasn't tapped into any line. The energy would come from the spindle in my chi. I looked at my watch, then Trent. I had to do this. I didn't like it, but I liked my other choices even less. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes. "Ivulgo," I whispered to start it. I had used this word before. I had a feeling it was to register the curse, a feeling that strengthened when a wave of disconnection slipped over me, and I felt the eerie sensation of being in a large room with hundreds of people all talking at once and ignoring everyone. My heart was pounding. I could feel the curse strengthening in me, winding its way through my DNA, becoming me, pulsing with the force of an unheard heart. Dizzy, I opened my eyes. Trent was standing above me. There was a faint glow of yellow surrounding him. I looked at my hands, seeing my aura for the first time without the aid of the scrying mirror. It was beautiful, gold and pure, no smut. I could have cried seeing it. If only it would last, but I knew it was only because things were in flux. "Are you okay?" he said, and I nodded. I had to finish this before I chickened out. Mouth dry, I turned the stick 180 degrees to move his sample to my loop and vice versa. "Omnia mutantur," I whispered, invoking the curse. All things change, I thought, then jumped when a feeling of being peeled out of my skin rippled over me. My hands shook, and when I looked, my aura was gone. It just wasn't there. I had no choice, I said to Trent in explanation, maybe apology, then clenched my gut when the imbalance hit me. Pain struck deep, doubling me over, and I pushed violently away in a panic. My foot scattered the curse as I curled into a ball, and I smelled extinguished candle. "Jenks!" Trent shouted. "Something's wrong!" I smelled extinguished candle. "Jenks!" Trent shouted. "Something's wrong!" I couldn't breathe. Bent into myself, I tried to open my eyes. My face scraped against the decaying carpet, and I grunted as I tried to find control. My head felt like it was splitting in 2, and I cracked my lids, desperate to see. That made it worse. Oh, God, the imbalance was stronger than anything I'd ever felt before. "Rach, you okay?" Jenks said, inches from me as he hovered over the carpet. I got one clean breath in before the pain hit me again. I didn't want it, but the imbalance would kill me if I didn't take it as my own. "Hold her!" Jenks shouted. "I can't help her, damn it! Trent, hold her before she hurts herself!" he demanded, and I sobbed when I felt Trent's arms go round me to keep me from rolling down the stairs. "I take it!" I gasped, my head exploding and my chest cramping. "I take the damn curse!" Like a light switch cutting off, my muscles quit seizing, and I sucked in a ragged breath of air that tasted like candle smoke. I took another breath, then another, content to simply exist without pain. Slowly my muscles relaxed, leaving only my throbbing head. Trent was sitting behind me with his arms wrapped around me. My face was wet, and Trent let go when I moved to wipe the dampness and carpet off my cheek. Slow and lethargic, I looked at my hand to make sure it had been tears and not blood I wiped away. My head hurt that badly. "I'm okay," I rasped, and Trent's hold dropped. I heard him slide away and get up. Jenks was watching us from a railing, his face pale and pinched. "Did any demons show up?" I asked him, and he shook his head. Utterly wiped, I shifted myself farther from Trent, embarrassed and trying to find some semblance of self again. I had done it. Damn it, it hurt so much that it had to have worked. I looked at my hands, both wanting to and fearing I might see an alien aura. They were shaking. My aura was again hidden, and I was too afraid to ask Jenks if it was mine, or Al's, or non-existent. I looked at Jenks and he smiled. "It's yours," he said, and my eyes closed as a lump grew in my throat. I pushed the emotion down. We had a run to finish. "Do you have Trent's sample?" I asked. "We have to get out of here." I'd cry later over what I had done to myself. Right now we had to leave. "It's coming," he said. "I found it under Calicy. Female elf installed in 357 BC, if I did my subtraction right. They mark everything from when the elves abandoned the Ever After. Your court date wouldn't have come up for 5 years." The pixie laughed. "That's what organized justice will do to you. Rome didn't fall. It was strangled in red tape." "Bring it to me," Trent shouted, and both Jenks and I jumped. All right, he muttered as he zipped to the statue. "Don't have a hairy fart." They mark the years the same as us, I thought, shoving things into my bag and hesitating when I couldn't find Al's sample. Where in hell had it rolled to? "Got it," came a faint call, and Jenks burst back out in a glitter of gold sparkles. A new ampule was in his grip, with a faint amber tint to the glass. Trent gazed hungrily up at him, looking like Rex following a pixie toddler. "Once I had a name, it was as easy as pulling the wings off a fairy," Jenks said smugly. "You got anything sweet in your backpack? I haven't eaten in hours. Damn, I'm as tired as a pixie on his wedding night." "Sorry, Jenks, I didn't know you were coming, or I would have brought something." Trent was shaking, the impatient man snatching up his pack and holding out his hand. "I have some chocolate," he said. "Give me the sample and it's yours." We were going to do it. We were going to get out of here, provided the curse Trent bought from Minius worked. If it didn't, Jenks and I were really screwed. Jenks snapped his wings together with a loud crack in anticipation. "Excellent," he said, then froze in midair. Rachel?" he said, every last speck of dust vanishing from him. "I don't feel right." "Can it wait until we get home?" I said, checking Ivy's watch. Crap. The sun was up. There was a soft puff of displaced air, and my head jerked up. Someone had just popped in. Shit! But when I scanned the room, it was empty. "Jenks," I said, feeling cold. Trent stared at me, one foot on the stairs. "Where's your pixie?" Had someone cursed him into nothing? I stared at the fading cloud of dust, my heart clenching in fear. "Jenks!" Trent lurched up onto the stage. "Where's my sample?" "He's gone. He used the last curse and left us here." "No," I protested. "He wouldn't. How could he? He doesn't even know it." "Then why isn't the curse working?" he shouted. "It's not working, Rachel." "You're asking me?" I snapped back. "I'm not the one who bargained for it. Maybe we need to go back to where we came in. Don't blame my partner if you made a bad bargain." Trent gave me a murderous look. Silent, he took the stairs and headed for the side door. "Hey!" I shouted. "Where are you going?" He never slowed. "To put distance between us before someone tracks you down. If surface demons can hide from demons, so can I. I never should have trusted you. Trusting a Morgan killed my family. I'm not going to let it kill me." The harsh red glare of the sun spilled in when he yanked the door open. Squinting, I glimpsed a flash of purple pre-storm sky. A gust sent my hair flying and atomized the dust circles. Then the door swung shut, cutting off the light and wind. Heart pounding, I knelt to shove the last of my curse stuff into my bag. "Jenks!" I shouted, clueless as to where he'd gone to. "We gotta go!" Pulse fast, I ran out after Trent. The light was blinding after the soft glow of electric lights. "Damn it, Trent!" I shouted as my feet hit the concrete stoop. "I can't get you home in one piece if you run off like that." Arms pinwheeling, I skidded to a stop on the narrow landing outside the door. There in the shade of the trees was Minius, with 3 of those demons in red. Trent was slumped on the ground before their feet. He wasn't moving. Crap on toast. They'd known we were here the instant Minius had been slung back home with the sun. Hand fumbling for my splat gun, I turned to retreat, only to run into Minius's chest. "No!" I shrieked, but I was too close to doing, and he pinned my arms to my sides. He was in the sun, and I could see his pupils, slitted like a goat's, and the red of his irises, so deep that it almost looked brown. "Yes," he said, pinching my arms until I gasped in pain. "What, by the 2 worlds, have you been doing, Rachel Mariana Morgan?" "Wait," I babbled. "I can pay. I know stuff. I want to go home." Minius sent one eyebrow rising. "You are home." There was a pop from under the trees, and Minius grimaced as he looked toward it. "That witch is mine," came Al's distinctive voice, and Minius wrapped a possessive arm around me. "She's got my mark," the demon raged. "Give her to me." "She wears Newt's mark, too," Minius said. "And I have possession of her." A ribbon of panic pulled through me. I had to do something. I didn't think Al knew I had his summoning name, or he'd be yammering about that, not the lousy mark he had put on my wrist. I had to get out of here. I had to reach my splat gun. Grunting in effort, I wiggled and twisted. Minius swung me around. My legs folded awkwardly under me as he slammed my ass onto the concrete. I reached for the cement, trying to find my feet and run at the same time, but Minius put a hand on my shoulder, pinning me. A wave of something flowed from him, and I stiffened as I struggled to breathe through the sensation of every last erg of Leline power being pulled from me. It was the opposite of Al's line overload punishment, and it felt like rape. I struggled to flee, but his hand on my shoulder pinched harder. Minius looked down at me, and the scent of amber flowed from him as his gaze took on an inquisitive hue. Trying to steal Al's name to prevent him from being summoned out was a good idea. Bad idea to attempt to implement, though. No one has ever gotten past that statue. They didn't know. They didn't know I had done it, and my success gave me a burst of hope. Soon as they figured it out, Al was going to be pissed, but if I could escape, I'd be okay. I could tap a line and hit Minius with it, but he'd probably just pull it out from me again, and my soul was still ringing from his first invasion. If I was going to escape, it'd have to be physically. Gathering myself, I tried to break free, but he knew what I was going to do before I did it. The moment I had my feet, he simply jerked me off balance into him. His yellow-clad arm wrapped around me, tightening until I almost couldn't breathe. At least I can see now, I thought as I spat the hair out of my mouth. The wind was worse with the sun being up, and my hair was gritty, and my lips tasted of burnt amber. The red light hurt my eyes. No wonder witches had left to live in an unpolluted world, fleeing a dying ever after to exist among humans. Stay hidden, Jenks, wherever you are. Al was striding out from under the trees, his white-gloved hands in murderous fists. "That witch is mine," he spat. "I'll fight this all the way through the courts." "Newt owns the courts," Minius said coolly. "You want the witch, you can buy her like anyone else." They were going to sell me? Al stopped at the base of the stairs, frustrated. "My mark came first." "And that means what?" Minius sniffed, and a pair of wraparound glasses appeared on his face. "Give me permission to jump you underground through the lines," he said to me. "It's disgusting up here." My chest hurt, and I wondered if the earth charms in my gun were still good. "No." From the gray slump that was Trent came a raspy, "Never." One of the demons nudged him with his foot, and a shocking scream burst from Trent, quickly stifled, and turned into a ragged gasp of air. Pity filled me as I remembered the agony of Al forcing me to hold more ever after than I could bear. It felt as if your soul were on fire. Tears warmed my eyes, and I shut them when Trent passed out, and the ugly sounds stopped. "This one at least is mine," Minius said. "Tag him as a novelty, and work up a brief history so the collectors will be interested. Don't take a lot of time. Rachel Mariana Morgan will be the high-ticket item." "You can't auction her off. She's mine. I've been grooming her for over a year," Al threatened, and the tails of his green velveteen coat flapped as he strode up the steps. His chiseled face was hard, and he squinted as if his tinted glasses were ineffective. "I marked her first. Newt's claim is secondary. This is my job." My teeth clenched, but I could do nothing when Trent and the demon who had touched him into unconsciousness vanished. "The courts will decide," Minius said, yanking me out of Al's reach. Al's strong jaw clenched and his hands turned into fists. I wasn't all that joy about it either, and I struggled when Minius gave me a shake and said, "Let me jump you." I shook my head and he shrugged, tapping a line. He was going to try to stun me the same way they had stunned Trent. I felt it coming, and I opened my thoughts to take it, gasping as ever-after energy roared into me. I spindled it, panting with the effort. Minius's eyebrows furrowed, and he turned to Al. "You ass!" he shouted. "You taught a witch how to spindle a line as well? You lied to the courts? Dally can't help you now." Al jerked back a step. "I did not," he said indignantly. "They never asked, and I bound her to condition as tight as the elves. What is the problem here? I have control of the situation." I had two demons fighting over me. Seconds, maybe. I reached for a line. Minius felt it. "Bloody hell!" he swore. "She's trying to jump!" he shouted, shaking me. "Now how do we contain her?" I touched the line, willing it to take me, my thoughts on Ivy. But a thick, white-gloved fist swung to meet my temple. It ripped me from Minius's grip, and I fell, my hands getting between me and the cement at the last moment, palms scraping. Someone's foot slammed into my gut, and gasping for air, I rolled into the basilica's side door. Unable to breathe, I stared at the ugly red sky and felt the wind on my face. "Like that," Al snarled. "Leave catching familiars to the experts, Minius." I felt Minius pick me up, my arms dangling. "Holy sweet spit, she's still not out." "Then you hit her again," Al said, and another burst of pain sent me into nothing. Chapter 28. My head hurt. Actually, the entire right side of my face hurt, not just my head, a deep, throbbing ache that seemed to come from the bone and pulse in time with my heart. I was slumped face down on something warm and softly yielding, like the mats at the gym. My eyes were closed, and words whispered at the edge of my awareness, fading into the hum of a distant fan when I concentrated on them. I shifted my head to get up, slowing when my neck complained. I put a hand to it and pulled my legs under me to find an upright position. The sound of my leather pants scraping the floor was soft, the echoes non-existent. My eyes opened, but I couldn't see a difference. One hand on my neck, one sort of propping myself up, I tugged David's coat out from under me and took a slow breath. I was wet, my hair damp and the taste of salt water on my lips. The cool certainty of charmed silver rested upon my wrist. Swell. "Trent," I whispered, "are you here?" There was a rough harumph chilling me. "Good evening, Rachel Mariana Morgan." It was Al. I froze in panic, trying to see. There was a click 6 feet in front of me, and I scuttled backward, crying out in surprise when my back hit a wall. Fear was a sharp goad. I tried to rise, and my head hit the ceiling a mere 4 feet up. "Ow!" I yelped, falling down and moving like a crab until I found a corner. My pulse hammered, and I strained to see. Everything was black. It was as if my eyes were gone. Al's low, mocking laugh grew in depth, then faded with a bitter sound. "Stupid witch!" "Stay away," I demanded, pulse hammering and my knees to my chin. I wiped the last of the salt water from my face and pushed my hair back. "You come near me, and I'll make sure you never engender any little demons. Ever." "If I could touch you," Al said, his accent clear and precise, "you'd be dead. You're in jail, love. Want to be my shower buddy?" I wiped my face again, slowly letting my knees fall from my chest. "How long?" I asked. "Have you been here?" Al murmured lightly. "Same as me, all day. How long will you remain?" "Just until I get out, and then I'll be back. I'm looking forward to joining you in that tiny box of a cell you're in." Fear slid through me, then was gone. "Feeling better?" he almost purred. "Come over here by the bars, love, and I'll rub your aching head for you. Rub it right off your skinny little shoulders." Hatred nearly dripped from his soothing voice, still so elegant and refined. Okay, I was in jail. I knew why I was in jail, but why was Al? Then I winced, wondering if I could have pissed the demon off any more. He'd warned me not to tell anyone I knew how to spindle line energy, and then I went and did it in front of Minius. They had caught Al in a lie of omission, and I didn't think he could put any kind of spin on it to make it look good. Squinting to try to make the black haze take shape, I began to move with my hand outstretched, making a point of staying far from Al's voice. My ears strained to catch the echo of my breathing against the maybe walls, but I heard nothing. A soft touch of fabric on my searching fingers jerked me to a stop, then I reached out. It was a warm body that smelled like blood and cinnamon. "Trent?" I whispered worriedly as I crouched closer and sent my hands over him. They had put us there together? "Oh, God, are you all right?" "For the moment," he said. "Do you mind not touching me?" His very awake tone shocked me, and I jerked back. "You're all right!" I exclaimed as the warmth of embarrassment turned to a mild anger. "Why didn't you say anything?" What would be the point? I eased back and sat cross-legged as I heard him shift. I couldn't see, but I guessed he was leaning into the opposite corner. It was the best place in the cell, seeing as it was farthest from Al, I think. A shiver rose through me, and I stifled it. Al was there. I was here. I wished I could see. "What are they going to do with us?" I asked Trent. "How long have you been awake?" A faint exhalation gave evidence of a sigh. "Too long. And what do you think they're going to do with us?" There was the slosh of water in a plastic bottle, and I grew 10 times more thirsty. "We were caught," Trent said, his gray voice empty of hope. "I woke up here." Al cleared his throat dryly. "There's a small question being debated right now as to the legality of my claim on you," he said, and I wondered why he bothered, except that he was probably bored and didn't like being ignored. "You had to go and show them that you could spindle energy. They don't even care that I nullified the threat, deciding to drop me here and let me think about what I've done. Soon as I'm summoned out, I'll pop back in, throttle you to death, then throw your dead carcass on Dahlia's floor and claim I was handling it and they owe me restitution for interfering." He still didn't know I had his summoning name and couldn't be pulled across the lines, but my brief relief died. What did it matter? He'd find out soon enough. My thoughts flicked to Jenks, and my heart seemed to fall to my gut. We'd been so close. God, I hoped he was okay. The jiggling of water against plastic drew my hand up, and fumbling, I found the container Trent was extending for me. I didn't bother wiping the top before I took a swig, and I grimaced at the unexpected taste of burnt amber. "Thank you," I said, then gave it back. This is your water, from your pack. We have our stuff? My eyes widened in the dark. Do you have your light? I heard Trent shift his feet. Broken. Yours too. For the psychological effect, I'm sure, seeing as that's all they did, apart from putting the bands of charmed silver on us and dousing us in salt water. Yeah, I said, feeling wet and icky. I figured that part out. Not bothering to search for my bag, I mentally catalogued what I had shoved into it. Nothing, really. And with the band of charmed silver around my wrist, I couldn't even light the candle. But then my eyebrows rose, and moving carefully, I felt the small of my back. My lips parted when I felt the cool plastic. They left me my splat gun? Pulse fast, I drew it, aiming where I had heard Al's voice. Maybe, I said as I thumbed the safety off, they don't think we're a threat. Maybe, Al said, they don't care if we kill each other. You hit me with that, and I won't kill you when I get out, but just play with you, until you die, screaming. My hand shook just a little, and I strained to see in the dark. Just because you can't see doesn't mean I can't, Al said. It won't land at this distance, witch, but by all means, waste them. It will make it far easier to beat you into submission when I get in there. He wasn't getting out, but I put the safety back on and tucked the gun away at the small of my back. I wasn't enough of a fool to think the demons had put me here without knowing I had viable charms on me. They'd taken everything I could use to escape, but left me a way to protect myself. Was it a test, or just their twisted version of reality TV? I slumped and leaned my head against the wall. Most likely it was a matter of letting us settle this demon to witch, and if I beat him, Newt would have a better legal shot at me. The light band of silver around my wrist felt heavier than any chain. I didn't even try to tap a line and figure out how to jump out of here. I was caught, and it looked like I wasn't going to get out of it this time. Almost sundown, Al said from the darkness, his voice eager. A few moments and I'll be free. You were a fool thinking you could pin me in the ever after by taking my summoning name. No one has ever gotten past that bitch of a statue. No one ever will. Sundown. He seemed pretty sure someone would summon him out. When they didn't, he was going to be royally ticked, and I scooted back even farther. A quiver in the middle of my chi started. I froze, my hand to my lower gut. I'd never felt anything like this hollow ache before, and it was growing worse. I don't feel so good, I whispered to Trent, but it wasn't like he cared. Al made a harsh bark of laughter. You shouldn't have drunk that water. It had been exposed to the sun. I'm fine, Trent said, his soft voice darker than the warm air that surrounded us. You're an elf, Al said with disdain. Elves are little more than animals. They can eat anything. I groaned, pressing a hand to my stomach. No, I said breathily, looking downward. I really don't feel good. Oh, God, I'm going to spew in front of Trent. But every muscle in my body shook as a sneeze ripped through me instead. Minius, I thought as I wiped an arm under my nose. But there was nothing in my mind but my own thoughts. Bless you, Trent said sarcastically. I sneezed again, and the ache in my middle grew. My eyes widened, and I flung a hand out to smack against the floor for balance. I felt like I was falling. My insides were falling. Panicking, I reached out to grip Trent. Something's wrong, I rasped. Trent, something's really wrong. Are we falling? Tell me you feel like you're falling. I was going to throw up. That's all there was to it. From across the unseen hall came a roar of anger. Damned mother of us all, Al swore. Then he swore again as he hit his head by the sound of it. You little whore! You stinking, ashed little whore! Come here where I can reach you! Struggling to focus on nothing, I shrank from the sound of him hitting the bars, and his fingers scrabbling for me. Every move I made seemed to be made a moment after I willed it, the neurons not firing as fast as they should. "How did you get past the statue?" Al raged, his voice hurting my ears. "It's not possible!" "What's wrong with me?" I panted, and Trent made an ugly noise, trying to get my grip off his arm. "You're being summoned out, you little bitch," Al spat. "You've got my summoning name, and it's being used. How did you get my name? You've been unconscious all day." I felt like my middle was gone, and I was only a shell. Tried to see my hand, but there was nothing. And then my face went utterly cold. This can't happen. Minia said it couldn't happen. I'm not a demon. It shouldn't work for me. I'm not a demon. "Apparently," Al said, slamming into the bars in time with his words, "you're so damn close it doesn't matter." There was another grunt. Then he shouted, "Someone get me out of here!" Pain pulled me double, and my hair pooled on my knees. Oh, God, it was going to kill me. I felt like I was going to be split in two. No wonder demons were pissed when they were summoned. "Rachel," Trent was saying, his hand on my back, leaning over me as I gasped for air. "Promise me you'll get my people whole. Promise me you'll use the sample. I'll die content if you promise me you'll use the sample." "Sample? I don't even have the sample." I pulled my head up, not seeing him, then seized as my aura seemed to soak inward to my core, pulling my flesh along with it. Agony burned through my mind, and whimpering, I stopped fighting it. I wanted to leave, didn't I? It made all the difference in the world. The pain vanished. A silver thread of intent pulled through me, and before I could marvel at the heavenly absence of pain, I was whole. My lungs trying to work, but not quite managing it yet. I was on my front, face down. Or at least I would be when my aura finished rising through me, putting the idea of flesh around my soul again. I panted when my lungs formed, and I stared at the shadowy plywood floor 2 inches before my face. I could see, and it smelled like bleach? There was a soft murmur of incantation, and the scent of ash and candle mixed with the reek of burnt amber flowing from me. I looked at my hand in front of my face, seeing the bright glow of my aura. I could see it. I shouldn't have been able to. I took another breath, and the haze of gold faded to nothing. The incantation dissolved into a collective gathering of breath. I was in someone's basement. I had been summoned out under Al's name. It wasn't possible. This was so wrong. Confused, I looked up past the stringy length of my damp curls to see a cluster of black-robed figures, safe on the other side of a glowing hot sheet of ever after. "Lord Demon," a young masculine voice said, and my head jerked up as I recognized it. "Are you well?" Chapter 29. "You!" I raged, my confusion vanishing as I saw the youthful, clean-cut features of the IS officer standing before the long conference table in Betty's basement. Angry, I gathered myself and stood, hunched until I knew I wasn't going to hit the green-tinted ever-after over my head. I was on that low stage, standing in the middle of a large circle, filling the cave of a pentagram. Greenish-white candles marked the corners, which were hazy, as they existed both here and in the ever-after. A tarry black sludge marked the limit of my cell. Horror trickled through me as I realized they had used blood to draw the circle, not salt. Damn it, I'm at the center of a black circle. My gaze went to the crack in the wall, and I felt the assembled people draw back. There were 6 of them, including Tom Banson. Music thumped in through the ceiling, a low bass that sounded like a heartbeat, and I thought I recognized it. The stench of bleach and mold told me Betty had been cleaning, but it didn't begin to push out the reek of ever after I had brought with me. God, I needed a shower in the worst way. Tom's eyes were wide as they took me in. My long duster, white with ash and dried salt. My hair a tangled mess, and the dust and grit from the ever after coating me. There were 5 men in front of him, all in those hokey black robes. Their hoods made them look like a joke, but these people had been intentionally summoning Al and letting him go, knowing he was going to try to kill me. Furious, I took 3 steps, almost running into the arc of ever after I was trapped behind. Claustrophobia clenched my heart, and I took a sharp breath. "Let me out!" I yelled in frustration, feeling the energy cramp the muscles of my hand when I got too close. That had never happened before, even when I had been in someone else's circle. God help me, what had Trent's father done to me? I'd kill him. I'd freaking kill Trent for this. "I said let me out!" I shouted. I was helpless. For all my skills, I was completely helpless. The little pissant had me trapped with a stupid circle. "Let me out now," I said again, giving in and smacking the shield between us. It hissed and burned, and I held my hand to me as the pain shocked me to my senses. I was not a demon. This had to be a mistake. Al had said I wasn't one. My mom was a witch, and Takata was a witch, and that meant I was a witch. One who can kindle demon magic and be summoned with a name? From behind the living wall of trembling acolytes, Tom bowed his head. "Of course, Lord Demon," Algalaya repped, "after the formalities have been observed. We have prepared." My next snarl died, and I steeled my face to show no emotion. I glanced down at myself, then back at him. He thought I was Al in disguise? A slow smile came over my face, which seemed to scare them more than my anger had. If they thought I was Al, they were going to let me out. After all, I had to go kill myself. "Let me out," I said softly, still smiling. "I won't hurt you." "Much." My voice had been low, but inside I was seething. The FIB wanted proof that Tom was sending Al to kill me? Okay, I was willing to bet I was going to get it. Seeing me calmer, Tom bowed, still looking stupid. No wonder Al got off on being summoned. This was sickening. "As you will," the man said. "We have everything you demanded." He gestured, and 2 of the men peeled off and went to the back room that I'd never looked into. I apologized for the delay. We had an unexpected interruption last night. "The animal control people? How pathetic," I said, and Tom paled. I smiled, enjoying watching him squirm. Al was right. Information was power. "There won't be any more delays," Tom stammered, his underlings whispering among themselves. "Once you show us the curse, you may go." "You may go," I thought, stifling an angry snort. "I'm going to go put my foot right up your ass. That's where I'm going to go." The conference table had a drape of red velvet on it, but I hadn't noticed the 3 nasty knives, the head-size copper pot, or the 3 candles until the 2 outermost guys had left. The pot and candles were ominous enough, but the knives made my gut clench. They had everything but the goat. Nervous, I plucked the damp cuffs from my wrist as I had seen Al do with lace. My eyebrows rose when I realized the band of charmed silver was gone, and I reached for a line, finding it. Thank you, God. "You don't care that I'm going to go murder one of your own?" I asked, fishing for the incriminating words. "Rachel Morgan?" A hint of disgust crept into Tom's voice. "No. I thought you appeared as her again to taunt me. Kill her and I'll get a raise." Son of a bastard. Anger burned, and I pointed at him, my scraped palm on my hip. "I showed up as her because she's better than you puking, stinking excuse for a witch," I shouted, then drew back when the circle hummed a warning. "We are unworthy," Tom said sullenly. Yeah, like I really believed he thought that. The door to the back room swung open, and I lifted my attention over Tom to see 2 men wrestling with a frantic, tied woman. My gaze darted to the knives and the bowl, then to her bandaged wrists, and the blood on the floor holding me. Shit. She was scared, fighting them though her ankles and wrists were bound with duct tape and she wore a gag. "Who is that?" I demanded, struggling to hide my fear. Oh my God, she is the goat. "The woman you requested." Tom shifted in his sneakers to look at her. "We had to go out of the city to find her. Again, my apologies for the delay." Her bare arms were brown from the sun, and her long red hair was bleached by it. Shit on toast, she looked like me, but younger, her limbs lacking the definition of my martial arts practice. Her fear redoubled as she saw me, and she shrieked, starting to fight in earnest. "Don't hurt her," I demanded, then shifted my expression to one I hoped looked lascivious enough. "I like untouched skin." Tom flushed. We couldn't find a virgin." The woman's eyes glistened with tears, but I saw the hint of fury in her. I quite honestly thought that Al wouldn't care if she was a virgin or not. "Don't hurt her," I said again, and the two men wrestling her out dropped her on the floor, standing with her arms crossed above her. She looked like me. What Al had been going to do with her was sickening. Please let her be the first one. "Let me out," I said, standing at the Ark of Ever After. "Now." The acolytes shifted with an excited tension. They wouldn't know what hit them. "Let me out," I demanded, not caring whether I sounded like a demon. Hell, maybe I was one. My head hurt, but I didn't touch it. Let this be a mistake. Let this all be a big mistake. Tom looked at the woman, and the first hints of remorse at what he was going to allow to happen to her flickered in his eyes. But he turned away, greed pushing the guilt out. "Do you vow to show us how to successfully perform the spell we want, and leave us unharmed, exacting your toll on that woman instead of those who called you?" "I vow you'll never see the outside of a cell again." "Oh, yeah," I lied. "Anything you say." The idiots behind him smiled and congratulated each other. "Then be free," Tom said with laughable showmanship, and with the 6 of them clapping once in unison to indicate their agreement, their collective circle fell. I shuddered as the prickling vanished, realizing how much it had bothered me to be helpless like that. It hadn't been anything like being in Trent's cage. The smarter acolytes backed up a step, reading in my posture that they were going to be hurting in the morning. I reached behind me to the splat gun, putting one foot on the circle so it couldn't be invoked anew. "Tom," I said, smiling, "you were so stupid." His confusion showed, and when I brought out my gun, he jumped to the side. I shot 3 of them before anyone else had the smarts to move. The room seemed to flow into motion. Shouting in fear, the 3 men left standing scattered, looking like frogs with their silly black robes streaming behind them. The woman on the floor was crying behind her gag, and I shot over her as she rolled to her hands and knees and tried to get to the metal door at the stairway out of here. A tingle of ever after prickled through my aura, and I left the raised stage, heading for the nearest guy. They were setting a net, basically an undrawn circle that took 3 or more proficient Leline witches to hold. He was on his knees, wide-eyed and scared, and when he saw me coming at him, he increased the volume of his voice, screaming Latin at me. "Your syntax sucks," I shouted, then grabbed the copper pot off the table and threw it at him. Yeah, I was ticked, but if I didn't get him to stop talking, they might have me. He ducked, and in the instant he was distracted, I plowed into him. Yanking him up by his shirt front, I drew back to slug him, my balance shifting forward when something hit me from behind. Yelping, I let go and stood up, trying to get out of my coat. It was smoldering, covered in green goo. "Hey, this is not my coat," I shouted, turning to see Tom winding up again. The guy I had pulled up from the floor skittered away, and swearing, I remembered my gun and just shot the poor sucker. He dropped like a bag of flour, sighing as his nose broke and the blood soaked the ugly carpet. Poor Betty, she was going to have to get out the shop vac again. The woman screamed, and I spun at the piercing sound. My look-alike had gotten her gag off, and was curled up at the door with her hands and feet still bound. I could hear Sampson on the other side, yapping and trying to dig his way through. The sound of her fear dove to the primitive part of my brain and set my adrenaline flowing. "Please let me out," she sobbed, trying to reach the knob with her bound wrists. "Someone, please let me out!" She saw me looking at her, and she scrabbled harder. "Don't kill me! I want to live! Please, I want to live!" I was going to be sick. But her fear turned to wonder, and her eyes tracked behind me. My skin prickled, and when her mouth opened in a little round O, I threw myself to the floor. A small explosion shifted the air, and my ears rang. Pulling my gaze up from the damp carpet, I saw another puddle of green goo slowly sliding down the dark paneling, eating away at it. Damn, what had Al taught them? I rolled, intuition telling me there was another one coming. "You idiot!" I shouted as I leapt to my feet, cursing my habit of talking during fights, and righteous sex. "You want a piece of me? You want a piece of this? I'll shove it down your damn throat!" In an inexcusable act of cowardice, Tom pushed the last acolyte at me. The man fell at my feet, begging for mercy. So I shot him with a sleepy-time potion. It was all the mercy I had right now. Pissed, I spun to Tom. "You're next, little man," I snarled, taking aim. I squeezed the trigger, and a sheet of green-tinted ever after rose up around him. I leapt forward, pinwheeling to a stop when I realized I was too late. Tom had reset the circle I'd been summoned into, putting himself in its center. One of the candles had been knocked over, and it rolled off the stage, trailing melted wax and a thin plume of smoke. The insufferable man panted, confused, as he put his palms on his knees to catch his breath. "You broke your word," he panted, brown eyes savagely bright. "You can't do that! You're mine!" He smiled. "Forever!" Hands on my hips, I faced him. "If you summon demons, you lousy, stinking piece of crap, you'd better be sure the right one shows up before you let her out." His face lost all expression, and he turned to the stage. "You're not Al." "Ding, ding, ding," I mocked. "Give that man a prize." Inside I was shaking, but it gave me an obscene amount of pleasure to watch Tom realize his life had just run full tilt into a pile of demon dung the size of Manhattan. "You have the right to remain silent," I added. "Anything you say I'm going to put in my mosswipe of a report, and you'll fry faster." Tom went a beautiful shade of green. "You have the right to an attorney, but unless you're a hell of a lot richer than this basement looks, you're one royally screwed witch." His mouth opened and closed, and his gaze darted behind me to the woman by the door. "Who are you?" "I called Al Goliarept," he whispered. My breath hissed in. "Shut up!" I shouted, hitting his bubble with a sidekick. "Don't say that name!" It was my name now. Oh, God, it was my name. And anyone who knew it could pull me into a circle. What would happen when the sun came up, I couldn't even guess. Tom stared. "Morgan? How did you... You killed Al Goliarept! You killed a demon and took his name!" Hardly, I thought. I took a demon's name and killed myself. Maybe Ivy had been right, and I should have just tried to knock off Al. My demise might have been quicker that way. None of this lingering mess to deal with. "Not so tough without your wand, are you, eh?" I said, hearing an intercom buzzing somewhere, barely audible over the woman sobbing by the door. Tom had drawn himself straight, and I pushed on his bubble, appreciating not being burned by it. "Nice," I said. Then, frustrated, I hit his barrier with my foot again. The man stumbled back, almost knocking into his circle and sending it down. I started pacing, limping around him as the intercom hummed. "Get used to it, Tom. You're going to be in a cage for a long time." But Tom's look went crafty, reminding me he knew how to trip to a line. I stared at him and his smile grew. He wouldn't. Al was his demon contact, wasn't he? He wouldn't risk it. Al would feel it and be on him in a second. But Al was in jail, so maybe it didn't matter. "No!" I shouted, desperate to keep him from jumping. Steeling myself, I put my left hand on the barrier and pushed. I knew what it was now. I had taken his circle before, and with one candle missing, this one was compromised. I could do this. How am I going to do this? My aura burned and my teeth clenched. I stared at him from around the lank strands of my hair, panting as I tried to absorb his power. Take control of the line he had tapped. All of it. I felt something shift, as if the entire field had gone see-through. I looked at Tom. His eyes were wide. He had felt it too. And then he was gone. His aura-laced shield of ever after vanished, and I fell forward. "Damn it all to hell!" I shouted as I caught my balance. I turned, seeing that poor woman watching me, her sobs temporarily halted. The intercom was still humming, and I stood with my hip cocked and my good hand to my forehead. I could have had him, but I had monologued. Damn it, I was not going to do that again. But the woman was still cowering by the door, and forcing a smile, I headed toward her, grabbing the smallest knife in passing to cut her bonds. The intercom finally quit buzzing, a blessed relief. The woman's gaze widened in panic. "Stay away!" she screamed, scrabbling back. From behind the door, Sampson barked furiously. The utter terror in her voice stopped me cold, and I looked from the knife in my grip to the bodies laying around. There was a sharp scent of ozone in the damp air and the scent of blood. Her wrists were bleeding around the duct tape. What had they done to her? "It's okay," I said, dropping the knife and kneeling to be on her level. "I'm one of the good guys. I am. Really, I am. Let me get the tape off you." "Don't touch me!" she shrilled, her green eyes wide when I reached out. My hand dropped to my middle. I felt filthy. "Sampson!" I shouted at the door. "Shut the hell up!" The dog went silent, and my tension eased in the new quiet. The woman's pupils were huge. "All right," I said, backing up when tears kept slipping down her cheeks. "I won't touch you. Just stay there. I'll figure this out." Leaving the knife within her reach, I searched for a phone to call for reinforcements. Someone's bowels had let go, and it was starting to stink. The intercom began buzzing again, leading me right to it. It was one of those intercom phone systems, and ticked, I thumbed the circuit open. "Betty, is that you?" I shouted into it, releasing some tension. "Are you okay down there?" came her worried voice. I could hear the TV on in the background over the music. "I heard screaming." "He's tearing apart that woman," I said, trying to make my voice lower and winking at the girl. Her whimpering stopped, and her green eyes were wet and beautiful. "Get off the damn phone, and turn the music down, will you?" "Well, sorry," she muttered. "It sounded like you were in trouble." The line clicked, and the buzz of an open phone line hummed out. My gaze went to the woman who was sniffing loudly. Hope was in her expression, and the knife was in her still-bound hands. "Can I get the tape off you now?" I asked, and she shook her head no. But at least she wasn't screaming. Shaking, I punched in the FIB's number and Glenn's extension. The ringing phone was picked up immediately, and Glenn's preoccupied "Glenn here" never sounded so good. I sniffed back a tear, wondering where it had come from. I didn't remember starting to cry. "Hey, hi, Glenn," I said. "I got Tom to voluntarily admit he was letting Al go to kill me, even got a motive. Could you come over and pick me up?" "Rachel?" Glenn gasped. "Where are you? Ivy and Jenks think you're dead. The entire department does." My eyes closed, and I sent a silent prayer of thanks out. Jenks was with Ivy. He was okay. They both were. I bit my lip and held my breath against the tears. A big badass runner doesn't cry, even when she finds out she's a demon. "I'm in Betty's basement," I said, keeping my voice low so it wouldn't warble and give away how upset I was. "There are 5 black Leline witches down here out cold, and at least 1 upstairs. You're going to need some salt water to wake them up." "He tried to make some poor girl into a goat," I said, tears starting to flow. "She looks like me, Glenn. They picked her because she looks like me." "Are you okay?" he asked, and I forced myself to stop. "I don't know," I said, feeling my life end. "I'm sorry for dumping this on you, but I can't go to the IS. I think Tom's doing this with their blessing." I looked at the last spot I'd seen him in, hatred briefly overpowering tears from the adrenaline crash. "She's alive," Glenn said off the phone. "No, I'm talking to her. You got the house number? You got the number?" There was a crackle of static, and he was back. "We'll be there in 5 minutes," he said, his deep voice soothing. "Sit tight. Don't move unless you have to." I slumped to the floor with the phone to my ear. I felt worse than the woman who was chewing at her duct tape. "Sure," I said listlessly. "But Tom is gone. Watch Betty. She may look stupid, but she probably knows some nasty stuff." I felt dizzy. Anyone who kicks their dog is nasty. Glenn sighed in frazzled frustration. I'm on my way. Damn it, I'm going to have to leave this phone. Talk to Rose until I get there, okay? I shook my head, drawing my knees to my chin. No, I have to call Ivy. Rachel, he warned, don't hang up on me. But I did. The tears slipped down, cleaning the grit of ever after from my face, but nothing could clean the shame from my mind. A demon. Trent's dad had made me into a freaking damn demon? Miserable, I sat where I was with my knees to my chin. A light touch on my shoulder jerked my head up, and the woman, who had freed herself, jumped back. Her eyes were wide, and she was shaking in her jeans and red top. I thought you killed them, she said, her gaze darting over the destruction. They're asleep? I nodded, only now realizing what my attack on them must have looked like. Relief cascaded over her, and she dropped down in front of me, looking like she needed a shoulder to cry on, but was afraid to touch me again. Thank you, she said, shivering. You look just like me. I sniffed back my tears and wiped my face. That's why they kidnapped you. Her head bobbed. You're stronger, though. Smiling, she flexed her bicep. Her smile faded and she clutched her knees to her chest. How did you get in that circle? You must be a really powerful witch. She hesitated. Are you? My eyes shut, and I clenched my teeth. I don't know, I said, eyes damp when I opened them. I really don't know. Chapter 30. Glenn's black car wasn't my style, but it was nice in an FIB sort of way. The back was full of file boxes, which made it hard to recline my seat enough to close my eyes and take a nap as he drove me home. The clutter was unusual. Glenn usually kept his car as tidy and together as himself, rigorously fastidious. I was so tired, but sleep was impossible. Tom had gotten away, and now he had a vested interest in seeing me dead. My look-alike was safe in custody and would be headed home as soon as the med guys checked her out. She told me she was going to take some martial arts classes so Tom couldn't hurt her again, and that, combined with Samson sitting on her lap in the back of a cop car, assured me she'd be okay. My fingertips were sore from the burn I'd gotten by trying to take Tom's compromised circle, as was my palm from scraping it in the ever after. I winced when I toggled the switch to crack the window, but the pain was worth hearing the sounds of the kids playing hide-and-seek in the dark, the squeals and shouts of protest coming in unseen, soothing me. My eyes shut, and I tried to follow the car's path by its motion. When it got out that an IS operative had been summoning demons, and letting him go to trash charm shops and terrorize citizens, the IS would have to publicly disapprove of Tom, dissolving his contract and moving his name from payroll to most wanted. Privately, he would likely get a nasty slap and a boot out the door as they tried to disguise his public failure to tag me. I wasn't on their active list, but I knew they wouldn't mind seeing me on a granite table. But at least I wouldn't have to pay for the damages to the charm shop anymore. The whine of Glenn's window cracked my eyelid, and the increased wind made my almost dry hair flutter against my cheek. My red curls stank, the scent of burnt amber obvious in the tight confines of the car. No wonder Newt was bald. Glenn cleared his throat, sounding decidedly peeved, and I shut my eyes. I knew he wasn't happy with me, thinking I'd taken on the entire coven without letting even my roommates know. This wasn't my idea, I said, bracing my knee against the door when we took a turn. I didn't mean to do this, it just happened. Glenn cleared his throat again, this time in disbelief, and I opened my eyes and sat up. The passing streetlights lit his face to make him look older than he was, tired. Back up would have increased your chances of getting that wacko, he said tightly, accusingly. Now he'll be twice as hard to find. Guilt warred with fear, and my teeth clenched. I couldn't tell him I had been summoned into Tom's basement from the ever after, and I thought I was a demon. My elbow went to rest against the door, and I cupped my chin in my hand. It was an accident, I muttered. I was working on something with Trent. Kalamack? The FIB detective glanced from the road to me and back again, his dark hands gripping the wheel tighter. Rachel, stay away from him. He holds a nasty grudge and has a lot of money. Crap, I miss my dad. My breath came and went. Maybe I could give Glenn some of the truth. I was helping Trent with an ongoing project. "The same thing that killed your fathers?" he asked, and I shrugged. "Sort of. I was in the ever after, and I got pulled into a demon's summons by mistake. I showed up in Al's circle, and when I got out, I let them have it. Breathe in, 1, 2, 3. Breathe out, 1, 2, 3, 4. Trent is still stuck there. In the ever after? Damn it, Rachel, Glenn whispered, and I stared, drawn by the unusual curse coming from him. Does anyone else know he went there voluntarily? Glenn's worried expression came at me in flashes of streetlight, and my eyebrows rose. I'd never dreamed this might look like me getting rid of Trent. Though the press labored under the assumption that we were secret lovers, everyone in a uniform knew we hated each other. That I continued to take his money was just weird. His bodyguard, I said, not knowing how Quen was going to react. Ivy and Jenks. My neighbors, the ones that don't exist, I finished dryly. Glenn's grip shifted, and I knew he wanted to reach for the radio and call something in. It was an accident, I finished, putting my knees together as I said it again. What was I supposed to do? Let them bleed that woman to death? There are always options, he cajoled as we turned down my street. Tom admitted he called Al with the intent of letting him go to kill me. Said he would get a raise. The girl heard him. Ask her. I dropped my chin back into my hand and stared at the passing night. Fear gripped my heart at a recurring thought. I had been summoned out of the ever after like a demon. Would I be drawn back into it when the sun rose? A huge ache filled me. I just wanted to go home, surround myself with the people I loved, and hide, reassuring my subconscious that I was alive and home, even if I might be dragged back to that hell of an existence in a few hours. That Trent was still there, trapped in a tiny black cell waiting for a horrible, degrading future, didn't help. I didn't like Trent. Nothing could excuse his murdering, drug-lord past, and I'd seen nothing that convinced me he would change that part of himself. But it bothered me. All the good and bad he had done shouldn't end so uselessly. I was shocked to realize that I cared what happened to him. He was responsible for a lot of good, even if it was for selfish reasons. Staring out the window as we passed Keesley's dark house, I rubbed my arm, almost able to feel Trent's grip there, his last chance to touch someone lingering on me still. He hadn't asked me to save him. He hadn't asked me to stay and fight. There'd been no anger or frustration that I was going to be free, pulled to where he couldn't follow, and leaving him to suffer both our punishments. In the moment when everything had fallen from him, he'd asked me to make sure his people survived. His words had been free of the guilt I now felt. He only sought the reassurance that his people would live, that his life would amount to more than running drugs and murder. Well, there was no way I was going to make sure the elves survived. He could do his own dirty work. I'd simply have to rescue him so he could do it himself. Crap on toast, I really needed to talk to Siri. My church was ahead, all lit up, with light streaming out of every window to run across the black grass. Even before we got close, I saw a pair of red eyes blink at me from the topmost nook, and a wing shift in salute. Biss knew I was back, and I sent a silent thank you to his kin who had kept me safe in the basilica last night. They hadn't known me or my plight, but they'd saved me, and I owed the gracious, noble beings my life. I'd pay Biss's rent myself just to keep him around. The familiar taillights of my car were in the carport. Someone had driven it home for me. Quen, maybe? 4 streaks of greenish light swirled around the steeple and dropped down to Biss, and when one veered off to dart toward us, I pulled myself together and lowered the window completely. It had to be Jenks. Please let it be Jenks. My eyes warmed with unshed tears as his familiar wing clatter battered against my ears and Jenks darted into the car. "Rachel!" he gasped, looking good in his black thief outfit. "Tink's contractual hell! You did it! You're here! God almighty, you stink! I wish you were smaller. I'd slap you so hard you'd land in next week. I could have killed Trent when he shoved me back with that sample." I shook my head in confusion. "He didn't shove you back. He said you took the curse and left us." The pitch of his wings hesitated, and he dropped to my fingers. "How by my bloody deices would I do that?" I didn't do anything. I felt like my insides were being pulled through a snail's back door, and I showed up in the basilica to scare the holy crap out of some poor woman." He glanced at Glenn, the sparkles shifting from him turning to red. Hi, Glenn." My throat was tight, and my hand shook as he stood on it. I wished I was smaller, too. Trent's reaction to Jenks's absence had been too genuine to be fake, and why bother lying? Maybe pixies were like demons in that they couldn't stay on the wrong side of the lines when the sun rose? "Did Quen get the sample?" I asked, thinking of Trent's request. "Is it safe?" The pixie was beaming. "Yeah, I gave it to Quen." A burst of light exploded from him, and Glenn winced. "When you didn't show, Quen took the sample to Trent's. He tried to take Siri with him, but she said you'd need her when you got back. Holy crap, I have to send one of my kids to tell her you're here. I knew you could figure out how to jump the lines. Did you show up at the basilica too? How come you called Glenn and not us? We would have picked you up." He rose from my hand when it started shaking violently. Neither man commented on it, but Jenks's excitement cut off with a worried expression. He thought I'd learned how to jump the lines. He didn't know I'd been pulled back by riding Al-Galiarept's summons. "You're not listening to the FIB channels, are you?" I said, and Jenks's eyes widened. "No," he said, his stance turning suspicious. "Why?" Glenn pulled to the curb before the church and shoved the car into park. "We kept everything off the airwaves," he said as he leaned over the back seat and groped for his coat. "We didn't want the IS to show up." "Breach?" Jenks said warily, hovering as I hid my hands so he couldn't see them shake. "What did you do?" I looked at the church, wanting to be in it but too tired to move. Tom and I had a chat. A flash of pixie dust lit the car, and Glenn jumped. "Damn it, Rach!" Jenks swore. "Why didn't you call us? I owe him his left nut between his teeth." Guilt and fear mixed, and it came out as anger. "I didn't have a choice," I shouted, and Jenks hovered backward to land on the dash. He said nothing as I fumbled to open the door. Planting my feet on the pavement, I wearily stood to look up at the church. The night was cool, and I shifted uncomfortably in my damp underwear. Crap, I was tired. Jenks's wings were a silent blur as he flew too close to me. Not landing on my shoulder, he whispered, "I didn't want to leave you, Rach." Guilt lay heavy in his voice. "I must have gotten sucked out when the lines closed. But I knew you could figure it out. You'll never be stuck in the ever after again." This last was said with heavy pride, and I swallowed, using the excuse of shutting the car door to avoid looking at him. To tell him what had really happened was too hard. Seeing his eager face and happy stance, I was afraid. Jenks was too excited to pick up that things were being left unsaid. Things that were really going to screw my life, and by association, theirs, up. "Ivy!" Jenks said suddenly. "I gotta tell Ivy you're back. Damn, I'm glad you're here." My breath caught as he darted to my shoulder, and I felt the cool touch of pixie wings on my face. "I thought I'd lost you," he whispered, and then he was gone. Bewildered, I stared at the sifting dust he had left in his wake. Behind me was the thump of a closing door, and I turned to see Glenn coming around to the walk. I stammered. "Thanks for the ride, Glenn, and everything else." The streetlight lit his face as he pressed his lips together, making his small mustache stick out. "Mind if I walk you in?" he asked, and I felt a moment of quickly dampened alarm. Jenks might not have been listening, but Glenn had been. His investigative flags were raised, and if I didn't invite him in, he'd have to choose between our friendship and a warrant. He wanted to know how I had ended up in Tom's basement. And seeing as I needed all my friends right now, I nodded in surrender. Arms held to myself, I looked back into the car for my non-existent bag. Glenn had put my splat gun in a brown paper bag to get it past the evidence guys and out of the basement, and I felt stupid holding it when Glenn handed it to me. I looked up at the softly lit sign with our names on it, and I wondered if this entire partnership had been such a good idea. Biss blinked at me from his high perch, and I pushed myself into moving. A part of me was waiting for him to try to keep me out, and when he didn't, I felt better. "You want some coffee?" I said Glenn, as my feet moved silently on the cracked sidewalk. "Heaven knew I did." My head jerked up as the church door was flung open, and Ivy took 2 hurried steps onto the stoop before seeing me. Her pace slowed, but she continued on, her arms wrapped around herself as if she was cold. Shadows disguised her face, but her posture held worry and fear. Jenks was with her. "See?" he said, as proud as if he had pulled me back from the ever-after himself. "I told you! She figured it out, and here she is, safe and back where she belongs." Ivy hit the sidewalk and kept coming. Her attention flicked briefly to Glenn, then fixed on me. "You're here," she said softly, her gray silk voice carrying an entire 24 hours of fear and worry. She pulled herself to a stop a few steps away, and her hands fell to her sides as if she didn't know what to do with them, afraid to reach out. She turned to anger instead. "Why didn't you call us?" she said, finally reaching hesitantly out and taking that stupid paper bag from me. "We would have picked you up." My heart heavy, we headed to the steps. Jenks flew between us, trailing a faint silver dust. "She went by herself to kick some black witch ass," he said, and Ivy's gaze sharpened. "You went to Tom's?" she said. "We're a team. It could have waited a few hours." I took a breath, and then, right there at the foot of the stairs, I gave her a hug. She stiffened for an instant, then her hands went around me and the crackle of brown paper sounded against my back. Vampire incense grew strong, and my eyes closed as I breathed it in. Immediately my muscles relaxed, and the prick of tears grew hot. I'd been so scared, with no way home and a lifetime of degradation facing me. She was my friend, and I could give her a freaking hug if I wanted to. Ivy's stiffness grew, and I let go of her with one hand so that we stood more shoulder to shoulder than front to front. She was nervously watching Glenn for his reaction, but I couldn't care less. "I didn't go after him," I said as she helped me up the stairs. "It sort of happened." The door was open, and in the darkness of the foyer and the confusion of 24 pixies swirling around us and Glenn, I pulled her attention to me by taking her arm. "I'm so glad to see you," I whispered. "I don't know what's going to happen at sunrise. I need your help." "What?" she said, concern replacing all her fear-based anger. But Jenks had cleared the room of his kids, and I pressed my lips together, trying to tell her that I had to talk to her alone. Or at least without Glenn listening. Her perfect oval face went blank, and I saw her understanding. She turned her upper lip in as she thought, and I let go of her arm. "You want some coffee, Glenn?" she asked suddenly. My shoulders eased. We'd get Glenn out of here fast by pretending everything was okay. And frankly, I needed to pretend everything was okay, if only for a few minutes. Glenn's brow rose suspiciously at the offer, but he ambled in after us. He did a good job of hiding that he knew we were trying to get rid of him, but he looked like a cop when he settled himself at the table. Telling Ivy he didn't mind waiting for a new pot, he arched his eyebrows at me and crossed his arms over his chest and stared. He wasn't going to leave until he heard it all. Jenks was hovering over my shoulder like there was a string between us. My worry crashed down as I slumped into my spot at the table and tried to decide where to start. The familiar noises of Ivy making coffee were incredibly soothing, and my eyes scanned the kitchen, marking the empty spots where I had moved spelling supplies into the belfry. A sudden clenching of my chest took my breath away. I was a demon, or so close to one that it didn't matter. That I had made a human my familiar should have been the first clue. I felt filthy, like the smut on my soul was leaking off and staining everything I loved. And as Glenn eyed the basket of cherry tomatoes with avarice and prattled on about how he liked a good strong cup of coffee while he waited for me to get on with it, I felt the bolts of my life lock the door to my past. I had only one way to go, and it was going to be hard as hell. Logic said there was no way to rescue Trent. He had accepted his failure and asked me to save his species. But I didn't live or die by percentages, and I wouldn't sit and accept it. It would prey on me forever. I have to talk to you," I said, and the conversation cut off with the startling suddenness of a kite smacking headfirst into the ground. Ivy turned from the coffee maker, arms over her middle and her face pale. The pitch of Jenks's wings faded to nothing as he landed on the napkin holder. Glenn's breath slid out of him in anticipation, and I steadied myself, trying to find a way to say what I needed to without telling them what Trent's dad had done to me. "You didn't get back here on your own," Ivy guessed, and Jenks's wings stopped. "Did you have to buy another mark?" I shook my head, and Ivy's relief turned to a wary suspicion, then horror. "Where's Trent?" Oh, God, she thought I had bought my freedom with Trent. Everyone would. Vision blurring, I shook my head, my gaze on a series of lines indented into the table, realizing they were Ivy's name in a careful preschool print. Why am I here? I thought as I tried to find a way to tell them what I was. I was a demon, and I was likely going to be pulled back into the ever after in a few hours. I was a demon, but they were my friends. I had to believe that they wouldn't turn me away. My head hurt, and taking a slow breath, I looked up. "Jenks, could you clear out your kids?" His wings increased in pitch, and Ivy winced. "Sure," he said, his unease obvious as he made a series of 3 whistles. A smattering of complaints rose, and the room went silent as the children left. Jenks rubbed his wings together in a harsh discord, and 3 more darted out from under the sink and were gone. My gaze dropped, and I pulled my knees up to my chin, grasping my shins awkwardly so my heels almost slipped off the chair. I wanted to be mad at Trent for everything, but this wasn't his fault. I thought of my demon scar, and a bitter anger lifted through me. I'm a demon. I ought to just accept it. But I wouldn't. And I didn't have to. I looked up to fasten on Ivy's stillness. Her face was empty of emotion, but her eyes were swimming. "I got out," I said in a monotone. Trent didn't. The soft creak of the back door closing brought Ivy's head around, and I looked to the hallway. Siri was standing in the threshold, her filmy white dress edged in purple and green floating about her bare feet, and her hair wild. Tears marked her face, and she looked beautiful. "Rachel?" she warbled, guilt and fear heavy in her voice. And with that I realized that Siri had known. She had known I was a demon, and that was why she hadn't wanted me to go to the ever after, lest I figure it out myself. My face bunched up, and I held my knees tighter. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked. She took 3 steps in and stopped. "Because you aren't," she said, pleading. "You are a witch, Rachel. Never forget it." It wasn't her words, but the vehemence she said them with that convinced me she'd rather believe a happy lie than a harsh truth. Damn it, she had known. I could almost pin the moment she'd realized it. She'd been treating me differently ever since Minius had pulled the focus from me and put it into David. No, it had started before that, with the scrying mirror. My eyes must have given me away, for she strode across the room with a familiar righteous anger. "You are a witch!" she shouted, spots of color showing and her hair flaring out magnificently. "Close your mouth! You are a witch!" Jenks was hovering in questioning shock. "Why wouldn't she be?" he asked, and Ivy slumped. I looked at her and bit my lip, tears of frustration slipping from me. I think Ivy had it figured out. "I'm a witch," I said, continuing the lie, but Siri hadn't touched me yet. "I didn't want you to go," Siri said, standing helplessly before me. Unable to bear it, I put my feet on the floor and took her hand. It was cold, and she didn't pull away. "Thank you," I whispered. "Am I going to stay here, or will I be pulled back?" Ivy moaned softly, turning to grip the sink and look into the black garden. Siri glanced at her, then at Jenks's confusion, and finally back to me. "I don't know," she said softly. Jenks rose up high, his wings clattering aggressively. "Someone better tell me what the hell is going on, or I'm going to pix the lot of you!" Blinking fast, Ivy turned, one arm wrapped around her middle, the other holding her head. "You said Rachel twisted the curse. She has Al's summoning name," she said to the floor. She didn't buy a way back, and she didn't learn how to travel the lines. She was pulled back to reality when Tom summoned Al. "So?" Jenks said acerbically, then hesitated, dropping to the table. "Oh, shit!" A flash of fear took me, and the shame of being summoned into someone else's circle. "Rachel is not a demon," Siri said, and Glenn finally got it, his broad shoulders turning sideways as he gaped at me. "No," I said bitterly, twisting in my chair and not looking at anyone. "I'm a witch whose blood can kindle demon magic, and who has been integrated into their system so well that I'm bound by their rules of summoning." "No, you aren't." I wanted to believe Siri, but I was afraid to. "Then what am I whispered. She had to know. She had lived among them. Siri's face went frightened. "You are what you are." My gaze met Ivy's to find a sliver of fear. I couldn't take it anymore. Rising, I ran to the bathroom, slamming the door and slumping onto the closed toilet, miserable. There was a commotion in the hall, worried voices and frustrated accusations. A tear slid down, and I let it. I should cry. I should be crying my freaking eyes out. I think my dad had known, too. Why else would he have asked Cincinnati's top Lee-line instructor to flunk me, then collect a library of demon texts for me? "Rachel?" came Jenks's voice amid a close clatter of pixie wings, and I pulled my head up. "Get out!" I shouted, lashing out with a flick I knew would never land. "Damn it, you stupid pixie, get out!" "No!" he exclaimed, getting in my face. "Rachel, listen to me. You smell like a witch. Well, you stink like the ever after right now, but when you wash it off, you'll smell like a witch. And come sunup, you will be here. You won't be pulled to the ever after. I won't let you." His expression was desperate, and I listlessly extended a hand for him to land on. I held my breath and caught my misery back behind a throat-hurting gulp. He landed on it, flying up briefly when Ivy barged in, sending the door swinging into the wall. "God save you!" I exclaimed, jumping. "I shut the door because I wanted to be alone." Ivy's usually placid face was pinched with worry. Tension had pulled her shoulders up, and her movements to tuck her short hair behind an ear were sharp. "You are not a demon," she said, her words precise. "You're sitting in a church. No demon can do that. Glenn said you lied to get out of that circle and nothing happened to you. You weren't held accountable. You're not a demon, and you won't be pulled back when the sun comes up." Exhausted in mind and soul, I looked up at her, wanting to believe, but too afraid to do so. "I hope so," I whispered, knowing they wouldn't like what I was going to say next. But if I was, it would make rescuing Trent easier. Chapter 31. It was quiet now, just the small, agitated ticks of Jenks tapping his foot against Siri's porcelain teacup to mar the stillness. I felt bad about screwing up everyone's lives, but in a few hours I'd either be dead or a permanent fixture in the ever after. Settling this with a happy ending was still a possibility, but the odds were looking really slim. I was hoping for it, of course, but honestly, what were the chances? Glenn had left to get my mother after I'd kicked everyone out of the bathroom to take a shower, so it was just the four of us now, the mood tense, and the feeling of harsh words yet unsaid heavy in the air. God, I was tired. The cup of coffee in my grip wasn't helping at all. A bowl of baked cheese crackers was within my reach, and I put one in my mouth. The sharp cheddar flavor bit at the sides of my mouth, and I slowly chewed. Grabbing a handful, I ate them one by one, feeling guilty that I was clean and eating cheese crackers when Trent was in a cell. Seeing me moving, Jenks took to the air to try again. "Why?" he said belligerently, a thin trace of red dust spilling from him to pool on the table as he landed in his best Peter Pan pose. "Why do you give a fairy's hairy ass about what happens to Trent?" I rubbed my finger over Ivy's dented signature, feeling the past. She had been innocent once, so had I. So Trent can tell me what the hell his dad did to me? Because I need him to say that I'm not a demon? So he can find a way to reverse it? Because if I don't, I said softly, everyone will think I bought my freedom with his life. Jenks snorted, and my blood pressure rose. Because I promised I'd get him home, I said more forcefully. I'm not going to let him rot there. Rachel, Jenks cajoled. From her computer, Ivy glowered at him. She promised to get him home if he paid for her way there and back. I don't like it any more than you do, but you're going to shut up and listen. If we can find a way, we'll do it. But he didn't get her home, Jenks protested. She did that herself. And who cares if he rots in the ever after? Ivy stiffened, and Siri silently watched, evaluating. I care, I said, pushing the crackers away and trying to get the cheese out of my teeth. Yeah, but Rach... He's not home, I shouted, ticked. That was the deal. Jenks's feet hit the table, and he turned his back on me. Wings still, he bowed his head. Siri eased into the chair beside me and set an open spell book on the table. There was a pair of glasses perched on her nose and a pencil between her teeth. The pixies had braided her hair while I had cried in the shower, and she looked decidedly studious. She had reddened when I noticed her new glasses, but I hadn't said anything. I think she was proud that she was aging again and needed them. Frankly, I was surprised Ivy was siding with me. I'd like to think that it was because she considered holding to one's word important, or because she thought Trent was worth going back for on his own merits. But the truth was, Trent's absence would cause big problems in Cincy's underground power balance. Rin Cormel flexing his muscles and reasserting control was something she wasn't looking forward to. It's harder to fall in love with a man when he's killing people. Glancing up, I blinked at the odd figure Siri was idly tracing over and over on the yellow legal pad she had on the open spellbook. I was sure the glyph was from a demon curse. There was a faint haze of black emanating from it. I caught her gaze, and she winced, drawing a circle around it to contain whatever force she had drawn into existence before crumpling the paper up, dropping it into her empty teacup, and setting fire to it with a ley-line charm. Jenks sputtered at the black flame, but Ivy stopped his budding harangue with a hissed comment I didn't quite catch. What if I learn how to jump the lines, I said, searching for the first hints of a plan. If I could get in undetected, that would be half the battle, maybe more. Simple snag and drag. It wasn't, but I could build on the idea. Siri took the end of her pencil and crushed even the ash to dust. Learn how to trip the lines before sunrise? No, I'm sorry, Rachel. It takes decades. Ivy leaned past her cracked monitor. Why sunrise? The pretty elf's shoulders drooped. That's when the lines will close to summoning travel and they will make a decision. Right now, Trent's probably still in holding, but as soon as they're sure no one will be pulled out of negotiations, he will be sold. Sold. It was an ugly word, and I felt my face twist. Seeing it, Siri shrugged. Anything you want to do, you need to do before someone buys him, or you will be dealing with a specific demon, not a committee. Committees are difficult, but a single demon is tenacious, where a committee will only want to make sure they all get something. This was wrong, really wrong, and I sighed when Jenks swore at Ivy, dramatically crossed his chest as if making a promise, then flew to my cracker bowl. Trent doesn't have a great deal of value as a familiar, Siri was saying, her eyes down in what looked like embarrassment. But it's not often that a potential familiar stumbles into the ever-after without a pre-existing claim by another demon. There are a lot of demons who will pay, not caring that there will be a long downtime to bring him up to usefulness. That's what Al does to make his bread and butter. I hesitated, thinking it might explain why Al was so hot for Nick, and then me. He trains familiars? I asked, and Siri shook her head. She had begun to doodle again, and I stared at the pair of tortured eyes taking form on the yellow paper, trapped behind lines of blue. In a manner of speaking, she said softly, he finds suitable candidates, instructs them enough to make them profitable, then tricks them into the ever-after to be sold for his gain. Al is good at it, and he's made an exceptional life selling people to those unwilling to cross the lines to get their own. Jenks's wings clattered, and Ivy clicked her computer off, not bothering to pretend to be working anymore. "He's a slave dealer?" she asked, and Siri drew a slumped figure of a man at the base of a tombstone. "Yes, which is why he's so angry you have his summoning name. It takes finesse to build a list of people who know his name and are potential familiars, not to mention the effort invested in the pre-soul stealing stage, the drudgery of building them up and teaching them something to increase their value, maintaining the balance of having enough people know his name without having so many that it becomes tedious. And then there's the risk that after all the smut he takes on building up a potential familiar, he will take a loss if they don't bring in a high enough price." I snorted, leaning back in my chair and crossing my knees as I thought of Nick. "He's a freaking familiar pimp. Tom had better watch out, or he was going to be next. Not that I cared." Jenks rose, and a column of silver sparkles fell to fill the bowl like frosting. "Ivy, stealing people is his job! You gotta help me here. Rachel doesn't need to do this. It's stupid even for her." My eyes narrowed, but Ivy stretched casually, her belly-button ring showing. "If you don't stop badgering her, I'm going to smack you into the wall so hard you won't wake up for a week," she said. Jenks lost altitude, and Ivy added as she headed over, "Someone has to pull Kalamack's ass out of the ever-after. You think I can do it?" "No," he protested weakly. "But why does Rachel have to? Trent knew the risks." He knew the risks and trusted me to get him out, I thought, unable to meet Siri's gaze. Ivy leaned with her elbows on the center island counter. "Why don't you stop trying to convince her not to go and start trying to figure out how you can go with her?" "She won't let me!" he shouted. "No one is going with me," I said firmly, and Jenks let a burst of silver slip from him. "See!" he exclaimed, pointing. My teeth clenched, and Ivy cleared her throat in warning. "I said I'd get him out," I muttered, flipping through the sketches that Siri had drawn of the underground demon city. "And I'm coming with you," he said belligerently. I exhaled, trying to get my jaw to relax, but it wasn't working. In the past year, living and working with Ivy and Jenks, I had learned how to trust others. It was time to remember that I could trust myself, too, that I could do this on my own, and I would. "Jenks." "Don't jinx me," he said, landing on the rolled-over seam of the yellow tablet, his wings going for balance and his finger pointed. "We pop in, grab him, and pop out." "That won't work," Siri interrupted softly, and Jenks spun. "Why the hell not? Plan B worked with that fish. It will work for Trent." Siri's eyes darted to mine and then back to Jenks's. "Whoever Rachel buys the trips from will simply snag her. Or tell Newt, who now has a solid claim on her." I scuffed my foot, almost able to feel the raised, slashed circle on the bottom of it. "What if I just go through Newt?" I threw out there, desperate. "She might forget about it." Siri stiffened. "No," she said, and Ivy's expression went guarded at the woman's almost panic. "Not Newt. You already wear one mark from her. She's insane. She says one thing, then does another. You can't trust her. She doesn't follow demon law, she makes it." I flipped to the next sketch, which showed what looked like the layout for the university library, and Jenks moved to my shoulder, where I was able to judge his agitation by the strength of the draft he was making on my neck. It was cold, and I reached back and covered my bites with my hand. "Minius, maybe?" Ivy suggested, and Siri shook her head. "Minius is trying to get back into Newt's good graces. Rachel may as well wear a big bow and sing happy birthday." I flipped the maps closed. "Why?" I asked, eating another cracker. "They fired him." Siri's gaze went serious. "Because Newt is the only female demon left. And just like everyone else, he would risk his life for the chance to engender a child. That was his job. They took a vote and he lost. I told you this before." Her voice had gotten sharp, but her temper was her way of hiding her fear, excising it maybe. "You didn't tell me he was trying to seduce her," I said tartly, egging her on for some inane reason. Perhaps I needed the release of yelling at someone, too. "You told me he was babysitting her." Jenks's wings brushed my neck, tangling in my hair. He's been with her, what, a few hundred years? What's his problem? Can't get it up? Ciri's eyebrows went high, and she replied dryly. She killed the last 6 demons she became intimate with. Pulled an entire line through them and fried their little kitty brains, Jenks finished. I looked for Rex in the threshold, but the cat had yet to come out from under my bed. Minius is understandably cautious, Ciri said, and Ivy snorted as she pushed her forearms up from the counter and went to the coffee maker. If it's just a matter of getting there, can't Rachel just stand in a line and move? Ivy asked, her unusual look of ignorance hinting at her fright. Ciri shook her head, and I dropped the pad of paper onto the table. I remembered the time I had stood in Trent's office, 1 foot in the here and now, and 1 in the ever after. I had been entirely safe, unless Al had got a grip on me and pulled me through. Not unless there's a demon to pull you through, I said, rubbing the goosebumps from my arms. And I'm the only one going in. Not you, and not you. I looked at them in turn, reading Ciri's relief, Jenks's ire, and Ivy's annoyance. I don't mind a little demon smut, Ivy said defensively. Me either, Jenks chimed in, and Ciri shook her head with a soft no. That Jenks had popped back to reality when the sun had come up didn't bode well. I'm going with you, Rach, he said loudly, even if I have to ride in your armpit. Oh, that's a pretty picture. You don't get it, I said, trying to burn the image from my consciousness. There is no reason for you to go. Jenks rose up, his wings clattering. Like hell there isn't, he yelled, shooting nervous glances at Ivy. You need backup. Frustrated, I slammed my hand down on the table, and 2 pixies shot out of my charm cupboard, shrieking. I hesitated as they flew down the hall and into the night. Great, now Madalena would know Jenks was trying to come with me. The woman wouldn't stop him, but I'd be damned before I took him away from her again. I'm not going in there to kick some demon ass, I said softly, trying to be reasonable. Even with your help, I can't beat off more than 1 demon at a time with magic, and as soon as they realize I'm there, it's going to be a bunch of demons. I glanced at Ciri, and the pale woman nodded. I've thought it over, and I can't do it with muscle or magic. I have to do it with trickery, and I'm sorry, but much as I'd like one or both of you there, you can't help me. I looked at Ivy by the fridge, feeling the frustration coming off her in a wave. You can do more good by staying here and summoning me home. My face burned with shame that I had a demon name, and fear made my voice soft. Once I've got him... This is crap, Jenks shouted. Green fairy crap! Ivy rubbed her temples. I have a headache, she breathed. One of the few times she had ever admitted to me that she hurt. Can you at least take Ciri? Ciri's rasp of incoming breath was harsh and quick. No, I said, touching the woman's shoulder in support. I'm going alone. Jenks bristled, and I leaned over him. I'm going alone, I exclaimed. I couldn't have gotten the sample without you, Jenks, but this is different. And you taking on a bucket of smut so you can hold my hand while I do this isn't going to happen. Don't you get it? I almost shouted, starting to shake. Until I met the 2 of you, I worked alone, even when I did have backup. I'm damn good at it. And I'm not going to put you in danger if I don't need to, so drop it. For a moment, Jenks said nothing, his fists on his hips as he pressed his lips together and frowned up at me. From the window came a high-pitched hush for someone to be quiet. So how much is your life worth, Rach? He asked. I turned away so he couldn't see my eyes. I killed Kiston, I said. I'm not going to risk either of you. My jaw clenched, and the hurt swelled. I had killed Kiston. Maybe not directly, but it had been my fault. Ivy's feet scuffed the linoleum, and Jenks went silent. I couldn't love anyone without putting them in danger. Maybe this is why Dad told me to work alone. Ciri touched my arm, and I sniffed back the misery. It wasn't your fault, she said, but Ivy's and Jenks's silence said different. I know how to do this, I said, shoving the pain down. I was summoned out like a demon. I can kindle demon magic like a demon. I have a name registered in their database, like they all are. Why can't I just claim Trent as mine and bring him home? I know he'd go along with it. Oh, for the sweet humped love of Tink! Jenks shouted, and even Ivy looked discomfited. Ciri, though, put her elbows on the table and dropped her chin into her cupped palm with a thoughtful look on her face. It was the first hint of hope, and my hands grew damp. You can't jump through the lines, she said, as if that were the deciding factor. How will you get there? I fiddled with a bowl of crackers, nervous. I had to make a deal with a demon. Damn it, I had to make another deal with a demon. The difference this time was that I was making this choice with a clear head, not being forced into it with death as the only other option. So I dealt in demons. So the hell what? It didn't make me a bad person, or stupid, or rash. It made me dangerous to everyone around me is all. So I buy a trip, I said softly, knowing I'd never look at demon summoners the same way again. Maybe I'd take them seriously now, instead of writing them off as idiots. Maybe I'd been really wrong to accuse Ciri of not knowing what she was doing. Ciri sighed, oblivious to my thoughts. Back to the beginning, she muttered to her legal pad. I looked down at it to see a second pair of eyes, decidedly masculine this time. So I buy a trip from Al, I finished. Ivy jerked, and Jenks took to the air. No, Jenks said. He will kill you. He will lie and kill you. He has nothing to lose, Rach. Which is exactly why it will work, I thought, but didn't say it. Al had nothing to lose and everything to gain. Jenks is right, Ivy said. Somehow she had crossed the kitchen without me seeing, and was right over me. Ciri's expression was thick with alarm. You said Al is in jail. I nodded. They incarcerated him again when they realized I can spend a line energy. But he can still bargain, and I know his summoning name. I can summon him out. Her pretty little mouth open, Ciri looked at Ivy and then Jenks. He might kill you. And he might not. Discouraged, but seeing no other options, I pushed the legal pad of sketched maps away from me. I have something he wants, and holding on to it will not do me any good. Giving it to him might get Trent free. Ciri gave Ivy a pleading look, and the vampire dragged her chair to the other side of me and sat down. Rachel, Ivy said, her voice soft and full of pity, there's nothing you can do. I don't want Trent stuck there any more than you do, but there's no shame in not waging a battle that can't be won. Jenks stood before me with his head bobbing, but his relief made me even more angry. They weren't listening, and I really didn't blame them. My tension rose, and I scrubbed a hand across my face. Okay, I said shortly, and Jenks flew backward as I stood. You're right. Bad idea. I have to get out of here. Just forget the entire thing, I said, looking over the kitchen for my coat. The foyer, I think. I headed for the front door with no bag, no wallet, and nothing but my spare keys, which I had stashed in the safe with Ivy's living will papers. Someone had brought my car home, but I had yet to find my bag. Hey, Jenks said from the table. Where are you going? My pulse hammered, and my steps jarred all the way up my spine. Eden Park, alone. I'll be back after sunrise. Unless I'm dragged into the ever after, I added, sounding dry, sarcastic, and bitter. The clatter of pixie wings following made me tense. Rachel! Let her go, Ivy said softly, and he dropped back. She's never had to deal with a situation there was no way to win. I better call Rin, she said as she headed down the hall. Then go to the store to stock up. The shops might be closing for a while. There might be riots if the city has to reorganize the lower power structure. This is going to be a rough week. The IS is going to be too busy to pick its collective nose. I passed through the bat-filled sanctuary thinking I wasn't going to be around to see it. Chapter 32. It was cold, sitting on the top of the bench's back the way I was, my feet on the seat as I looked out from Eden Park over the gray Ohio River and across the hollows. The sun was near rising, and the hollows was hazy with a pinkish-gray mist. I was thinking, waiting, really. Just the fact that I was sitting here was a clear indication that the thinking portion of my life was done. Now I had to do something. So I sat on the top of the bench and shivered in my short leather jacket and jeans, my boots doing little to stop the cold of a November morning. My breath made little puffs that existed about as long as my racing thoughts did. Thoughts of my dad, my mom, Takata, Kiston, Trent trapped in the ever after, Ivy trusting me to fix this, Jenks wanting to be a part of it. Frowning, I dropped my eyes and brushed a smudge of dirt off my boot. My dad had brought me up here upon occasion. Usually it was when he and my mom were arguing, or she had fallen into a funk, during which she would always smile and give me a kiss when I asked what was wrong. Now I wondered if her occasional depression had come from thinking about Takata. I exhaled, watching the thought leave me like the mist from my breath and vanish into the collective consciousness. My mother had quietly gone off her rocker, trying to divorce herself from the reality of bearing Takata's children while being lovingly married to my dad. She had loved them both, and seeing Takata in Robbie and me every day must have been a self-inflicted torture. "You can't forget anything," I said, watching the words vanish into nothing. "And even if you do, it always comes back to bitch-slap you in the morning." The cool mist of the coming day was damp and pleasant, and I closed my eyes against the brightening sky. I'd been up way too long. Turning where I sat, I looked behind me over the narrow parking strip to the two man-made ponds and the wide footbridge spanning them. Past the bridge was a ragged lee line, unnoticeable unless you were really looking. I'd found it while helping Kiston fight off a foreign camarilla trying to kidnap his nephew Audric last year, and I'd forgotten all about it until feeling its discordant resonance through Biss. Though weak, it would be enough. Wondering how little Audric was, I wobbled off the bench, slapped the cold from my jeans, and headed across the lot. I ran a hand over the red paint of my convertible in passing. I loved my car, and if I did this right, I'd be back to get it before they towed it away. I took the bridge with slow steps, looking down for the telltale ripple of Sharps, the park's bridge troll, but he was either hiding in the deeper water or they had chased him out again. To the left was a wide expanse of concrete, tucked in the curve of the upper pond. Two statues were cemented into the ground, and hemmed in between them ran the lee line. The faint red, visible to my mind's eye, was growing weaker as the sun neared rising, but it was still possible to see where it ran, bound by a wolf on one side and a funny-looking guy with a cauldron on the other, both holding the midpoint of the line stretching from one end of the park to the other. It ran over the shallow water, which was why the line was so pathetically weak here. If the pond had been any deeper, the line wouldn't have been able to survive. As it was leaking enough power to make my skin prickle as I found a fairly clean patch of concrete and sat down just outside it. Taking a rock, I leaned to scratch a sloppy circle right in the line. Even if the sun rose and broke my summons, I could still talk to Al if I stepped into the line, though he'd be under no obligation to stay and listen. I really didn't think getting Al to stay would be a problem. My heart pounded, and with sweat breaking out to make me cold, I whispered, "Jarieth Jack Junus Jumok, I summon you." I didn't need the trappings to force his appearance. I only needed to open a channel. And he came, using the name I had chosen for myself. Al misted into existence in a seated, slouched posture, and I stared, fascinated and repulsed as he took on a gross parody of me. His legs were twisted akimbo, skinny shoulders slumped and bare, carrying red-rimmed scratches that held crusted blood. The slack-jawed face staring back at me was mine, but it was blank and empty, the red stringy curls lank. It was the eyes that were the worst. Demon red, goat-slitted orbs, staring at me from my own face. I hated it when he showed up as me. "That's nice," I said, easing back from the circle. A flicker of anger lit through his empty expression, and a shimmer of ever-after coated him. His form grew blockier, more solid. A whiff of lilac came to me and the clean scent of crushed velvet. He faced me squarely, full of elegance and lordly refinement, sitting cross-legged on the cold cement, lace at his cuffs, boots shining in the light, ruddy complexion clean, and every vestige of a bruise or cut gone. "I knew it was you," he said, the hatred in his deep voice pulling a shiver through me. "You're the only one who knows it." I swallowed and tucked a curl behind my ear. "I never wanted your name. I only wanted you to leave me alone. Why the hell couldn't you just leave me alone?" He sniffed, only now looking around with a haughty disdain. "Is that why you're calling me into a park? You want to trade back? Afraid you're going to be drawn back to the ever-after when the sun rises?" His head tilted, and he smiled, showing me his flat, blocky teeth. "You should be. I'm most curious about that myself." My mouth went dry. "I'm not a demon," I said boldly. "You can't scare me." The subtle tension in him rose. I saw it in the slight tightening of his fingers. "Rachel, honey, if you're not scared, you're not going to survive." His manner turned cocky and bitter. "Well, you took my name," he said, his noble British accent perfect and precise. "Isn't it pleasant being at someone's mercy? Trapped by a hack in a little tiny bubble? Is it a wonder we try to kill you?" An eyebrow rising, he turned introspective. "Did Thomas Arthur Benson escape?" I nodded, and he smiled knowingly. "Look," I said, glancing at the growing light, "for what it's worth, I'm sorry, and if you'd shut up about poor little you and listen, we might be able to both come away with something. Unless you want to go back to that cell of yours." Al was silent. Then he inclined his head. "I'm listening." I thought of Siri advising me against this, of Jenks ready to risk his life on a run we couldn't win, and of Ivy knowing I was the only one who could get myself out and dying inside as she forced herself to let me do it. I thought about all the times I had brought in black witches, pitying them for their foolishness, telling myself demons were dangerous, manipulating bastards who you couldn't beat. But I wasn't trying to beat them, I was trying to join them, apparently. I took a steadying breath. "This is what I want." Al made a rude noise. As if for a non-existent audience, he threw a lace hand in the air. A hint of burnt amber tickled my nose, and I wondered if it was real or simply my memory inventing the scent. "I want you to leave the people I love alone, especially my mother. I want Trent unharmed and free from persecution for stealing the elven sample," I said, voice low. "You are all collectively to leave him alone." His head moved back and forth, and he eyed me over his smoked glasses. "I'll say it again, you are not shy about asking for things. I can't bind anyone's actions but my own." I nodded, expecting this. "I want that same amnesty for stealing your sample. And I want to rip your bloody fucking head off, but it looks like we're both going to be disappointed now, aren't we?" he mockingly crooned. My breath shook as I exhaled. I glanced at the east, and my pulse quickened. He had tortured my mom, not in anger, but to get to me. Never again. "What is it worth to you if I can not only get you out of jail, but have the person who put you there apologize?" Al sneered. "If you don't have anything constructive to say, you should let me go back to the ever-after and my cell. I had everything under control until you demonstrated to Minius that you could spend line energy." "That's what's going to save your ass," I shot back, belligerent. "I have an idea to benefit both of us. You want to hear it?" He crossed his arms over his chest, the lace fluttering. "And what is that? Buy a trip in to rescue Trent with your soul?" It was mocking, and my face burned. "It's not worth it," he added. "In a few hours I'm going to be banished to the surface, my belongings raffled off as novelty items, and my living space given to someone else. My reputation destroyed. I'd rather have your head than your soul at this point in my illustrious career." "Good," I shot back, "because you're not going to get it." My heart pounded as I waited for him to get over his pity party. Sure enough, after about 5 seconds of miffed silence, he turned back to me. In a very small voice I asked, "Is there a system in place for a demon to teach another? Sort of a mentoring position?" God help me. Tell me I'm seeing things clearly and unclouded by pride. Al threw his head back and laughed. The water surrounding us rippled, and I heard the echo of it come back from the new townhouses across the street. "There hasn't been a demon needing instruction for 5,000 years!" he exclaimed. "I'm about to be exiled to the surface, and you want me to take you on as a student? Teach you everything I know for free just because?" I said nothing, waiting as he followed my question to the reasoning behind it, and his ruddy face lost all expression. Eyes peering over those damned glasses of his, he stared as my pulse quickened. "Yes," he said softly, almost breathing the word. "There is." My hands were shaking, and I wrapped my arms around myself and tucked them under the shelter of my jacket. "And if you said you had taken me on as a student instead of a familiar, because I could twist demon magic, then you wouldn't be in trouble for letting me know how to spindle ever after in my thoughts." His head moved almost imperceptibly up and down, his jaw tightening. "You could tell them that you taught me, then left me here because I was learning more fighting you than I could in the ever after." "But I didn't." His voice was so lacking in emotion it sounded dead. "They don't know that," I said. Al's chest rose and fell in a sigh. I could see relief in him, and I wondered what it was like to be a demon and afraid, and how long he would let me live knowing I not only saw it, but had the answer to save him. "Why?" he asked. I licked my lips. "I want Trent. If I'm your student, wouldn't I be entitled to a familiar? Hell, I made one of my boyfriends my familiar before you broke the bond," I said, attention going everywhere as I tried to hide my shame, even though I knew I'd never use another person like that, at least not intentionally. "Trent is wearing smut that I should have," I added. "He took it voluntarily. That's what a familiar does." His fingers twitching with a repressed excitement, Al smiled. "And my reputation is restored." The demon glanced to the east and adjusted his glasses to hide his eyes. "They aren't stupid," he said dryly. "They will say it's a convenient story." This was the really scary part. I had trusted Al to give me a night of peace, but this was entirely different. "Which is why you're going to bring me through the lines so I can speak in your defense," I said, fear clenching my heart. "Then you do what you have to, for me to claim Trent as my familiar." "Trenton Aloysius Kalamack wears Minius's mark," he said quickly. "But he's wearing my smut of his own free will," I offered, and Al pursed his lips, leaning back until he hit the bubble and jerked forward. "I would need to buy your familiar's mark from Minius," he mused aloud. Eyebrows rising, he shifted a hand in a gesture of possibility. "But I can do it." "Then Trent and I come back here and we all go back to normal." Al snorted. "Sweet innocence be damned, what about my name?" he asked, making a moot face. "I want that back." I met his gaze, refusing to give on this. "You won't be in jail." His eyes narrowed. "I want my name. I need it." I remembered what Siri had said about how he made his living. Would I be responsible for the people Al tricked into slavery if I gave it back to him? Logic said no, but emotion said I should stop him if I could. But what about me being summoned into Tom's circle? I didn't want that happening again. "Maybe," I whispered. His attention bore into mine as he took a slow breath. I didn't know what he was going to come back with. "Rachel," he said, and the simple sound of it made my blood turn cold. Something was there that hadn't been before, and it scared the crap out of me. "I need to know something before I will bargain with you any more." Hearing a trap, I edged back, my jeans scraping on the grit between me and the cement. "I'm not giving anything for free." His expression didn't change. "Oh, not free," he said in a dangerous monotone. "Insight into another's thoughts is never free. You pay for it in the most unexpected ways. I want to know why you didn't call Minius the other night. I saw your decision to let me go, and I want to know why you did it. Minius would have jailed me. You would have had a night of freedom, yet you let me go. Why?" Because I wasn't about to call a mouse of a demon when I could take care of it myself, I said, then hesitated. That wasn't why. Because I thought if I gave you a night of peace, you might give me the same. God, I had been stupid. To think that a demon would respect that had been dumb. But a slow, deeply satisfied smile came over him, and his breath quickened. So softly it starts, he whispered. Foolishly clever, and with an unsurvivable trust. It just saved your miserable life, that questionable show of thought, mighty witch. Al's smile shifted, becoming lighter. And now you will live to possibly regret it. I shivered, not knowing if I'd just saved or damned myself. But I'd be alive, and that was what mattered right now. You as my protégé? He asked, as if trying it on. I felt dizzy. Name only, I breathed, putting a hand on the cold cement to ground myself. You leave me alone, my family too. Stay away from my mom, you SOB. Priceless, Al mocked. No, if I am taking you, you will be here. He touched the ground by his knee. In the ever after, with me. Absolutely not. Al took a breath, then leaned forward with his brow furrowed, as if he was trying to impress me with the weight of his words. You don't understand. Witch, he said, hammering in the last word. There hasn't been the chance to teach someone worth the salt of their blood in a very long time. If we are going to play this game, then we will play it. He leaned back, and I remembered to breathe. I can't claim you as a student if you aren't with me, he said, gesturing flamboyantly, his earlier mood of seriousness replaced with his usual dramatic flair. Be reasonable. I know you can be, if you try very, very hard. I didn't like his mocking tone. I'll visit you 1 night a week, I countered. He eyed me over his glasses, his gaze rising to the coming sun. 1 night a week off, and the rest of the time you're with me. My thoughts went to Trent. I could walk away from this right now, but I wouldn't be able to live with myself. I'll give you 1 24-hour period, a full day and night every week. Take it or leave it. Damn it, Trent, you owe me big. 2, he countered, and I stifled a tremor. I had him over a barrel, having shown him his freedom and the status having a teachable student would bring him. Still, he could say no, and then neither of us would have anything, and I was hoping that I might get something else out of him before we were done. 1, I said, sticking to my original offer. And I want to know how to jump the lines immediately. I will not be stranded with no way home. A curious light flickered in his eyes. It wasn't lust. It wasn't anticipation. I didn't know what it was. We will spend our time as I see fit, he said, then leered, completely wiping out the deeper emotion I'd seen in him. Any way I want, he added, licking his ruddy lips. No sex, I said, heart-pounding. I'm not sleeping with you. Forget it. It was now or never. And I want that mark of yours removed, I blurted. Gratis. Call it a signing bonus. His lips parted and he laughed until he realized I was serious. That would leave you with only Newt's mark, he said, amused. Her claim on you would be stronger than mine. Not a healthy place to be when one is in the ever after and vulnerable. Okay, good point. Backtrack a little. Then buy Newt's mark for me, I said, shaking inside, and take it off. You want me as an apprentice? I want some insurance. Face clouding, he thought about it, and I got really scared when his expression shifted to a devilish delight. Only if you give me my name back, Madam Algalaia-Rept. Do that, and we have a deal. I shuddered upon hearing the terms come from his lips, and I didn't care that he saw it. His grin deepened, but considering that I wouldn't have to deal with Newt ever again, or risk being summoned into Al's circle, it wasn't a bad arrangement, for either of us. You don't get your name until Newt's mark is gone, I countered. He looked at me, then turned to the bright horizon, his smoked glasses going even blacker. The sun is about to rise, he murmured distantly, and I held my breath, not knowing if he agreed or not. So doing this? I asked. There was a jogger at the far end of the park, and his dog was barking furiously at us. One more question, he said, bringing his gaze back to me. Tell me what it was like, being trapped in someone's bubble like a demon. My face screwed up at the memory. I hated it, I said, and a small noise slipped from him, rising up from some place deep inside him where only he knew his thoughts. It was degrading, infuriating that a worm like Tom had control of me. I wanted to scare him so bad he wouldn't ever do it again. Al's expression shifted when what I had said hit me, and I put a hand to my chest. Damn it, back to the turn, I understood him. He hadn't asked because he hadn't known how I felt. He asked so I would see we were the same. God help me, please. Don't do that to me again, he said. Ever. My stomach cramped. He was asking for me to trust him out of a circle, and it was the scariest thing I'd ever had to do. Okay, I whispered. You got it. Al looked at the bubble of ever after over his head and tugged the lace of his cuffs down. Come here. At that instant, light spilled over the rim of earth surrounding Cincinnati. My scratched circle was still there, but Al no longer was. Shaking, I dropped the barrier of ever after and brought my second sight into focus. Taking a breath, I stepped into the line to find him standing right where I'd left him, smiling with his hand extended. Around him, or us rather, slumped the broken city, grass-choked chunks of pavement standing at odd angles, thrusting upward from the earth. There was no bridge or ponds, just dead grass and a red haze. I didn't look behind me to the hollows as the wind blew grit into my face. I was standing in a line, balanced between reality and the ever after. I could go either way. I wasn't his yet. 1 day a week, I said, knees wobbling. I give you Newt's mark. You give me my name, Al said, then wiggled his fingers as if he needed me to take them to finish the deal. I reached for it, and at the last moment Al's glove melted away, and I found myself gripping his hand. I stifled my first impulse to jerk away, feeling the hard calluses and the warmth. It was done. Now I only had to roll with the surprises. "Rachel!" came a call with the slamming of a car door. "God, no!" It had been my mom's voice, and my hand still in Al's, I turned, unable to see anything. Al pulled me into him, and numb, I felt his arm curve possessively about my waist. "Too late," he whispered, his breath shifting the hair about my ear, and we jumped. Chapter 33. The jump through the line hit me like a bucket of ice water, an uncomfortable slap right from the start, with the shock turning into the sensation of being wet where you don't want to be and left dripping. I felt my body shatter, that was the shock, and then my thoughts tightened into a ball around my soul to hold it together. That was the miserable, dripping wet part. That I was holding my soul together and not Al was a surprise to both of us. "Good," came Al's grudging, almost worried thought rippling over the protective bubble I had somehow made about my psyche, and then came the push back into existence. Again the bucket of ice water hit my thoughts as he shoved me out of the line. I tried to see how he did it, coming away without a clue, but at least I had managed to keep from spreading my thoughts over the entire continent crisscrossed with lee lines, the stretchy stuff that kept the ever after from vanishing if Jinx was right. I gasped as I felt my lungs form. Dizzy, I fell to my hands and knees. "Ow!" I said as I looked at the dirty white tile, then brought my head up at the hammering of noise. We were in a large room. Men in suits were everywhere, standing or sitting in orange chairs, waiting. "Get up," Al grumbled, bending to bodily yank me upright. I rose, arms and legs flopping until I found my feet. Wide-eyed, I stared at the irate people dressed in a vast array of styles. Al jerked me into motion, and my mouth dropped as I realized we had popped into existence upon what looked like an FIB emblem. Holy crap, it even looked like the FIB reception room. Minus the demons, of course. Feeling displaced and unreal, I turned to where the doors to the street would have been, seeing only a blank wall and more waiting demons. "Is this the FIB?" I stammered. "It's someone's idea of a joke," Al said, his voice tight and his accent impeccable. "Get off the pad unless you want someone's elbow in your ear." "God, it stinks," I said, hand over my nose as he pulled me into a long step. Al strode forward head high. "It's the stench of bureaucracy, my itchy witch, and why I chose to go into human resources when but a wee lad." We'd come up to a set of imposing wooden doors. There were 2 uniformed men beside it, demons by their eyes, looking bored and stupid. They probably had stupid denizens in the ever-after just like everywhere else. Behind us was a rising, angry mutter that I recognized from when I tried to sneak 13 items into a 12-item-only line. "Docket number?" the more brilliant of the 2 asked, and Al reached for the door. "Hey," the other said, coming to life. "You're supposed to be in jail." Al grinned at him, his white-gloved grip tightening on the wooden handle, which was intricately carved in the shape of a naked, writhing woman. "Nice." "And your mamma wanted you to have a brain," he said, yanking the door open and slamming it into the guy's face. I danced backward at the ensuing uproar, but Al took my upper arm and strode forward, nose in the air, buckled shoes snapping, and velveteen coattails swaying. "You have a way with civil servants," I said, almost panting to keep up. I wasn't about to drag my feet. I'd stormed a few offices myself. You had to move quickly to get past the red tape-loving idiots and find someone intelligent enough to appreciate the nerve of barging in. Someone dying for an interruption and the chance to procrastinate. Someone like... I peered at the nameplate on the door Al stopped before. Someone like Dal Karakint. Geez, what was it with demon names? Wait a sec. Dal Karakint. Was this the guy Al had wanted to throw my dead body in front of? Al opened the door, shoved me in, then back-kicked the door shut, to block out the uproar storming up the hall behind us. I felt a tweak on my awareness and wondered if he'd locked it. It was a thought that grew more plausible when the pounding on the door stayed pounding and didn't turn into a big ugly demon with a broken nose. Squinting, I caught my balance in the sand? Shocked, I looked up, as what had to be a fake breeze smelling of seaweed and burnt amber shifted my hair. I was standing in hot sand in the sun. The door had become a small changing hut, and a boardwalk ran from right to left to the surf-soaked horizon. Stretching into the almost green water was a canopy-covered dock. At the end was a large platform on which a man sat behind a desk. Okay, he was a demon, but he looked like an attractive 50-something CEO who had brought his desk with him on vacation instead of his laptop. Before him, in an upright deck chair, was a woman in a purple sari. The scrying mirror on her lap flashed in the sun angling under the canopy that shaded the desk. His familiar? "Wow," I said, unable to look at everything at once. "This isn't real, is it?" Al straightened his crushed velvet and pulled me onto the boardwalk. My God, the sun sliding under the awning is even warm, I thought as we found the dock and started down it. I suppose if one was a demon and had unlimited power, why not put the illusion of the Bahamas around you at the office? Al yanked me forward when I lagged to see if there were fish in the water, and I yelped when I felt a cascading shimmer cross over me. "There," Al soothed, and I shoved his hand off me. "Now don't you look proper? Must wear our best when before the court." My pulse quickened as I realized I was wearing my usual working leathers and my butt-kicking boots on my feet. The purple scarf around my waist was new, though. If you're trying to make nice, this might not be the best way to do it, I said to Al when the guy behind the desk leaned back in annoyance as he saw us, and the woman took her hand from the mirror. "Relax." Al pulled me further into his burnt amber scent as we came to a respectful halt on the round rug laid on the rough planks before the desk. "I'm supposed to be exiled this morning. They would have been disappointed if I didn't do something dramatic." A puddle of gray in the sun-soaked dinghy tied to the dock moved, and my gaze shifted. Oh, God, it was Trent. He looked washed out and thin as he bobbed on the fake tide in the sun, and when he saw me, hate filled his bloodshot eyes. He had to know I was here to rescue him, didn't he? The demon behind the desk sighed, and my attention shifted to him. Somehow he looked right out here in the cool, brimstone-scented, breezy shade of the canopy, his desk perched over the water with a coffee cup and a stack of files on it. Flip-flops poked from under the dark mahogany desk, and his Hawaiian print top showed a wisp of hair at his chest. Setting his pen down, he gestured sourly. "Al, what by the two worlds colliding are you doing in my office?" Al beamed as the demon recognized him, pulling himself straight, tugging the lace at his wrists, and scuffing his shiny buckled boots on the planks. "Elevating your status, Dally, dear." Dally leaned back in his chair and glanced at the woman silently waiting. "Before or after I sling your ass to the surface," he said in a bothered tone, his last voice rough. His eyes flicked to me, and his lips pursed briefly. "You don't have anything left to elevate anyone, and killing her before the courts will not excuse you from teaching her how to spindle line energy and let her run about with no compulsion to keep her mouth shut." "Hey," I said, not wanting that to stand without correction. "I was under compulsion to keep my mouth shut. So was Siri. We were under lots of compulsion." Al gripped my arm and dragged me back a step as I added, "You've no idea the amount of compulsion we were under." "You misunderstand, my most honorable ass-kisser," Al said, jaw clenched at my outburst. "I'd sooner die before giving Rachel Mariana Morgan to the courts. I'm not here to kill her. I'm here to demand that the uncommon stupidity charge against me be dropped." My shock at the honorable ass-kisser comment was pushed away by the thought of a law against uncommon stupidity, and I wondered how we could get one. Remembering Trent, I nudged Al. "Oh, yes," the demon added, "and I would ask that my student's familiar be released to my custody. Busy day planned. We could use his help. Must get him trained up. In the dinghy, Trent pulled himself up and sat on the bench, his motions slow as if he was in pain. There was a humiliating red ribbon about his neck. I wondered why he wore it, but upon seeing that his fingers were red and swollen, I decided they weren't letting him take it off. Dally pushed his papers away and glanced at the woman. "I appreciate your efforts to weasel out of 100 years of community service, but you've nothing left. Get out." I turned to Al, seeing his complexion take on a new hue of red. "Community service? You told me they were going to banish you to the surface." "They are," he growled, pinching my elbow. "Now shut up." I fumed, but Al was already facing Dally. "I've taken Morgan as a student, not a familiar," he said. "It's not illegal or uncommonly stupid to teach a student how to spindle line energy. I simply didn't think it was worth mentioning at the time." Dally's eyes widened. On the floor, Trent's hatred grew directed, and I winced. This was looking really bad, and I'd have done anything to have been able to explain. Smiling, Al looped his arm in mine. "Try to look sexy," he muttered, poking me until my back stiffened. "Student," Dally blurted, both hands going palms down on the desk. "Al!" "She can spindle line energy," Al interrupted. "Her blood can twist demon curses. She took a human as a familiar before I broke the bond." "Common knowledge," the demon said, pointing irately. "You said something about status. Give me something I don't know, or get the hell onto the surface where you belong." Al took a worried breath. His face never changed, but I was standing so close I felt it, and somehow that was scary. Exhaling, Al nodded once as a student might to an instructor. It was the first show of respect I'd seen from him, and I grew more frightened yet. His gaze flicked to the woman with the scrying mirror, and Dally's eyebrows rose. The older demon pressed his lips and gestured for her to leave. She silently stood, set the mirror on his desk with disgust, and then vanished in a pop that was lost in the sound of the wind against the water. "This better be good," Dally grumbled. "I rent her by the hour." Al swallowed, and I swear I could smell the faintest hint of sweat on him. "This witch can be summoned," he said softly, an arm behind and before him. "She can be summoned through the lines by way of a password." Dally made a puff of air, and Al added in a louder voice, "I know this because she stole mine and was summoned out in my stead." Dally leaned forward. "That's how she escaped?" He turned to me. "You stole Al's summoning name, voluntarily?" he asked. I opened my mouth to tell him it was so Al would leave me and my family alone, but Dally had returned his attention to Al. "She was summoned out? How did you get out, then?" "She summoned me in turn," Al said, his voice dropping in pitch. "That's what I'm saying, old man. She integrated her password into our system well enough for it to be used in summoning. She can invoke demon magic. She accidentally made her boyfriend her familiar." "Ex-boyfriend," I muttered, but neither was listening. "Now are you going to hand me a shovel so I can dig my way out?" Al said. "Or are you going to banish me to the surface and throw this pretty little ball of chance against the wall of elf shit and watch it shatter? None of you have the finesse for this. Newt, perhaps, if she were sane, but she isn't. And would you trust Newt not to kill her? I wouldn't." Dally's eyes narrowed. "You think," he mused. "I know," Al said, chilling me with what he might have said, and my gaze flicked to Trent, listening in the dinghy. Damn it. Siri said I wasn't a demon, but this looked really bad. "She is my student," Al said loudly. "I already made the deal. She's mine. But I want her free of Newt's mark to prevent any misunderstanding. All I want from you is to serve as witness, and to set up a safe place for me to do a deal with Newt." Fear jerked me straight. He's going to do the deal now, with me here? Wait up, boys, I exclaimed, backing up until Al gave me a withering look. "This is Newt we're talking about, right? No way, no freaking way." Ignoring me, the demon behind the desk hesitated nevertheless. He reclined with his fingers steepled against the colorful pattern of flowers on his shirt as the wind ruffled his hair, and I was suddenly struck with the memory of me asking Eden to throw me a preserver to get myself out of my personal crapfest just last year. Damn, were we that much alike, Al and I, using what we had and scrambling to stay alive? "Call her," Al said as he picked a tin of snuff from an inner coat pocket. A whiff of brimstone came to me as he delicately sniffed a pinch. "Newt doesn't remember shit about Morgan, but she knows she forgot something. She'll give me the witch's mark in return for her memory, and when she finds out Minius wiped the knowledge from her, accident or not, she'll bloody kill him. That leaves 3 knowing." His smile grew devious. 3 is a very stable number. "What about Trent?" I questioned, thinking this was getting more complex than I'd dreamed it would be. The deal was I get him. "Patience, itchy witch," Al muttered between his teeth as he smiled at Dally and put an arm over my shoulders. I shoved his hand off me and glanced at Trent. He had to have known this was all to get him free, and that he wouldn't really be my familiar. But his look was one of pure hatred. The older demon shifted in his chair, and when our eyes met, I stifled a shiver. In a sudden motion, Dally reached for the scrying mirror. Setting it before him, he smiled wickedly at Al. "I'll see if she's cognizant this morning." My pulse hammered and my palms sweated. Almost immediately, Dal Carrikint's brow furrowed in worry, cleared, and then he smiled. "Al," I whispered, backing up as I remembered Newt's utterly unbalanced, powerful presence tearing apart my living room and mastering 3 blood circles as she searched my church for who knew what. "Al, this isn't a good idea. This really isn't a good idea." He huffed and grasped my shoulders, forcing me to stand beside him. "You asked for a bloody miracle. Who did you think I'd have to go to for it? Be a good girl and don't slouch." I fought to get free of his grip, my motions stilling. When Newt's androgynous shape misted into existence, bald and barefoot, her high cheekbones flushed and her brows raised in question. She wore a robe that was somewhere between a kimono and a sari, matching Minius's usual outfit, but hers was a dark red, billowing and lightweight. Her eyes were completely black, even the whites, and I remembered the touch of her hand on my jaw, and how she had searched my face the first time we had met, comparing me to her sisters. Mouth dry, I tried to get Al between us, not caring if I looked scared. I was. She slowly turned, her black gaze going from the bobbing dinghy to the ornate desk. "Dally," she said. Her voice had a smooth but masculine edge to it, and the demon took his hand from the mirror. Her attention shifted to Al. "Algalaya Rept?" she questioned. "Shouldn't you be making a sand shelter about now?" And then her eyes fell upon me. "You!" she said, stepping forward with a vehement expression and her finger pointed. Heart-pounding, I pressed into Al. Funny how he seemed so much safer now. "Newt, love," Al soothed, a black haze enveloping his extended hand, and I felt the tension almost crack. "You look marvelous. Don't muss your dress. She's here for a reason. Don't you want to hear it before you tear her head off?" Newt hesitated, and as my pulse hammered in my ears, she graciously sank back into the deck chair Dally's secretary had been in. Dally was still behind the desk, but he was standing now. "Your familiar has something that belongs to me," she said almost petulantly. "I'm assuming you're here to sell her? Trying to buy space in the zoo, are you?" Dally cleared his throat and came around his desk to offer her a tall glass of what looked like iced tea. It hadn't been there a moment ago. "Al is trying to weasel his way out of debt, and thinks it will take that mark the witch owes you," the older demon said as he leaned against his desk, ankles crossed in a subtle show of submissiveness. "Be a dear and sell it to him, love." She had taken the drink, the ice tinkling faintly as she set it on a round wicker table that showed up the instant she took her hand from the glass. "Since Al wants it, the answer is no." Al took a step forward, leaving me to feel exposed. "Newt, love, I'm sure—" With a glance, she stopped him. "I'm sure you have nothing, love," she mocked. "You sold everything down to your rooms to bribe for a late court date and post bail. I'm crazy, not stupid." My jaw dropped, and I warmed. "You did what?" I exclaimed. Great. I was the student of a destitute demon, but Newt was now looking at me, and I backed up a step. "She has something of mine," she said. "She wears my mark. Give her to me, and maybe I'll buy your rooms back for you." At that, Al smiled. Kneeling before her, he took up her drink. "What she has is a memory of you two meeting, of what you learned and no one else, but I figured out. Give me the witch's mark," Al whispered as he handed her the glass, "and I'll tell you what that is. Better still, I'll keep reminding you when that bastard Minius doses you into forgetting it again." The glass in her grip cracked, and an amber bead of liquid formed and rolled down the side. It was followed by another. "Minius," she almost growled as she set the glass aside, her jaw tight in anger and her black orbs terrifyingly intent. Her gaze fell on me, and I went cold. She stood, and Al casually backed up to get between us. "Yes or no, love?" he said, putting me behind him. "Yes," she whispered, and I yelped, shaking my foot when it gave a twinge. Al steadied me, but his intake of breath shook at our success. "You put it on your foot?" he asked me. "I didn't have a choice," I said, knees weak. He had done it. That fast he had gotten Newt's mark switched to him. Now all that was left was to return his name for it, and I'd be free of the mark completely. This is working, I thought, glancing at Trent, who was watching in numb shock. "Tell me what I forgot," Newt said, eyeing me with suspicion. Al smiled. Laying a finger beside his nose, he leaned into her. "She can invoke demon magic," he said, holding up a finger to forestall Newt's snort of anger. "She has made a human her familiar, though I broke that bond." "It had better be more than that, Al," she intoned, starting to look pissed as she drew away from Al and looked out over the fake water. "She stole my name and made it her own." Newt turned to face him, her expression empty. "And she was summoned out under it." Black eyes going wide, Newt sucked in her breath. "I killed my sisters," she said, and my brief elation at getting her mark shifted to Al twisted into fear. "She can't be kin." "Oh, she's kin," Al said, chuckling as he pulled me to him, his grip tightening as I struggled. "Kin born not of us, but of the elves. Stupid, stupid elves who forgot and fixed what they broke. You figured it out, and Minia stole the knowledge from you long enough that I could realize it too, and get her first. She should be mine. Give her to me." But Al shook his head as Dally tensed behind his desk, the demon smiling as he breathed in the scent from my hair. I let him, numb and bewildered. Kin? Witches really were kin to demons? It went against everything I'd been taught, but damn it, it made sense. I jumped at a soft pop of displaced air. Minius burst into existence, his sandaled feet on the old wood. He was wearing his purple robes, and I fingered my belt, starting to think that was the color demons dressed their familiars in when they were pleased with them. "Newt!" Minius exclaimed, drawing back when he realized who else was here, giving Trent barely a glance. "What are you doing here?" he questioned, then paled at her venomous look. "You made me forget what she is," she whispered. "Come here, Minius." Red, goat-slitted eyes widening, Minius reared back and vanished. "Wait!" I shouted, then turned to Al. "I need him. You promised me Trent." Al's expression at my outburst was one of pure disgust, and when Newt turned to me, I wished I'd kept my mouth shut. "You want that elf for a familiar?" she asked. I licked my lips. "He put me in a cage," I said, trying to come up with a reason other than rescuing him. Trent got to his feet, the dinghy rocking until he steadied himself against the dock, whereupon Dally kicked him back to the bottom of the boat. "He's the perfect familiar for my student," Al interjected smoothly over my head, his grip on my arm telling me to shut up. "Easily hurt, stubborn, prone to biting, but basically harmless. One must learn to ride a pony before tackling the stallion. He owes Minius a favor. I could press the issue since the elf is voluntarily wearing her smut, but honestly, it's easier just to buy a mark." Al smiled with a delicious irony. "Maybe I'll offer to tell him about my new student. That ought to be worth something." I tensed as Newt's eyes narrowed. "You'll tell me again if I forget?" Al nodded, and Newt's face grew ugly. "The elf doesn't owe Minius anything. I gave his mark to you." Trent groaned and fell back, his hate-filled expression chilling me. Dally's brows rose. "I didn't know you could do that." Newt spun, making her robe unfurl. "He's my familiar, bought and paid for. I can claim anything of his, even his life." Al cleared his throat nervously. "That's good to know," he said lightly. "Important safety tip. Rachel, write that down somewhere as lesson number 1. Her lips pressed tightly, Newt pulled her attention from the false horizon and found me. Ice seemed to scum my skin, and I felt myself pale. I had everything I'd come for. I had rubbed out Newt's mark, or at least I would when I gave Al his name back. I had saved Trent, I thought. So why did every instinct tell me everything was about to hit the fan? "You will teach her?" Newt said to Al, looking at me with her black eyes. Al nodded and pulled me closer, and I let him. "As if she were my daughter." Newt dropped back a step, her hands clasped before her and her head bowed. She looked funny, and I got the feeling that something was being settled that I didn't understand. "You're a good teacher," Newt finally said when her head came up. "Siri was very skilled." "I know. I miss her." Her head moved up and down, and then she turned to me. "When you're ready, come to me. Maybe by then I'll have my memory back, and I'll know what in hell is going on." I clenched my hands so no one would see them tremble, but when I took a breath to answer her, she vanished. Dally's exhale was loud and strong. "I give Minius 2 days." Al's shoulders slumped. "He's used to evading her. I give him 7. He shifted uneasily, looking at the sparkles in the surf. "Rachel, collect your elf. I'm tired and I want to wash the cell stink off me." I didn't move, and he gave me a shove in Trent's direction before turning to Dally. "I'm assuming the charge of uncommon stupidity will be dropped?" Dally smiled. Yes, take your student's familiar and get out. Are you going to remind Newt as you said you would?" Al smiled. "Every day until she kills him, yes." Unsure, I looked at Trent gazing murderously at me, then Al. Al?" I prompted. "Get your elf, itchy witch," he said under his breath. "I want to get out of here before Newt remembers a rule or something and comes back." But Trent was looking at me like he wanted to jam a pen in my eye. Taking a shaky breath, I strode to him, falling into a crouch and extending a hand to help him out of the bobbing boat. A low sound rose from him. I stared at him, frozen, as he lunged at me. "Trent!" I managed before he got a grip on my throat. My back hit the dock, and he landed on me, pushing my air out. He was straddling me, his grip cutting off my air, and then he was gone and I could breathe again. I heard a thump, looking up to see that Al had backhanded him off of me. Trent slumped to the dock, a leg hanging off it and threatening to pull him into the water. Shocked, I stared as he curled into himself and retched over the side. "Lesson number 2, Al said as he yanked me up with a white-gloved hand. "Never trust your familiar." "What in hell is wrong with you?" I shouted, glaring at Trent as I shook. "You can kill me later, but right now I want to get out of here." I reached out, and this time he did nothing when I pulled him to Al. I didn't know how to travel the lines, but I assumed Al would jump us, seeing as I had just saved his demon ass. "Thank you," I muttered, very conscious of Dally watching us with calculation. "Thank me later, itchy witch," Al said nervously. "I'm popping you and your familiar back to your church, but I expect to see you in 15 minutes in your lee line with your spelling supplies and a new stick of magnetic chalk. I need some time to, rent a room somewhere." My eyes closed in a long blink. Al was really broke. Swell. "Can't we start this next week?" I asked, but it was too late, and I felt Trent's grip on me tighten as my body was torn apart by time, then melted back into existence. I was so tired I could have cried. I didn't even feel dizzy when the stink of the ever-after vanished. The acidic scent of cut grass hit me, and wavering on my feet I opened my eyes to the somber gray and green of my graveyard. Slowly I slumped. I was home. "Dad!" a tiny voice shrilled, and I jerked to find one of Jenks's kids staring at me. "She's back! And she's got Mr. Kalamack!" Blinking back the tears, I took a deep breath and turned to the church, shining in the morning sun. It had to be later than that. I felt like I'd lived a lifetime. Seeing Trent at my feet, I reached to pull him up. "We're back," I said wearily, hauling on him. "Get up. Don't let Siri see you on the ground like that." It was over, at least for now. Still on the ground, Trent yanked on my arm. I sucked in my breath and tried to land in a front fall, but he pulled me off balance and I landed on my side instead. "Trent," I started, then yelped when he jerked me up, slamming my head into a tombstone. "Hey!" I shouted, then howled when he twisted my arm. Quicker than I could follow, he slammed my head into the stone again. My vision blurred as the pain swelled, and trying to figure out what the hell was going on, I stupidly did nothing when he wrapped an arm around my throat from behind and started squeezing. "Trent!" I managed to get out, then choked, feeling my face seem to bulge. "I won't let you do it," came his voice snarling in my ear. "I'll kill you first." Do what? I thought, struggling to breathe. I just saved his ass. Putting my heels to the ground, I shoved backward, but we only fell over. His grip loosened and I got a breath, and then his grip went tighter. "Demon kin!" Trent exclaimed, his voice raw and alien. "It was there in front of me, but I didn't believe it. My father... Damn him!" "Trenton!" Siri's voice came faintly from over the graveyard as my consciousness started to slip. "Stop! Stop it!" I felt her fingers trying to wedge between Trent's grip and my skin, and I choked as it loosened again. I couldn't break his hold, and my oxygen-starved muscles were like wet paper. "She has to die," Trent said, his voice close and rasping in my ear. "I heard them. My father mended her," he agonized, and his grip tightened. "She can start it up again. Not now, I won't let her." His arm muscle bunched, and as pain struck through me, I heard my last breath gurgle. "Let go," Siri pleaded, and I saw her dress. "Trent, stop it!" "They called her kin," Trent shouted. "I watched her take a demon's name. She was summoned out under it." "She's not a demon," Siri demanded. "Let her go!" Her braid slapped me as she bent over us and tugged at his fingers. "Trenton, let her go! She saved Quinn! She saved all of us! Let her go! She's not a demon!" His grip loosened, and as I gasped, retching almost, he shoved me away from him. I fell against the tombstone that he had hammered my head against, and I held it, fingers shaking as I pulled lungful after lungful of air into me, holding my neck and trying to find a way to breathe that didn't hurt. "She might not be a demon," Trent said from behind me, and I turned. "But her children will be." I slumped back against the stone, feeling the blood drain from me. My children. Siri was kneeling beside him, her hands on him as she felt for damage, ready to hold him back if he tried to finish the job. But all I could do was sit in the sun and stare. "What?" I rasped, and he laughed bitterly. "You're the only female witch my father fixed," he accused, taking the red ribbon from his neck and letting it fall to the ground. "Lee can't pass on the cure. It's in the mitochondria. You're the only one who could start it all up again. But I'll kill you first." "Trenton, no!" Siri exclaimed, but he was too weak to do anything. Staring at him, I felt my reality start to crumble. God, no. It was too much. "Trent," Siri was saying, kneeling between us, trying to distract him. "She saved us. You have a cure waiting in your labs because of her. We can be whole again, Trent. Kill her and you stain our beginning. You lose everything. Stop fighting them. It's killing us." From under the mat of his hair, Trent seethed, his eyes trying to burn me where I sat. I felt dirty, unclean, filthy. "Your father saved her because he was friends with her father," Siri rushed. "He didn't know what it would do. It's not your fault. It's not her fault. But she gave you the way to make us whole today, right now." Siri hesitated, then added, "Perhaps we deserved what happened." Trent's attention tore from me, landing on Siri. "You don't believe that." Siri was blinking to keep from crying, but a tear slid down, making her all the more beautiful. "We can start again," she said. "So can they. The war almost destroyed both of us. Don't start it up again. Not when we finally have a chance to live. Trent, listen to me. I shut my eyes. Why doesn't it go away? In a rush of sound, Ivy and Jenks arrived together, standing over us in shock while Siri held Trent back from killing me. "Hi," I croaked, still holding my neck, and Ivy dropped to me. "What happened?" Ivy asked, and my chest clenched to an unbearable tightness. She didn't know. How could I tell her? "You're back," she added, checking me for damage. "Are you okay? Your mother said you went with Al at Eden Park." "Damn it, Rachel, stop trying to fight everything by yourself." I opened my eyes at the concern in her voice. I wondered whether I should just stay in the ever after. At least there I wouldn't be putting my friends in danger. Kin. Witches are kin to demons. Suddenly it was making a whole lot of sense. Demons had cursed elves into a slow slide of extinction. Had it been done in retaliation? Had the elves hit the demons first? "Rach, you okay?" No, I wasn't okay. But I couldn't seem to get my mouth to work to say the words. I wasn't a demon, but my children would be. Damn it! This wasn't fair! "Is it Trent?" Ivy said, her anger rounding on him, and I shook my head. "Get out of here, Kalamack, before I pound you into the ground." Siri's delicate form helped Trent up, and as they hunched into each other, she helped him hobble to the street gate. She turned once, the tears flowing freely from her anger-black eyes. "I'm sorry, Rachel. I looked away, unable to bear it. I wasn't ever going to have kids now. Not with anyone. Never. Stupid-ass elf. Look what they did to me." "Rachel," Ivy said, forcing me to look at her. "Tell me what happened." She gave me a shake, and I stared at her numb. Jenks was on her shoulder. He looked terrified, like he already knew. "Trent," I started, and tears spilled over. Wiping them angrily, I tried again. "Trent's dad. He—" Jenks took to the air and got in my face. "You're not a demon, Rachel!" I nodded, trying to focus on him. "I'm not," I said, choking on my words. "But my kids will be. Remember last year when I said witches and demons both started in the ever after? I think the elves spelled the demons, magically stunting their kids and starting the witches, and when Trent's dad fixed me, he broke the genetic checks and balances they put in to keep the demons from having children. Witches are stunted demons, and now demons can come from witches again, from me." Ivy's hand fell from me, and I saw the horror in her quiet face. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I didn't mean to screw up your life." Ivy sat back, stunned, and the sun blinded me. Tired beyond belief, I looked up to see Siri helping Trent out of the garden. What in hell had it all been for? Chapter 34. Blue and pink baby booties had replaced the bats hanging in the sanctuary, the store-bought garland draping from one end of the sanctuary to the other. A cutout of a stork stood on the coffee table, and Ivy's piano was covered in yellow and green paper tablecloths. The white cake on it was surrounded by Pixie's snitching frosting. That is, the ones who weren't clustered over Siri, oohing over the delicate pair of baby booties and lace collar that Madalena and her older daughters had made. The happy elf sat across from me in Ivy's chair, surrounded by Pixies, wrapping paper, and gifts. She was nearly glowing, and it made me feel good. Outside, the falling rain brought darkness early, but in here it was warm, comfortable, and full of the peace of companionship. 1 month pregnant is way too soon for a baby shower, I thought, as I leaned into the cushions while Siri read the card from my mother, the box on her lap suspiciously similar in size to a humidifier. But watching Siri's delight, I knew it had been the right thing to do. We needed to celebrate the beginning of a life, the beginning of something. Ivy was to my left on the couch, crammed into the corner as if she didn't know her limits anymore. She'd been like that all week, hovering but hesitant, and it was driving me nuts. Her gift to Siri had been the first one opened, an absolutely stunning lace christening dress of intricate beauty. Ivy had gone red at the fuss Siri had made over it, and I was sure that Ivy had picked the delicate bit of feminine beauty out because she had given up the idea of ever having children herself. Though she never talked about it, I knew Ivy would rather remain childless than perpetuate her vampiric misery upon someone she loved, especially an innocent who was dependent on her for everything. I squished the crumbs of my cake up with a fork as my eyes drifted to the present Jenks and I had gone in on together, wondering what it said about us. I had bought a set of redwood building blocks, and Jenks had painted garden flowers and bugs on them to go along with the alphabet. He was working on another set for his children, determined they would all know how to read before spring. The pixies flew up in noisy delight when Siri got the wrapping paper off and revealed a Dr. Dan's Misty Memories humidifier with deluxe soothing atomizer built right in to lull your baby to sleep on the most trying of nights. I was staying out of the way, but my mother went to kneel beside Siri as the elf seriously unpacked the thermometer and burping cloths she had put in there with it. "Siri, this is a lifesaver," my mom was saying as the young-looking elf lifted the green plastic monstrosity out. "Rachel was a fussy baby, but I would just put a bit of lilac into the little cup and she would drop right off." She smiled at me, looking different with her new hairstyle. "And it's indispensable if your baby gets the croup. Robbie never got the croup, but Rachel, Lord love a duck, she'd just about scare me to death every winter with her coughing." Hearing a story coming on, I picked up a few plates and stood. "Excuse me," I said, beating a tactful retreat into the kitchen as my mom started in on the story of my nearly suffocating. Siri looked properly horrified, and I rolled my eyes to tell her it was mostly mama drama. Mostly. I glanced back at the scene of content femininity as the dark confines of the hall took me. My mother had gifted Siri's baby with a wish for health. Madalena gave the trappings of security. Ivy imparted beauty and innocence, and Jenks and I gave wisdom. Or maybe entertainment. The kitchen held a cool quietness, and I glanced out at the graveyard and let my vision drift into my second sight to make sure Al wasn't waiting for me. The red-smeared sky of the ever-after mingled with the reality of gray clouds to make an ugly picture, and I shivered, though the line was empty. He said he would call first, but I didn't trust him not to just show up and scare the crap out of everyone. Apparently Newt's claim that he had made himself destitute was right, because he said he wasn't going to bring me over until he had a kitchen that wouldn't embarrass him. I wanted my name back and that mark on my foot removed, and I think he was stalling, not wanting to lose that hold on me. "That was a lovely shower," my mom said from the hallway, and I jumped, startled. "Holy crap, Mom!" I exclaimed, dropping my second sight and turning. "You're worse than Ivy." She smiled, a glint of devilry in her as she sashayed in, cake-strewn plates and silverware in hand. "Thank you for inviting me. I don't get to go to too many of these things." Hearing an accusation in there, I plugged the sink and ran some water. "Mom," I said tiredly as I pulled out the soap, "I'm not having any kids. I'm sorry. You'll be lucky if you even get a wedding out of me." My mother made a rude sound, part laugh, part wise old woman scoffing. "I'm sure you feel that way now," she said as she dropped the forks into the sink. "But you're young. Give it some time. You might feel differently after you've met the right man." I turned the water off, breathing deeply of the lemon-scented air and slipping my hands into the warm water and washing the forks. I wished she'd drop the facade of what she wanted for what was real. "Mom," I said, voice low, "my children will be stolen by demons for the ability to kindle their magic. I'm not going to risk that." Well, actually, they would be demons, thanks to Trent's dad, but there was no reason to tell her that. "I'm not going to have kids," I said, slowly washing the plates. "Rachel," my mom protested, but I shook my head, adamant. "Kiston died because of me. Nick went over the bridge. I've got a standing date in the ever after once a week, once Al gets his act together. I'm not a good candidate for a girlfriend. Can you see me as a mother?" My mother smiled. Yes, I can, and you would be a good one. The tears pricked, and I dropped a handful of clean silverware into the dry half of the sink and ran hot water over them. I couldn't. It was too risky. Pulling a cloth from a top drawer, my mom took the handful of clean silverware I dropped into the sink. Let's say you're right, she said, and you don't even adopt or take in a child who needs a home. But what if you're wrong? There's someone out there who's suited for you, someone who has enough strength or knowledge to keep themselves safe. I bet there's a foxy young man looking right now for a woman who can take care of herself and thinking he can't have anyone either. I smiled faintly, picturing it. I'll place an ad, okay? SWFW looking for WMS. Must be able to fight off demons and vampires and be willing to put up with jealous roommate. Then I sighed in the thought that that pretty much summed up Nick and Kiston. Nick was a real winner, and Kiston was dead. Because of me, because he had tried to save me. My mom touched my arm and I handed her one of Siri's teacups. I just want you to be happy, she said. I am, I said confidently so I could believe it. I really am. But when I found out who had bitten me and killed Kiston, and then I ripped him apart, I was going to be a whole lot happier. Maybe Al knew a Pandora charm. Maybe he had a book and I could just read up on it when he was sleeping. From the sanctuary came the masculine sound of a hello and the excited tinkling of pixie chatter. It was Quinn. The party was breaking up. Passing my mom the last dish, I went more melancholy still. I had saved Quinn, but not my dad. That sucked. My mom must have known my thoughts as she gave me a sideways hug. She pulled away, but her damp hands seemed to leave a lasting impression on me. Don't make such a sad face, Rachel. I loved your dad, but I've been hurting for so long, I forgot how to be happy. I need to... I nodded, knowing where she was coming from. Put something good in its place so you can think about him without the pain? She nodded, giving me another tight hug as if she was trying to squeeze some of her happiness into me. I want to help Siri get her things back home, she said, and I dried my hands. We left the kitchen together, my mother's arm still over me. It made me feel good like I felt when I was little. Protected, loved. But when we entered the sanctuary, my arm fell away. Takatai's here too? The man gave an awkward wave as he stood by the piano with his fingers in the frosting, and Pixie's sitting on his thin shoulders. I felt a stab of emotion when my mother's demeanor changed and she went to him, delighted. She seemed younger, especially with that new haircut. Her heart was light now that the truth was out, which made me feel bad that it had taken so long for that to happen. Siri had her raincoat on, and, seeing me standing alone, she excused herself, gathering Quen in her wake as she crossed the room. She was beautiful in her happy contentment, and I glanced at Ivy. The vampire wore a hungry look, I understood. It wasn't vampiric hunger. It was the hunger from seeing someone who has what you want, but knowing that if you get it, it will break your heart, your life, and your soul. Neither of us would be having children. It was as if Siri were having a child for all of us. Poor little baby was going to have so many aunts here she wasn't going to walk on anything but rose petals. "Rachel," Siri said, beaming as she took my hands. "Thank you for the wonderful party. I never—" Her expression shifted, and tears deepened the green of her eyes. Quen touched her shoulder, and she straightened, smiling. "I never thought I'd ever do this," she continued. "I thought I was going to die mindless in the ever after. And now I have the sun, love, and a chance to live and have purpose." Her grip on my hands tightened for a moment, deepening the intent behind her next words. "Thank you." "You're welcome," I said, feeling the prick of tears as I mourned the loss of my own dreams. "Stop it, you're going to make me cry." I glanced at Quen as I wiped the corner of an eye. He was stoic, letting the estrogen flow around him as if it couldn't touch him. Siri's gaze flicked to him and away. "If it's a girl, we're naming her Ray. If it is a boy, Raymond." There was a lump in my throat, and I couldn't swallow. "Thank you." She leaned in and gave me a quick hug. "I have to leave. Trenton wants to poke and prod me with more tests." The young-seeming elf rolled her eyes and my hand slipped away. "Then you'd better go." Trent wasn't gunning for me, but I distrusted his silence. Her smile went stiff and she whispered, "Be careful with Al. If you're honest with him, he will be less likely to hurt you. And if he gets angry, try singing." She pulled back and I glanced at Quen, wondering how much of this conversation was going to end up in Trent's ears. "Okay, thanks. I'll remember that." I didn't know how me singing Satisfaction would make anything better, but the honesty thing? I could do that. My focus sharpened on Siri and she nodded. "I must say goodbye to Mrs. Morgan and Ivy," Siri said, touching Quen's arm. "Can you give me a moment?" He gazed at her and said yes, but what I heard was, "I will give you the world if you but ask." Siri smiled and walked away. Quen watched her go, then flushed when I cleared my throat with an attention-getting sound. "Don't worry," I said as I put some space between us now that Siri was gone. "I won't tell anyone you're Twitter-pated." The uncomfortable man stared at a spot behind and somewhat above me. His scar, now defunct and made silent with illegal genetic tinkering, was a white mass of tissue almost hidden behind his collar. "I don't think I thanked you for helping me," he said evenly, "on Halloween night." I turned so that we were standing shoulder to shoulder, both watching Siri talking to my mom and Ivy. "Yeah, well, no good deed goes unpunished." He inclined his head, but his expression was blank, and struck by a sudden thought, I blurted, "Hey, you do know that the familiar thing with Trent was just to get him out, right? He's not really going to be my familiar." But there was a new shadow of a mark on my arm, mirroring Trent's. I'd assumed Newt had transferred the mark to Al, but it looked like I had it. Curious. Quen gave me a half-smile. "He knows." After glancing at Siri, he leaned so no one but I could see his face. "He tried to kill you because of what his father did to you, accidentally giving the demons a way to reclaim their kin, but you're alive because you saved my life when he could not, then went on to save him at great cost to yourself when he was helpless. If not for that, you, your church, and everyone and everything in it would be razed to the ground." "Yeah, okay," I said, nervous and believing him. Trent had a right to hate me, but he owed me big. If I was lucky, he would ignore me. Quen saw Siri saying her last goodbyes, and I jiggled on my feet. I had one more thing to say, and this might be my last chance. "Quen," I said, the softness of my voice stopping him, "would you tell Trent I'm sorry that I mishandled things so badly that he had to endure being treated like an animal?" The scarred man looked silently at me, and I grimaced. I never should have taken Trent into the ever-after. I think it was an ego thing, that I was trying to prove to him that I was stronger or smarter than he was. It was stupid and egotistical, and I'm sorry. The man's leathery, pock-scarred face turned into a smile. Eyes drifting to Siri, he nodded. "I'll do that." His gaze came back to me and he extended his hand. Feeling weird, I shook it. His fingers were warm, and it was as if I could feel them on me, even after he went to join Siri to guide her slowly to the door. The two of them left amid a flurry of noise, and much to my relief, they took a nice slice of the pixies with them. I exhaled, and the subdued uproar of winged things hopped up on sugar, and my mom and Takata headed my way. She had her purse and coat, and it looked like they were leaving too. I leaned against the pool table with a whisper of nervousness tightening my muscles. Takata would never take the place of my dad. I didn't think he was going to try. But he was going to be a part of my life, and I didn't know what that meant yet. Again, I was startled by how alike we looked. The nose especially. "We're going to go too, sweetheart," my mom said, her heels clicking smartly as they approached. "It was a lovely party." She gave me a hug, her pink and blue goodie basket thumping on my back. "Thanks for coming, Mom." "I wouldn't have missed it for anything." She stepped back, her eyes bright. At her elbow, Takata shifted awkwardly. "Did you ask her?" he said to my mom, and I looked from one to the other. "Ask me what?" My mom took my hand, trying to reassure me, but it wasn't working. I was just about to. Flushing, she met my gaze and asked, "Would you house sit for me for about 2 weeks? I'm going out to the West Coast to visit Robbie. He's met a nice lady, and I want to meet her." Somehow I didn't think meeting Robbie's girlfriend would make her turn that particular shade of red. She was going out there to be with Takata. "You bet," I said, forcing a smile until it became real. "Any time. When are you leaving?" "We're not sure yet," she said, glancing shyly at Takata. The older rock star was smiling with half his mouth, apparently as amused as I was with my mom's embarrassment. "Well," my mom settled herself, "I was going to stay to help pick up, but it looks like there isn't much left." I glanced at the sanctuary, nearly back to normal under the attentions of Madalena and the remnants of her brood. "No, it's okay." She hesitated. "You're sure?" she said, her gaze flicking behind me to the rest of the church. "It's Saturday. Isn't that the day?" I nodded. "It is, but he's still looking for a set of rooms. I have another week's reprieve." Takata nervously ran a hand through his unruly hair, and I smiled wryly. "This is the same demon who was trying to kill you, right?" he asked. I could smell the redwood coming off of him. He wasn't happy, but he didn't feel it was his place to say anything. Smart man. "Yep." When my mom wasn't looking, I shot him a look to get him to be quiet. "He sold everything he owns to get me, so he'll treat me okay. So shut up so my mom doesn't get spastic." My mother beamed and gave my hand a squeeze, but Takata looked horrified. "That's my girl," she said. "Always keep a few cards back." "I will." A feeling of peace filled me as I gave her a hug goodbye. She was a cool mom. We broke, and I looked at Takata, then gave him a hug too. God, he was tall. He seemed pleased until I tightened my grip on his shoulder, holding him while I whispered, "If you hurt my mother, I will be all over you like mist." "I love her," he whispered back. "That's what I'm afraid of." My mom was frowning at me when I let go of Takata, apparently knowing I'd threatened him. But hey, that's what a kick-ass daughter was for. Ivy sidled up to me, looking nice in her jeans and sweater. "Bye, Mrs. Morgan, Takata," she said, clearly trying to get them out. She wasn't one for long partings. "Let me know about the security for this solstice, Takata. I can get you a good price." Takata started edging backward. "Thanks, I will." He took my mom's goodie bag and escorted her out to the door. Madalena took advantage of the open door and corralled her kids, getting them out of the church on the excuse of taking the leftover fruit cups into their stump, now that the rain had slacked off. My mother was chatting cheerfully as the door thumped shut behind them all, and I exhaled, soaking in the welcome silence. Ivy started gathering the trash, and I pushed myself into motion. "That was fun," I said as I took a pool cue and jerked free an end of the festive banner from above the windows. It fluttered down, and I tugged to pull the other end off. Ivy came to help me wind it up. "Your mother had her hair differently." A soft feeling of melancholy slipped over me. "I like it. It looks better," I said. "Younger," Ivy added, and I nodded. We were working the long banner together, folding it back and forth on the little brackets, getting closer to each other with each bend. "I haven't made any progress in finding out who killed Kiston," she said unexpectedly. "Just eliminating people." Startled, I let the packet go as we met in the middle. Ivy caught it with her vampire reflexes before it unfolded more than 2 twists, and casually folded it up. "It has to be someone outside Cincy," she said, pretending ignorance at my fluster. "History wouldn't give him to a lesser vampire outside of the Camarilla, only a higher one. I'm going to try to get into the airline records, but whoever it was probably drove in." "Okay, do you need any help?" Not meeting my eyes, Ivy dropped the packet in the bag and set it aside. "Have you given any thought to talking to Ford?" "Ford?" The memory of the FIB psychiatrist flashed through me, and I warmed. He made me nervous. "If you could remember anything at all," Ivy was saying, sounding almost afraid, "even a smell or sound." Scared, I felt the inside of my lip for the small scar. The memory of someone forcing my back into a wall rose up from my past. Vampire incense and the agonizing, aching need to be bitten, to feel the icy burning of teeth in me, followed close behind, and the fear that I couldn't stop it. It wasn't a memory of Ivy, but of Kiston's killer. There was nothing to identify whom it had been, only the terror of being forced into something I desperately didn't want. My heart was pounding, and I looked up to find Ivy at the far end of the sanctuary, her eyes black as she felt my fear and it triggered her instincts. "Sorry," I whispered, holding my breath to get my pulse to slow. Seeing her like that, I wondered how we were going to do this, live in a church together without pressing each other's buttons. That we had been doing this for over a year didn't help. It made things worse. Ivy grabbed the leftover cake off her piano. Her motions edging into a vampiric quickness, she breezed past me and went into the hall. "Don't worry about it." I listened to my breathing and counted to 10. Fingers slow, I gathered the bowl of jelly beans from my mom's baby shower game and followed her. I found Ivy leaning against the sink, her expression mildly peeved. The cake was sitting, forgotten, on the counter. "Don't screw this up by thinking too hard, Rachel," she said softly, her voice like silk against the rain. "The question isn't if we can do this. It's can we live with ourselves if we don't try." She looked up, her eyes a steady brown, but there was a hint of hurt in them. "Don't apologize every time you feel something and accidentally jerk me around. It makes me feel like you've done something wrong. You haven't. You're just being you. Let me take my share of the responsibility. Just give me time to collect myself, okay? And maybe start wearing your perfume again." I blinked, shocked that she was actually talking to me instead of running away. "Okay, yeah, sure. Sorry." She snorted at that, and clearly wanting to drop it, she found the tinfoil and started wrapping up the leftover cake. It seemed different now as we silently went about the business of cleaning up the kitchen, both of us not quite walking on eggshells, but peaceful almost, knowing nothing was ever going to happen between us, and we could just concentrate on getting along. But when things loosened up into a casual comfort was when I usually had the most trouble with relationships. Sighing, I turned at the sound of pixie wings in the hall. "Hey, I think Al's here," Jenks said as he hovered between us, and a spike of fear slid through me and was gone. Ivy took a slow breath, but she was smiling as her softly dilating pupils met mine. "I can't see him, but the air got about 3 degrees colder in that lee line," Jenks added, then hesitated, his expression going wary when he noticed we were a careful 8 feet apart. "Did I interrupt something?" he asked warily. "No," I blurted. "What is Al doing here? I thought I had tonight off." "Is it still raining?" Ever the observant pain in the ass, Jenks flew a circle around Ivy. "Are you sure?" he persisted, laughing. "'Cause it looks like—" "No," I reiterated, as I started for the back door, anticipation of the unknown running through me. Who would have thought I'd ever go into the ever-after willingly? Ivy and I were discussing how I need to go talk to Ford, see if I can remember anything new. Ivy was right behind me with Mr. Fish. I opened the door to find the rain had settled into a fine mist. I glanced at the Betta, then her. Ivy? Take your fish, she said, eyes low as she shoved it at me. Use him like a canary. If he can handle the toxicity of the ever-after, then you can. Knowing it would be easier to just accept the fish than argue, I took him. A sneeze ripped through me, and I almost spilled the bowl. "I'm coming!" I shouted, knowing Al was trying to hurry me up. Like the weather wasn't enough of a goad? Jenks was tight by my ear as I waved one finger at the empty-seeming garden. I couldn't see Al without bringing up my second sight, but he could probably see me. "So you want me to make an appointment for you with Ford?" Jenks asked uncertainly. "Oh, yeah." I squinted, considering it. I wanted to know who'd killed Kiston and tried to bind me, but it was as scary as all hell. Reading on the damp night that the pain was still too fresh, Ivy shook her head and spoke. "Let me see what I can find out my way first. Someone must know something." A twinge of fear for her joined the fear for myself. "No, I can do this," I said. "Whoever did it is an undead, and it's a lot safer for me to spend a couple of hours on the couch with Ford than for you to poke around in the affairs of the undead." Ivy's perfect face scrunched up in protest, but before she could say anything, I sneezed again. "Damn it, I'm coming!" On Ivy's shoulder, Jenks harumphed. "Like Ivy has ever had a problem poking around underground? We'll be fine. Kiston didn't have me watching his back." Together they made a determined picture, and I sighed. "Okay," I said, giving in, then sneezed once more. "I gotta go, impatient bastard." This was as bad as your date sitting in the drive and beeping a horn. I hated that, too. I adjusted my grip on Mr. Fish and started down the stairs in the rain. The smell of the dying garden was strong, and my ankles went damp. Behind me I heard Jenks ask something, and Ivy mutter a soft, "I'll tell you later." "Sorry about leaving you with a mess, guys," I shouted over my shoulder. God, it felt like I was going off to camp. "Don't worry about it." Ahead of me was the line, and as I approached, I let my second sight come into play. Sure enough, Al was standing in it, his coattails shifting as he fidgeted impatiently. The rain wasn't touching him, and he made an inquiring face when I stopped just shy of the line and turned for one last look at the church. It wasn't fear that pulled me around. It was satisfaction. There was a reddish haze over the church from the overlay of the Ever After, but because I wasn't in the line yet, I could still see Ivy and Jenks standing on the back steps, just at the edge of the rain. Ivy had an arm wrapped about her middle, letting it drop when she saw me look at her. She wouldn't wave, but I knew the thought was there and that she and Jenks would worry while I was gone. Jenks was a shifting drop of silver light from this distance, resting on her shoulder and probably telling her a bad joke full of sexual innuendos. They had found strength together, and I would be back. I gave them a wave, and with a new confidence in my steps, I tucked my hair behind my ear and turned back to Al. The demon was waiting impatiently, and he made a rather rude gesture, as if he was wondering what my problem was. I smiled, thinking the next 24 hours were going to be like no other. Sure, I was going off to the Ever After, but I wasn't scared. I was free of any favor owed to Newt, confident she would let me be until I went looking for her, like that would ever happen. I had made a hellacious deal with a demon, but the reward was just as great. Those I loved were safe, as was I. With Jenks's help, I'd stolen something that no one in the history of the Ever After had, and I survived the fallout. I had saved Trent's lousy little elf ass, and with a bit of luck, I might survive that too. Ceres' baby, and by association the entire elf species, was going to thrive. But that wasn't the best thing. The best thing was what I was leaving behind, knowing I'd be back. I had my church. I had my friends. I had a mother who loved me, and a dirtbag sort of father who was going to make her happy again. So what if my kids, if I had any, would be demons? Maybe my mother was right. Maybe there was someone out there for me who would understand that there was good stuff to balance out the bad. And maybe by the time I found someone like that, I'd be so kick-ass that no one, not even Newt herself, would dare lay a finger on us. For the first time in a long time, I knew who I was and where I was going. And right now, I was going this way, happily into the Ever After.